Liao could not help but observe. I'm an uncivilized barbarian, and I don't understand what you are implying. However, I do find your gloom and depression very peculiar. You are mostly at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and few people in the entire world are a match for you. If this world is truly an impenetrable, filthy wine tank that dissatisfies you, why don't you just smash it into pieces? Smash it into pieces? With a bitter smile, Qi Zhongdao mumbled while gazing at the intense darkness far away. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you don't understand. This wine tank is made of the hardest metal and does not have a single gap. It is also filled with the most narcotic and intoxicating liquor. How can you smash it when you are soaked inside the darkness without seeing any light? I know that you have come to the central plateaus from the southland of sorcerers for the pursuit of invincibility. However, what can you do even if you are truly invincible? You can only demonstrate your power in the dark, sunless wine tank, and it is going to be arduous to take one step out of the tank. Leaving aside the 4 rapscallions and the Emperor, the 5 of us are basically the 5 strongest cultivators in the entire world. Liao said solemnly. Are we not able to carry out our will the way we want? Qi Zhongdao shook his hands and pointed his index finger at the lively roaring tiger city far away. If you want fame and fortune and everyone's reverence, or if you want to train in seclusion striving for the ultimate divinity transformation stage, you will of course be able to fulfill your desires. Everybody will respect you and cater to your every need. You will feel that you are on top of the world. However, if you want to change the world, does the peak of the nascent soul stage mean anything at all? You are just another struggling bug inside the giant wine tank. It's true that the 5 of us have the highest cultivation in the entire world. General nascent soul stage cultivators are absolutely no match for us. But so what? There are dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and hundreds of core formation stage cultivators inside Roaring Tiger City right now. Even if the 5 of us join our hands, can we suppress them and force them to listen to our commands obediently and offer all the food and resources? Even if the 5 of us were 10 times stronger than we are now and boasted the ability to suppress and crush them, so what? The detailed affairs have to be accomplished by someone specific. So they will still have a chance to meddle. The substitutes may be dutiful at first, but after 3 days, they will be as corrupted as their predecessors. Besides, who can do such a thing as butcher dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and hundreds of core formation stage cultivators in a row? Wouldn't they be the greatest evil in the world and an enemy for all the cultivators in the world? By then, the entire world will be in turbulence. Is it any good? Qi Zhongdao's sigh silenced the few top experts. I did not know that you had such keen eyes, fellow cultivator Qi, Master Bitter Cicada observed. My eyes are always keen. Pointing at the front, half drunk, Qi Zhongdao said. But before, I was always reluctant to look at everything carefully. Today, I have to admit that there is no road ahead of us. The few cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage looked at where he was pointing at. There was nothing but the mud brought there by the flood between the gloomy sky and earth. It looked like a boundless swamp without any path on it. Liao, Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar all stared at the roadless swamp in a daze. Boom! Crack! Another peal of thunder rumbled in the sky. Dozens of lightning bolts lunged down. Fierce wind was blowing again, forecasting yet another storm. Look over there! With the illumination of the lightning, the 5 of them were keen enough to notice a few wriggling black spots on the horizon deep inside the mud where the moors were next to each other. Master Bitter Cicada tosses his pearls where the black spots were wriggling. The pearls released gentle brilliance in midair. Both like a lighthouse and like a torch, they illuminated everything down there. The black spots turned out to be 3 disaster victims. Everybody observed carefully, only to discover that the 3 disaster victims had paved a door on the mud to increase their buoyancy in the mud. On the door was a white-haired lady and a pregnant middle-aged woman. The old lady was as thin as a skeleton and about to die, and the middle-aged woman was appallingly slim too, as if her flesh and blood had all been absorbed into her round stomach. Even so, The two of them were still jabbing the mud crazily with two bamboo poles to maintain their balance and control the direction. Behind the door, in the mud that had already reached his chest, there was a thick, ugly man who was gritting his teeth to push the door forward with all his strength, while they budged slowly toward Roaring Tiger City. They must have seen the light in Roaring Tiger City and knew that there was a chance of survival there. So, they had decided to risk traversing through the swamp that even the cultivators felt to be roadless without thinking too much. Hearing the thunder and seeing the lightning, the three disaster victims knew that a storm was drawing near. Their faces were all extremely pale. If a storm indeed came, they would be absolutely hopeless in the pouring rain with their tiny door. There was no telling what the pregnant woman told the muscular man. But the muscular bellowed and pushed the door even harder, his hair standing up. He tried to push the door somewhere safe before the storm arrived. The old lady and the middle-aged woman were waving their poles much faster than before, too, until the poles suddenly cracked in the mud. It was an impossible mission, but the three of them seemed utterly unaware of that. They were still pushing, digging, and rowing with all their strength, as if they had turned into three senseless machines. Even the shining pearls in midair did not trigger any reaction from them. The scene turned the five cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage into statues. Qi Zhongdao was the most dumbfounded one of all. He was blushing in embarrassment. "Help them!" As if waking up from a dream, Master Bitter Cicada rose up and dashed toward the three disaster victims. But he was still one step slower. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was faster than him and had already rushed to the horizon. "Look, fellow cultivator Qi." Seeing that Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada were both on the move, Liao took a deep breath in relief. He could not help but smile at Qi Zhongdao. "If there isn't a road, we will simply fly over. We are cultivators." Boom, 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 boom. After a few thunderous explosions, clusters of pale smoke were blossoming like white lotuses below East Peace County. After the white lotuses gradually dispersed to the sky into what appeared to be giant trees with enormous crowns, thousands of translucent human-shaped shadows appeared without a sound right below the crown. They were an army of ghouls. The army of ghouls was different from the wandering ghosts that Liao had come across on his way to East Peace County. Despite their aggressiveness, they were not raging and screaming at all. Instead, they were simply staring at the city towers coldly and moodily. Whoever looked at them would feel that their hair was standing, and their spine would go numb. They were like the tough soldiers who had survived 100 battles, while the wandering ghosts were like untrained mobs. They were not random ghosts but the White Lotus Ghoul army built and trained by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. The White Lotus Ghoul army is fighting a bloody battle for real. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar spat on the flying boat. Half a month had already passed since Roaring Tiger City was taken down. Liao, Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, the five super experts, finally arrived at East Peace County, one of the three most prosperous cities of the Great Qin dynasty, together with the main troop. This was also an important part in Liao's observation report. Judging from his current information, the White Lotus Ghoul army was a rather suitable target of cooperation. Liao had hoped to find a chance to communicate with Mother White Lotus and preferably make her acquaintance. But his journey there was not very smooth. The reinforcing sects from the Central Plateaus dawdled in Roaring Tiger City for 5 days to recruit new disciples, or rather cannon fodder, and to carve up the resources left by the Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult before they finally set off for East Peace County unhurriedly. On their way, when they ran into the disaster victims or the sects that suffered heavy losses in the natural disasters, they always stopped and offered help tirelessly. As for exactly what they were up to in secret, Liao was not interested in finding out at all. Just like that, they loitered until 3 days ago, when the last thing that they wanted to hear came over from East Peace County. A large ghoul army was already bodacious enough to unleash the ghostly smoke to block the sunlight so that they could appear below East Peace County during the day. Also, their number was growing larger and larger. They showed no sign of dispersing. Instead, they looked like a well-trained, obedient army, as they divided themselves into different groups and manipulated the dead bodies to dig burrows as their camps. They had even carried hundreds of decaying coffins to East Peace County from nobody knew where. There was no telling what was inside the coffins, either. All the signs indicated that Mother White Lotus had gathered enough ghouls to launch an assault on East Peace County. The reinforcements from the Central Plateaus finally grew anxious. They marched toward East Peace County at full speed. However, Mother White Lotus Wanmingzhu was certainly not someone easy to deal with, considering that she had been stirring trouble in the southeast for decades. Because of the Cultivators' fuss in Roaring Tiger City, their location and route had long been determined by their enemy, and their enemy had arranged for 2 troops of ghouls to block them on their way. Although the troops of ghouls were crushed in the end, the haunting things still slowly stalled their march. After they arrived at East Peace County, the White Lotus Ghoul Army had already launched 2 waves of attacks. Broken, filthy dead bodies were lying everywhere below East Peace County. There were also the miserable screams when the aggressive ghouls were perishing, and the smell of flesh being burnt hung in the air. The swarm of ghouls looked like an ocean covered in white lotuses. Below the dim sky, at the front of the boundless army, stood countless translucent remaining souls that looked like a mist when observed from a distance. The remaining souls mostly belonged to the folks who died miserably in the natural disasters. When they died in hatred, their souls would haunt the world after their death. Without the timely appeasement of the experienced monks such as Master Bitter Cicada, they would take shape under the instigation of Mother White Lotus. Driven by their remorse and hatred, they were the vanguards and cannon fodder of the greatest quantity in the army of ghouls. They were different shades. Those with the feeblest waves looked like steam popping up from boiled kettles. Their color was so thin that they could barely be recognized as humans. Some of them were deeper in color and more solid, and their appearances when they were alive could be made out. Most of them were slender disaster victims when pale's faces. Having been soaked in the flood for too long, the victims were generally stinky and hideous, with their guts flowing out before their death. Such features had been reflected vividly on their remaining souls. 2. A lot of the remaining souls were in a daze. Due to the loss of memories, they did not understand what was going on. Some of the remaining souls did not know that they were dead. They were still looking at East Peace County earnestly. There was no telling whether they were attacking East Peace County because they hated the cultivators in East Peace County or because they intended to take shelter in East Peace County, motivated by their survival instincts. The remaining souls of the ordinary people were highly unstable and susceptible to all kinds of interference. The lone ghosts were likely to vanish into nothingness after one moment of carelessness. Therefore, many people stated that the real men in ancient times were never scared of lone ghosts because they could blow away the remaining souls with the vigor inside their body. However, things would be different when the tiny remaining souls congregated into an overwhelming army where everybody was supporting each other. There would be a certain protective shield around all of them. It could be compared to ice, which would melt very quickly if there was only a tiny cluster of it. However, if there was a whole warehouse of ice that was pressed together without the slightest gap, it would not thaw after 10 days. Moreover, Liao had also noticed that altars of dry bones had been established a fixed distance apart in the army of ghouls. Intense white smoke was popping up from the altars and turning into blossoming lotus flowers in the air, bathing all the remaining souls in the radiance of the white lotus. The altars seemed to be some sort of magical equipment to stabilize the magnetic fields and to prevent the souls from dispersing. The origins of the altars were probably a piece of military magical equipment of the Pangu civilization to protect souls. The souls of thousands of ordinary people were already emitting suffocating intimidation under the protection of the white lotuses. It was needless to mention the seasoned ghosts that were as vivid as living people behind the vanguards. Although the seasoned ghosts were fewer in number, they were the main force of the army of ghouls. They originated from the particularly hateful homeless peasants, the folks whose souls were cleansed and polished by spiritual energy because they swallowed tremendous jade crystal pellets before their death, or the lucky dogs among the regular remaining souls that were not battered during the previous battles, but were fortunate enough to swallow the broken pieces of other remaining souls when they dispersed and grew stronger. Some of the seasoned ghosts had even been transformed from cultivators. They were authentic spectral cultivators. In the world of ancient cultivators, There was neither a government nor law to organize everything. The cultivators were certainly not an intact whole. The conflicts among the cultivators were much more severe than the conflicts between the cultivators and the ordinary people. Too many cultivators had been killed miserably in their bloody competitions. In the worst cases, some sects were even entirely wiped out by the evil forces such as the Black Devil cult. After such cultivators died, their souls lingered in the world, but they were not tolerated by the other cultivators, and they knew nothing about the techniques of the spectral cultivators to preserve and strengthen themselves. What choice did they have but to change sides and join Mother White Lotus? It was also one of the most important reasons that the White Lotus cult had never been uprooted in the past decades. The seasoned ghosts looked much more daunting than the rookies. Their souls were highly condensed. At first glance, they were no different from living people except for their paleness and lack of vigor. Only through careful observation could one notice the black gas that was slowly spreading out from their body. Most of the seasoned ghosts had mastered the techniques of remote control. They were wearing robes and armors. The robes and armor were naturally enchanted by Mother White Lotus and carved with rune arrays to stabilize the magnetic field so that their souls would be steadier and less likely to crumble. The recently deceased souls were the vanguards and cannon fodder, and the seasoned ghosts were the main force. On the two flanks of the army were hordes of skeleton soldiers. Other than weird-shaped human skeletons, there were also the skeletons of pigs, dogs, bulls, and goats. There were even super skeleton monsters that were more than 10 meters tall, piled up with all kinds of bones that were emitting a silver glow. They should be the large siege machines that the army of ghouls had prepared for the battle. Sealing the soul into a skeleton and turning it into a skeleton soldier was also one method of possession. There were both advantages and disadvantages. One advantage was that the soul, protected by the skeleton, would be less likely to be crushed. Also, it was more convenient for the skeletons to hold heavy blades and attack the enemy's body of flesh and blood. If the soul was particularly powerful, it could even control dozens of skeletons or melt into the enormous skeleton of a ferocious animal in order to produce a unique, super skeleton soldier, which would be even more overwhelming. In the ancient times when there were no super alloys to create artificial bodies, the natural, unpolluted skeletons would be the most primitive artificial bodies. But the disadvantages were obvious, too. Without muscles, nerves, and veins, the movement of the skeleton soldiers was slow and rigid. One moment of carelessness, and their joints might slip off or break apart, resulting in the skeleton soldiers collapsing to the ground, unable to move anymore. Except for the few tough soldiers who had carved rune arrays on the skeletons to increase their dexterity and damage, most of the skeleton soldiers were only one-time attritions. Most importantly of all, skeletons could not fly. They had to creep over to the enemy on the ground dutifully, which meant that they would be deprived of agility, the greatest advantage of the ghosts. Skeletons were both like armor or a shell, with apparent advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, it was impossible to stuff all the ghosts into skeletons. They could only be regarded as an important unit but could not carry out all missions by themselves. Woo! A trumpet was echoing in a mind-stirring way deep inside the army of ghouls. Walla! 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 The thousands of coffins at the end of the battle formation suddenly broke apart at the same time, from which thousands of zombies, whose faces were blue and whose skin had grown tiny villous, jumped out. Most of the zombies were glittering in the color of copper, but some of them were shimmering in silver brightness. A few of them were even glowing in dazzling golden brilliance, as if they were the high and mighty nobles in the army of ghouls. Zombies were very interesting things. They were the few beings that were extremely rare in the modern cultivation civilization but quite common in the world of ancient cultivators. The very existence of zombies was illogical. Since the breath and heartbeat of a person would stop after they died, and the mitochondria inside the cells would cease absorbing and releasing energy, why would the zombies not decay, and why were they so strong? It was not until Liao investigated in the ancient sages sector in person and compared the techniques to raise corpses in this world to theories among the modern cultivators that Liao finally understood the mysteries. By Liao's estimation, the so-called zombies should be caused by certain special microorganisms or parasites that crawled into the cultivators' bodies, which were as tough as iron because of their training. The The special microorganisms regard the corpses as their paradise. They conducted mysterious modifications on the corpses, which resulted in the incredible features on the outside. Many tales stated that the zombies had different hair colors. Some were green and some could be white. It was a very common phenomenon when microorganisms and bacteria were cultured. Therefore, the practice of raising corpses was just the ancient people's skillful manipulation of special microorganisms. It was essentially the same as making yogurt with bacteria. After a body was successfully refined, a ghost would be able to infiltrate and control it, turning it into a zombie that could move freely and exchange spiritual energy with the outside world. Their power, agility, and defense were 100 times better than the ordinary skeleton soldiers. As for the microorganisms inside the zombies, they did not have any intelligence at all. Therefore, there would be no conflict between them and the ghosts that entered the bodies. The recently deceased ghosts, the seasoned ghosts, the skeleton soldiers, and the zombie commanders, with their graveness, raised gloomy, ghastly auras that were soaring to the sky. The sky was occupied by dark clouds and looked like a black ocean. There was no sign of sunshine. In the middle, toward the rear of the army, there was also an enormous caravan piled up with countless bones that looked like a mobile palace of bones. Coldness that felt like the edge of a blade was emanating vaguely, and infinite desperation was spreading. It seemed to be where Mother White Lotus Wanmingzhu was commanding from. Although they clearly knew that Mother White Lotus Wanmingzhu was there, it was impossible for Liao, Yen Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada to charge forward and cut off her head in the middle of a million ghouls. Besides, she did not have a head to be cut off at all. If anything went wrong, she could turn into smoke and run away easily. Therefore, the hunting team led by Qi Zhongdao could only wait on the flying boat patiently for a better opportunity. Standing next to the rail, Liao moved his eyes from the army of ghouls to East Peace County, the greatest city in the southeast, below his feet. The prosperous city, described as a city without night, was mired in fear and desperation. East Peace County was dozens of times larger than Roaring Tiger City. The city wall was thrice as high, too. It was bordered the ocean in two sides and with a mountain in one side. The one side that was open to the land had been fully packed with ditches, pits, and barricades. There were also hundreds of giant pillars dozens of meters tall that were engraved with golden, shining runes. Standing below the city towers silently, they constituted an indestructible defense array. It was the famous ocean-suppressing array in the world of cultivators. It was said that there was a mother lode below East Peace County that extended for thousands of kilometers into the depths of the ocean, like a dragon king that suppressed the ocean. That was why the ocean near East Peace County was so peaceful that it was a natural port. The 33 sects located in East Peace County worked together to collect tremendous crystals from under the ocean and hunt the dragon-type demon beasts in the ocean. Then, their cores, bones, and blood, blended with copper, silver, and gold, were melted into liquids and poured on the city wall of East Peace County. Once the runes were carved into it, the array was established. Now that the ocean-suppressing array was fully activated, an enormous bluish curtain of light had fallen upon the whole of East Peace County, which seemed to be covered in a translucent upside-down bowl. The bluish waves were surging like tides in deafening noises. The entire city seemed to have been moved to the bottom of the ocean. It was the best barrier to block all the ghosts. Even so, the cultivators of the 33 cultivation sects in the city and the cultivators from the other sects who were seeking refuge in East Peace County from elsewhere were still solemn and did not dare relax. The previous two waves of attack had proven that the ocean-suppressing array alone was not enough to withstand the scourge of thousands of ghosts. Also, it was just Mother White Lotus reconnaissance. The real main face had not been deployed yet. Most of the southeastern cultivators had gathered on the city towers and the city wall, ready to have one last battle with the army of ghouls. The city was where their sects were headquartered. All their training resources were stored there and could not be abandoned. They already had no escape. Other than the cultivators, there were also countless ordinary people in East Peace County. They were either the vassal families affiliated with the cultivation sects, the tenants and dealers at the service of the cultivation sects, or the refugees who had sought shelter after the natural disasters. The cultivators of East Peace County turned out to be smarter than the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City. They knew that if the disaster victims were kept out of the city, they would certainly turn into powerful ghosts because of their hatred after they died of hunger or cold while staring at the closed gate. Then Mother White Lotus would have even more soldiers at her disposal. It would be a great trouble. Also, the 33 sects qualified to develop in East Peace City were higher up the food chain of the southeastern sects in the first place. The most profitable trades and fields in the southeast were in their hands. There was no need for them to resort to the clandestine approaches such as the Black Devil cult. Therefore, they had few secrets that they would rather nobody found out. So, before the army of ghouls arrived, they had opened the city gate and allowed as many disaster victims to go into the city as possible. As a result, the population of East Peace County had surpassed 1 million. East Peace County was certainly not a remote town. There was already an enormous military camp in the city, in which troops loyal to the court were stationed. At that moment, the 33 sects had also opened their headquarters and offered tremendous military assets to arm the relatively healthy men among the disaster victims and the ordinary people in the city. The militias were asked to listen to the command of the generals of the court. Who? The sky of the city was the most important battlefield, which was defended by almost 1,000 cultivators who were riding their flying swords, cranes, falcons, or simply the clouds. Also, the cultivators from the central plateaus who had come for reinforcements also lined up their flying boats. Therefore, they were not scared that the army of ghouls would attack from the sky. Boom! 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 Dull thunder was echoing in the clouds. Tides were rising on the ocean in the east. The spiritual waves in the air suddenly turned chaotic. The twisting trumpets deep inside the army of ghouls were getting short and powerful. Like coffin nails, the noises were being bashed into the deepest part of everyone's soul. As the hundreds of white lotuses condensed by smoke slowly floated forward, the overwhelming army of ghouls marched together and approached East Peace County like a weird tide. On and below the city towers, the cultivators were shouting to the temporary troops made of ordinary folks. The army of ghouls is extremely brutal. If the city is taken, everybody will be killed. Also, you will not have peace even after you die. You will be refined into ignorant ghost soldiers and cursed forever. The thunder-striking legion of the court is reinforcing us as fast as possible. The vanguards have already risked breaking into the city. The main force will arrive in no time. The only way to survive is to defend the city until the troops of the court come to our aid. The ghosts seem tricky to deal with, but they are not as scary as they appear. Every man who has enough valor and hot blood will be able to blow the ghosts apart. They were not exaggerating. The competition between humans and ghosts was in fact a war of interference and anti-interference between different waves. If the waves of the living people were weak, they would be easily affected by the ghosts. They would be depressed or even possessed by the enemy, and they would be gone forever. But if the waves of the living people were more powerful, all the ghosts would be crushed. Even if the ordinary people did not know how to train themselves, as long as they were healthy, furious, and fearless, their waves would naturally grow strong, and it would be more difficult for them to be affected by the ghosts. If a troop of thousands of ruthless soldiers gathered, their waves would overlap and resonate. Their killing intent would soar and stop the evil ghosts from approaching. The army stationed in East Peace County was one of the best troops, second only to the Imperial Guards that protected the capital city. Naturally, they had a fearless, intimidating vibe around them. Rumbling at the same time, they more or less dispersed the sense of death that was enveloping the city, showing everyone a glimpse of hope. Boom! 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 Right then, weird explosions echoed from the flanks of the army of ghouls. As it turned out, the skeleton monsters larger than elephants, which were piled up with dry bones, changed their shape at some point into ballistae and threw out almost 100 enormous skulls instantly. The skulls did not belong to human beings but demon beasts that were countless times bigger than human beings. Like giant rocks, they crashed into the ocean-suppressing array brutally in ear-splitting noises after drawing short arcs. Shwa! The bluish colors flashed on the ocean-suppressing array. As if hundreds of tides were rolling, the skulls were all smashed into pieces. Who? The skulls, which had been blown into smithereens, however, spurted out tremendous greenish, ghostly fire. It seemed to be highly sticky because it flowed on the ocean-suppressing array and burned, consuming the power of the array. The army of ghouls, who had been containing themselves, finally unleashed all their fury, hatred, brutality, and hideousness. A cold wind was blowing, and the creepy screams congregated into an ocean of fear on which the ghosts were drifting toward East Peace County. To maintain the integrity of their waves and pheromones, the ghosts were not floating at a very high speed. They were only slightly faster than running living people. However, they were not bound by gravity, and ground was not the only route of their attack. Instead, they dispersed in various directions from the very beginning and launched a three-dimensional attack from both the air and the ground. Chi! 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 The recently deceased ghosts that were marching at the front soon crashed into the blue barrier of the ocean-suppressing array. Like sparrows that had run into an electrical net, they were immediately stuck to it. Tremendous bluish electric arcs pierced through their bodies and instantly ionized them into nothingness. However, they did leave feeble ripples on the ocean-suppressing array with the last strength of their life. When more and more recently deceased ghosts were marching forward like moths darting at the fire, and the feeble ripples were getting more and more dense, the ripples finally evolved into tiny gaps. The recently deceased ghosts and the cunning seasoned ghosts behind them immediately charged into the ocean-suppressing array through the gaps. The defenders had long been prepared for this. Swoosh! 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 Arrows were raining down from the city towers. None of the arrows had a head. The front end of the shafts were sloppy bags. Some of the bags were blood-stained, full of stimulating stink of blood. Some had suspicious yellow and brown colors with a vile stench. Some of them were covered in a layer of black ointment with a weird fragrance. What was odd that, when the headless arrows pierced through the bodies of the incoming ghosts, the result was even more unbelievable than when the sharp arrows with real heads piercing through the bodies of soldiers. It was not unusual for a tiny arrow to cause a hole the size of a bowl. The arrows covered in black ointment, on the other hand, exploded the moment they touched the army of ghouls. Red flowers blossomed on the battlefield, damaging all the ghosts nearby. Inside the bags was actually the blood of black dogs, the excrement of humans and animals and women's menses. According to the ancient people, such filthy, dirty, and foul items could break all evil. According to the modern people, the items secreted by the bodies of living creatures boasted immense vigor and vitality that could seriously affect and even sabotage the waves that constituted the ghosts. It was especially so for the menses, which were a symbol of the reproduction of life. It boasted the most vigor and vitality of all. Even a seasoned ghost would have to run away in fear should they run into it, or they would be disrupted and even obliterated. As for the arrows covered in black ointment, they had been crafted by the cultivation sects according to the secret techniques. Their attacks targeted the ghosts too. The result of the shooting arrows was more than satisfactory. The crossfire from the sky and the ground drove away all the remaining souls and the seasoned ghosts. It was a pity that one could only have a finite number of feces every day. There was a limited stock of excrement in the city. As for the women's menses, that was an even scarcer resource. Who would preserve it if they did not know that an army of ghouls would be attacking the city soon? Moreover, it could not be preserved for long even if they wanted to. The marvelous weapons that the ordinary people used against the ghosts were soon running out of ammunition. The bizarre-shaped skeleton soldiers on the flanks of the army of ghouls, on the other hand, waved their rusted hoes and sabers and started running in a rigid and weird pace. Crack, 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 crack. The thousands of skeleton soldiers were running faster and faster. Their bones were rubbing in weird shrieks that congregated into an ocean of creepy sounds. The bone altars and ballistae that were more than 10 meters tall were also slowly moving toward the city wall, surrounded by the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers were followed by decaying, hideous zombies, which would make anyone who saw them have nightmares. The copper, silver, and golden zombies that were specially refined were still protecting the palace at the center of the army of ghouls, while observing the tiny changes in the battle coldly. While the ocean-suppressing array was fully functioning, the entire East P city was slightly shivering. The bluish electric arcs that were spurting out ripped more and more souls, skeletons, and zombies into shreds. However, the perishing ghosts significantly affected the normal functioning of the ocean-suppressing array too. As more and more broken pieces floated in the air, the ripples on the array became more intense, and it was getting ever more lackluster. Streams of remaining souls, skeletons, and zombies broke into the defense array. In many places, the ocean-suppressing array was even entangled with the white mist that was released by the army of ghouls. They were attacking, swallowing, and melting each other, leaving holes that did not disperse after a long time. The enormous ballistae in the army of ghouls were pushing forward to East Peace County exactly through the holes. Today is when we slay the devils. All your family are inside the city. Do you want them to become the people below the city? Go, go! Jade Emerald Tower, East River Union, Ocean Sand Sect, and 9 other sects have issued a bounty together. Those who fight bravely will be admitted as external disciples. The old external disciples will be upgraded into inner disciples. The inner disciples will be awarded with cultivation arts, magical equipment, and crystals according to their credit. None of the city defenders were supposed to take the blow passively on the towers. Under such a methodology, even the toughest city could not last 3 days. The elite soldiers in the city had to be deployed to attack actively in order to demolish the important facilities on the enemy's side and to strike the enemy's morale. Before the army of ghouls arrived, the main city gate of East Peace County was slowly opened. The elite cavalry of the court in the city rushed out like a black tornado, followed by the low-level disciples of the main sects. As for the high-level cultivators, they naturally turned into streaks of brightness and swooped upon the ghosts that were flying in the sky. The elite soldiers of the court had a bloody air of killing around them after all the battles they went through. When their killing intent gathered and got enhanced by the cultivators, it evolved into red mist that was almost real. Wherever the mist went, the ghosts would squeak as if they had touched magma, with white smoke popping up. The more heavily wounded ones vanished into the air on the spot, and the lightly wounded ones were half burnt and reduced into twisting ripples. There was no need to mention the cultivators. The magical equipment that they launched emanated colorful brilliance, which darted toward the center of the army of ghouls like the sharpest arrow. Almost no ghost could survive one attack from them. Walla! 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 The army marched forward unstoppably and soon destroyed the few altars and ballistae that had broken into the ocean-suppressing array. After the altars collapsed, the white mist above the ghosts' heads immediately disappeared. Without the protection of the white mist, many recently deceased ghosts were unable to maintain their form and dispersed on the spot. Even the seasoned ghosts were hesitating to move forward anymore, as if they had lost their armor. At first glance, the army of ghouls crumbled in the first clash. They were absolutely no match for the cultivators and the court's army. However, if one observed more carefully, one would discover that, as time went by, while more and more ghosts were killed by the cultivators' magical equipment, they had wasted a lot of magical equipment and made the weapons lose all their colors. The magical equipment was all entangled by the gray and black air currents that looked like snakes. The cultivators, who seemed to be on a killing spree, grew slower and slower. Their faces darkened, and their eyes lost their charm. Weird countenance was appearing on their faces without them knowing. Although he was standing on the flying boat, Liao could feel that the battlefield below was a pot of simmering venom, from which lethal gas was bubbling up. As long as the cultivators were in the battlefield, no matter how high their cultivation was, how determined they were, and how powerful their magical equipment was, it was inevitable that they would be affected, polluted, and corrupted by the remaining souls. Even if they did secure a victory in the end, they would suffer as many losses as their gains. That was the dreadfulness of the army of ghouls. It was also why most of the cultivators were unwilling to have a head-on clash with an army of ghosts unless they absolutely had to. Suddenly, a cultivator from a local sect in the southeast, after slashing more than 10 skeleton soldiers with a dominatingly huge saber and blowing dozens of remaining souls into smithereens with a grenade, suddenly widened his eyes, and his face turned pale. Interconnected black stripes appeared on his face as if an enormous spider had crawled onto him. He tossed his saber aside and grabbed his own neck before rolling and screaming on the ground. One or more seasoned ghosts must have crept into his brain when he was unprepared and launched a deadly soul attack on him. The fall of the southeastern cultivator seemed to be a signal. Harassed by more and more seasoned ghosts, other cultivators were also waving, struggling, and losing consciousness uncannily. Some of them were belching intense black gas from their mouths, eyes, and ears after struggling in pain for a moment. Squeaky noises could be vaguely heard from the black gas, too. It was the seasoned ghosts that they had driven out from their brains. Having failed to possess the body, the seasoned ghosts were greatly weakened. The cultivators did not even need to lay their weapons on them, and they would be ripped apart by the overwhelming killing intent on the battlefield by themselves. But some of the low-level cultivators, whose souls were relatively weak or were just wounded, ended up being grave puppets after trembling violently for a moment. Silently, they picked up their weapons and attacked their comrades. Those people were either successfully possessed by the seasoned ghosts or beguiled into thinking that the comrades next to them were filthy zombies because the ghosts affected their oral, optical, and olfactory nerves. The previously unstoppable cultivators and army of the court were immediately thrown into chaos. The elites of the army of ghouls, namely the copper zombies, silver zombies, and golden zombies created via special microorganisms, and the super-skeleton soldiers made of the bones of rare animals with evil runes carved on them finally marched out. The combat ability of the elites was equal to the high level of the refinement stage and even the building foundation stage. Their movement was extremely agile and fast. There was not the slightest rigidness typical of regular zombies and skeletons at all. They rushed toward East Peace County in the blink of an eye. The few high-level cultivators in East Peace County all rushed out, too, and had a head-on clash with the army of ghouls. The battle between the living and the undead reached its climax. Now's the time. In the sky, noticing the loosening of the battle formation of the army of ghouls, a flying boat slowly withdrew from the battlefield, took a big detour on the right side of the battlefield, and dashed right toward the rear of the enemy's formation. Before the enemy discovered what was going on, 5 streaks of brightness had already jumped out of the boat and darted toward the palace of corpses at the center of the army of ghouls like 5 shooting stars. Mother White Lotus must be right inside the palace. As long as the monster is killed, the riot of ghosts will be suppressed in no time. Be extra careful, fellow cultivators, and do not waste any time on the ghosts nearby. If we are corrupted by the souls and our spiritual energy does not circulate well, it is possible that we will be trapped by the army. Even if we do manage to survive in the end, our cultivation will certainly plummet. Mother White Lotus is unpredictable and does not have a fixed body, which adds to the difficulty of capturing and executing her. Please pay special attention, everyone. Naturally, the 5 streaks of brightness belong to Li Yao, Yen Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada, the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators. Only the 5 of them had a chance of slaying Mother White Lotus, who was well protected by the thousands of ghosts. However, Qi Zhongdao, who wanted Mother White Lotus dead more than anything else, did not know that Li Yao actually had other intentions. He was thinking of sparing Mother White Lotus and then following her to her nest. The war between the living and the dead was a sheer tragedy. The living had every right to pursue survival, but was the vengeance of the dead not justified at all? Even if Mother White Lotus was suppressed, as long as the world remained an impenetrable wine barrel, then before long countless restless souls would pop up again, and a new Mother Red Lotus, Mother Black Lotus, or Mother Green Lotus would appear among them. Li Yao secretly made up his mind that he would break the wine barrel in his own way and end the unceasing tragedy. Hardly had the 5 streaks of brightness rushed into the army of ghouls when they were enveloped by the ubiquitous white mist. Li Yao clearly sensed the interference of the ghosts. He felt that countless memory pieces were piercing through his brain, making him share countless episodes of broken lives in the moment. In a trance, he seemed to be a disaster victim who was struggling in the middle of rushing torrents while watching his home to be swallowed by the flood. The next second, he became a patient who was burnt by the febrile typhoon and left unattended on the road, slowly dying in excruciating pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. In the third second, he turned into a hungry disaster victim whose stomach was filled up by weeds and bark, shaking and falling on the ground while staring at the splendid gate of a cultivation sect. Flood, fire, the scorching sun, and ferocious monsters. Countless gory pictures were gliding in front of his eyes one by one. Moans, screams, begs, curses, and fights. Countless sounds were piercing through his ears. Pain, regret, hope, desperation, detestation. All the negative emotions were crawling inside his brain like venomous spiders. They were the most unforgettable memories that the folks and cultivators had before their death. At that moment, they were turning Liao's brain upside down like sharp blades. Even though there was an entity as weird as the mental devil inside Liao's brain, which could absorb tremendous negative emotions crazily, the negative emotions were still flooding in faster than they were processed. After all, there were a million ghosts there. The hatred of a million people was definitely a world-blighting power. When they were harassed by the unrest souls, the cultivators' spiritual energy was jammed, and their telepathic thoughts were disrupted. Even if they were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, they were still greatly affected. Liao had been used to the blow of negative emotions and was in better shape. The other few nascent soul stage cultivators were equally solemn when they were faced with the vague black gas floating around them, which was trying to find a gap and wriggle into their bodies like thousands of almost transparent bugs. Right then, a prolonged chant of Amitabha Buddha echoed in everyone's ears. Master Bitter Cicada's pearls broke apart into 18 shooting stars that revolved quickly around the 5 of them, unleashing golden brilliance, which formed a shield like an enormous bell and drove away all the evil auras nearby. There are too many ghosts here. Let's not dawdle and simply charge toward Mother White Lotus Palace. After a roar, Qi Zhongdao launched the heaven-flipping seal again. Countless skeletons and zombies below him were crushed into smithereens, but they mattered little to the ghosts. Yen Liren did not say anything, but 4 sword auras spurted out abruptly and interweaved into an impenetrable ball of light around him. Whoever dared draw close, be they skeletons, zombies, or ghosts, would be cut into pieces the moment they touched the light ball. Shwa! The ball of light rolled hundreds of meters forward. The 4th sword that Liao crafted for Yen Liren was finally launched. The aura of the sword rushed forward like a rainbow over the heads of thousands of skeletons and zombies, landing on the palace of bones that looked like a blossoming lotus flower. The ghostly auras circling the palace could not resist Yen Liren's sword auras at all and dispersed instantly. Even the palace itself was slashed in half after an explosion. It collapsed to the ground, ending up as a heap of broken white bones. However, the palace was empty. There was not a single soul inside it. Hee hee. The gloomy, frightening, and high-pitched laughter of a woman echoed in midair. The broken bones on the ground were actually wriggling slowly and jumbling into a monolithic scorpion of bones. On the back of the scorpion, the face of a woman who was gritting her teeth hungrily was patched up by all the bizarre-shaped broken bones. Although the face was merely made of bones, the woman could almost be called pretty. However, her twisted countenance would make anyone's heart freeze after they saw her. There was no need to mention her hideous laughter, which was getting more and more miserable. It was even more wretched than the cries of the ghosts in the deepest level of hell. Chi, 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 chi. Intense white smoke was spurting out of the gaps of bones of the enormous scorpion. Once they made contact with the white smoke, the previous lackluster ghosts and remaining souls were enlivened. They began raging and roaring. The skeletons and zombies that had been moving slowly were accelerated, too. They split into 2 groups. One group was blocking the 5 super-nascent soul stage cultivators from the other cultivators, trying to stop them from meeting each other. The other group went to surround the 5 super-nascent soul stage cultivators. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu's cultivation was so unbelievably high that she did not possess a regular zombie but the entire palace of bones. All the bones were her embodiments, and she could change or combine them free at will. White Lotus, activating the heaven-flipping seal, Qi Zhongdao pressed the scorpion so hard that the bones were all cracking. You are insane enough to manipulate the thousands of ghost soldiers to attack a heavy town of the cultivators. Whoever dares to challenge the entire world of cultivators will be blown into smithereens and cursed forever. Wan Mingzhu. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar held the black tobacco pipe in his hand. The orange glimmer inside the pipe was flickering, and smoke was flowing out now and then. His usual casualness replaced by solemnity as he said, "Only those guilty for a crime should be punished. The Bamboo Mountain cult, which killed your entire family and even tried to turn you into 5 desperation white-bone corpses, has already been slaughtered by you. You should have already sought your revenge, however great it is. Why do you have to vent your hatred on other sects and innocent people?" Fellow cultivator Wan. Master Bitter Cicada's voice that was mixed with bitterness emerged. 2. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and you can only find the shore if you turn back. Lay down your weapon and find your inner peace. You are instigating the unrest souls just for your personal grudge and turning them into an army of ghouls. How many massacres have you committed in the southeast? You have been out of mind for too long. It is time for your repentance. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The pale face on the back of the scorpion laughed crazily. Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, Bitter Cicada, Yen Liren, and Master Spiritual Vulture? The so-called 5 strongest cultivators on the righteous side are all here today. Qi Zhongdao. I've been fighting you cultivators who seem to be gracious but are in fact corrupt to the bones for long enough. You have besieged me and tried to annihilate me with your great forces more than once. Has your wish ever been fulfilled? You don't need to play any word games. If you want to kill me, just come and try. Ba Xiaoyu. Do not think that you are qualified to criticize me just because of the vanity you gained by helping the weak. You are just another snob fishing for compliments who only has the guts to investigate the Roaring Tiger Hall and deal with mediocre forces, such as the Black Devil cult. Let's forget the ugly businesses, the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and other major sects of the past and just focus on the 33 sects inside East Peace County. Do you dare to look into their clandestine actions from when they were rising and make sure that all the criminals are punished accordingly? Bitter Cicada. Of all the nascent soul stage cultivators, you are the most hypocritical of all. You talk about laying down weapons and finding inner peace, but when the cultivators were exploiting us, why didn't you tell them to put down their weapons? When the lords shitted on our necks doing whatever they wanted to us, why didn't you tell them to find their inner peace? Where were you when so many folks were killed because of the cultivation sects? Where were you when they were forced to sell their children? Where were you when our families were refined into weapons by the Bamboo Mountain cult? Now we are dead, and we are capable of seeking the justice that we deserve, but you are jumping out to tell us to put down our weapons and look for inner peace? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You are either idiotic or pure evil. How can you find inner peace if you lay down your weapons? Let me tell you, if you lay down your weapons, you can only be butchered. Hardly had her voice died down when the tail of the scorpion flipped, and it attacked Master Bitter Cicada. In the meantime, the bones on its body darted out 4 chains, blocking the other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was fighting against 5 heroes of the world, but she was fearless enough to attack first. The pity and sorrow on Master Bitter Cicada's face was even more intense than before. Without saying anything, he bashed the tail of the scorpion with his staff. After a crack, the tail exploded suddenly. Li Yao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators also broke the 4 chains without any trouble. Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal pressed the scorpion to the ground, making it unable to move anymore. The crazily waving limbs of the scorpion had almost been buried to the ground. Yen Liren launched yet another unstoppable sword aura that split the scorpion in half from the head to the tail. However, intense white mist spurted out from the shell of the scorpion. Infinite negative emotions were mixed inside the mist, as if thousands of people were screaming, begging, crying, and roaring at the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time. You want to kill me? It's not so easy. Wan Mingzhu's miserable laughter was echoing inside the white mist. You have 5 nascent soul stage cultivators on your side. but I have thousands of restless souls on mine. Listen to the screams when they were tormented, and look at their despondent deaths. As long as injustice exists in the world, I will never be killed or broken. I lead them to purge the sky and the earth. Repentance? I don't need repentance, now or ever. The white mist slowly dispersed. The previous enormous scorpion, however, had turned into countless small scorpions the size of a fist, which were scuttering on the ground and running away in various directions at an amazingly high speed. Nobody could tell which scorpion Wan Mingzhu's soul was hiding in. It was indeed a weird technique. No wonder the White Lotus cult had savaged the southeast for decades, and countless nascent soul stage cultivators had failed to annihilate her. Qi Zhongdao was even more serious than before. The heaven-flipping seal was hovering above the battlefield, triggering powerful gravity and crushing the swarms of scorpions. Yen Liren, on the other hand, froze in midair as if he were a statue. Even his eyeballs seemed to have stopped. Only the vague will of his sword was dashing quickly among the scorpions, searching for the real body of Mother White Lotus. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada, on the other hand, were dealing with the army of ghouls that were crowding close from various directions. Otherwise, everybody might have been drowned by the ghosts after one moment of carelessness. Although the souls of the nascent soul stage cultivators were extremely powerful, it was impossible for them to compete with the hatred, regret, and pain of a million people in a head-on clash. Suddenly, Yen Liren's frozen eyeballs shivered rapidly, as if he had been caught in a weird dream. The sword aura rushed out like a rainbow, aiming at not the crazily crawling scorpions on the ground, but a seemingly vulnerable skeleton soldier that was staggering toward Master Bitter Cicada. He was not using the duplicate of the fourth sword that Liao had forged for him, but the real fourth sword. After the sword aura arrived, the skeleton was not cut in half. Instead, it exploded into pieces. From the thousands of pieces of bone, an unpredictable stream of white smoke surged out and dashed to the rear of the battle formation of the army of ghouls. Wan Mingzhu's real body turned out to be not hiding inside the small scorpions. Instead, escaping everyone's attention, she had hidden herself in such a regular skeleton, trying to ambush Master Bitter Cicada in the company of the many skeleton soldiers and zombies. Yen Liren's countenance remained unchanged. He even put on a smile of interest as he snapped his fingers. His sword aura took an abrupt turn in midair and continued chasing after Wan Mingzhu's real body. Chi! 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 The bone pieces bombarded Yen Liren's sword aura like a storm, drawing devastating curves in the air, only to be shattered into powder by the sword aura. The sword aura caught up to Wan Mingzhu as quick as lightning and slashed her brutally. Ah! The entire world was occupied by Wan Mingzhu's horrified scream. She split her own soul in half at the life-and-death moment before the sword aura arrived, allowing the sword aura to pass through the gap in the middle. Even so, the sharpness at the edge of the sword aura still heavily wounded her soul. When the soul was combined again into the image of a middle-aged, beautiful woman in a white robe who was full of hatred, she looked much dimmer than before. An obvious black line had appeared at the center of her body from head to toe, from which black smoke was still popping out non-stop. Yen Liren's sword was truly the best in the world. Even the mother of all ghosts had been injured after one attack. Gritting her teeth, Wan Mingzhu could not have looked more hideous. More and more ghosts and zombies had gathered around her, grimacing and waving their claws at the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators. Right then, a thunderous explosion echoed in the horizon. Boom! The entire earth shook violently, as if an unexpected great earthquake had taken place. Deafening cheers came over from East Peace County. The mist above the head of the army of ghouls, on the other hand, looked rather disrupted. The noise that was mixed with intense spiritual waves was spreading out in all directions like a tsunami, attracting the attention of the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators and Mother White Lotus. Narrowing his eyes, Liao looked to the northwestern horizon, only to discover an overwhelming troop surrounding a certain dark object, pushing forward to the battlefield slowly but determinedly. Banners were flying everywhere in the troop, with enormous thunder, decorated with the spiritual stripes of the Thunder class written on them. They seemed to be carrying bright electric arcs by themselves and looked particularly eye-catching under the dim, yellow sky. As for the dark object that they were protecting in the center, despite all the messy, useless adornments on the surface, and despite its fancy appearance, in Liao's eyes, was it not a main gun on a crystal warship? Liao's eyeballs were bulging out when he watched hundreds of muscular men pulling the gun of a crystal warship forward slowly with iron chains by attaching one end of the chains to their body and the other end to an enormous tank. Also, the chains had more functions than just acting as a tow rope. Liao sensed that the spiritual energy and the souls of the hundreds of muscular men had been connected to the gun via the chains, thereby constituting a primitive and shabby launch system. Who? The hundreds of muscular men roared at the same time, and their spiritual energy surged out to the maximum like the tides of the ocean. The chains immediately pulled taut, as if immense electric currents had flowed into the gun through the chains. After another ear-splitting roar, a cluster of fire-like plasma rushed out not toward the ground but aiming at the sky that was occupied by dark clouds. The plasma exploded, unleashing thousands of electric arcs that ripped apart all the dark clouds like sharp swords. From the enormous holes, the blue sky and the glorious sun were revealed again. The sunlight fell upon the white mist covering the army of ghouls like thousands of golden arrows. Intense noises were immediately bursting out, as if a piece of ice had been thrown into boiling oil. The white mist was dispersing at a visible rate. The army of ghouls under the mist were ill at ease. The radiation of the sunlight could disrupt the magnetic fields of their souls without any stop, which was equivalent to them bleeding all the time. Therefore, the army of ghouls had a natural fear of sunlight. Only on a cloudy day or at night and under the protection of the white mist did they dare to act out. It's the Thunder-Striking Legion. The Thunder-Striking Legion's Thunder Lord Cannon. Cheers were echoing on the city towers. As Dan Fengzi had said to Liao earlier, the true largest sect in the world was not the Grand Mystery Sect but the Thunder Qian Hall, which had established the Great Qian dynasty. The Thunder-Striking Legion, an elite troop responsible for the security of the capital city, was a strong army made of the core disciples of the Thunder Qian Hall. Common troops of the court were certainly incomparable to them. To cope with the riots and rebellions caused by the natural disasters in the southeast, the Thunder-Striking Legion had been mobilized to East Peace County. It happened to run into the great battle where the ghouls were attacking the city. The arrival of the Thunder-Striking camp immediately broke the impasse between the two parties. Wan Mingzhu, attacked by the 5 super-nascent soul-stage cultivators collectively, could only defend herself without any way to fight back in the first place. She had been separated from her subordinates and could not issue any effective commands to the army of ghouls. In the meantime, the cannons of the Thunder-Striking camp were firing non-stop, shredding the dark clouds in the sky. Illuminated by the fierce sunlight, the hundreds of white mists dispersed one after another. The ghosts that were bathed in sunlight seemed to be burning in fire. Amid screeching noises, blue smoke was soaring, and they were evaporated into nothingness in a moment. The defense line of the army of ghouls was collapsing. The soldiers and cultivators who had lost their mind because of the possession of the souls gradually came back to themselves under the boost of the valor of their companions. Encouraged by the bombardments of the cannons, they lunged at the skeletons and zombies again. The only thing that one had to fear was fear itself. That was the competition between humans and ghosts. The party that was more determined and resolute would eventually win. White Lotus, your army is doomed. Qi Zhongdao burst into laughter. He shook his sleeves and jumped at Wan Mingzhu. Wan Mingzhu glanced at the Thunder-Striking Legion, which was still on the horizon, hesitating. A lot of time was needed for an army to march forward. The Thunder-Striking Legion had not arrived at the battlefield yet and was simply firing the cannons. There was still time for her to retreat and regroup her army. However, if the few super-nascent soul-stage cultivators stalled her for a while longer and her retreat was blocked by the Thunder-Striking Legion, she would be doomed. It was true that, since ghosts were fearless of the tides, she could escape from the ocean. However, ghosts needed to refill their spiritual energy, too. On the boundless ocean, It was barely possible to find sufficient resources or any shelter. If she were shot by intense sunlight for an entire tide, it was very likely that she would be vaporized. If she escaped into the sea, she would be susceptible to the undercurrents, too, which would also wear out the souls of the ghosts and make them slowly disperse from the sunlight at the bottom of the ocean. Let's go! Wan Mingzhu made the call quickly and commanded the army to retreat. Where are you going? Yan Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada all went forward to surround Wan Mingzhu. But outside their expectations, dozens of golden zombies that seemed to be made of pure gold lunged at their feet from below them in gloomy wind. They opened their mouths and bit at the cultivator's legs. Without blinking, Yan Liren launched his sword auras again, which slashed the golden zombies brutally. Watch out! Ba Xiaoyu, however, widened his eyes and shrieked before he covered his head and leapt backward. After dozens of weird explosions, the golden zombies expanded into round, huge balls, which exploded immediately after Yan Liren's sword auras reached them. Fragrant, bright golden mist was spurting out their bodies. Nobody needed Ba Xiaoyu's reminder to know that the golden mist was certainly not healthy. With no other choice, they could only dodge. In the blink of an eye, Wan Mingzhu's shadow had already split apart into dozens of streams of vague smoke, which splashed over different scorpions, skeleton soldiers, and zombies nearby. The scorpions, skeleton soldiers, and zombies, as if having an electric shock, became dozens of times faster than before as they escaped in different directions. After her. We have gone through all this trouble to catch White Lotus. She must be eliminated at all costs. Otherwise, even if the million ghost soldiers here are blown to smithereens, they will come back again as long as Wan Mingzhu still exists. Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth. It was also exactly what all the cultivators had in mind. Although the army of ghouls had been crushed, they would still escape to the smaller counties and towns, loot the middle and small sects that were relatively weak, and even corrupt and destroy all the farmlands. As the saying went, a defeated army was an avalanching mountain. The army of ghouls had been turned into disorganized soldiers and true wandering ghosts. The morale of the cultivators and the army of the court, on the other hand, was higher than ever. They chased after the enemy without slowing down at all, trying to annihilate as many ghosts as possible so that there would be less chance that they could be reorganized. Li Yao and the other super-nascent soul stage cultivators, in the meantime, released all their telepathic thoughts, attempting to lock onto Mother White Lotus Soul. One party running and the other pursuing, they moved further and further. A lot of ghost soldiers and entered the continuous hills to the south of East Peace County. The battle had lasted an entire day, and the night was falling. In the boundless forest, countless birds were cackling and flying toward the night sky because of shock. Yan Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada rushed into the forest in 4 streaks of brightness. 2 ear-splitting explosions immediately erupted in the forest. A lot of trees were set ablaze. Wan Mingzhu's hateful screams were echoing with the fire, too. Li Yao, however, stopped above the forest and stared at the darkness, deep in thought. Something confusing in his heart was now rolling up and down because of Wan Mingzhu's shrieks. The battle was really too uncanny. Hey, even if you are planning to go easy on Mother White Lotus, you don't need to just stop here for no good reason. This is too obvious. Having swallowed tremendous negative emotions, the mental devil's belly was round. It was simmering impatiently again as it remarked while picking the teeth. No. Do you not feel that the war between the living and the dead is too weird? Looking at the seemingly infinite dark mountains under the night sky, Li Yao was deep in thought. Mother White Lotus has finally gathered a huge army of ghouls by taking advantage of the natural disasters. Despite the ostensible formidability, the army collapsed after the first engagement and failed to even last 1 day before it was completely crushed. This is rather anticlimactic. The mental devil picked the nose and said, "That's only reasonable. We have 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators on our side and dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators. There's also the court's thunder-striking legion, who are carrying the main guns of crystal warships." The damn main guns of crystal warships. Most of the ghosts that Mother White Lotus commanded are wild ghosts that she drafted recently. If they were alive, they would just be a bunch of mobs carrying their dung forks. It is perfectly normal that she lost the battle. Then, it is all the more baffling, listening to the roars of Mother White Lotus, each louder than the last. Liao's frown grew deeper and deeper. The intelligence is not highly confidential. The thunder-striking legion was not teleported to the place, either, but marched here in the most eye-catching way. All she needed to do was release a few ghosts as scouts in the sky if she wanted to know the route of their approach. Also, she could have deduced the time of their arrival at East Peace County according to their speed and the terrain on their way. In the meantime, the reinforcements from the central plateaus dawdled for almost 10 days in roaring Tiger City. Almost all the southeastern sects knew that Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, Yen Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and I had arrived. How could she have not foreseen that we would show up in battle? 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators, dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators, and the cultivators in the 33 local sects of the southeast, together with the court's elite troop Thunder-Striking Legion. We are an almost invincible army. As long as Mother White Lotus has the most fundamental computational ability, she should have calculated that she stood absolutely no chance of winning with the bunch of mobs that she had just recruited, shouldn't she? Then, here comes the question which we have neglected the whole time. Why does Mother White Lotus have to attack East Peace County? After falling into a long daze, the mental devil replied, East Peace County is the largest town in the southeast. It is also the place where 33 cultivation sects are headquartered. A lot of crystals, magical equipment, and jade crystal pellets are stored here, which are of great use to the training of the army of ghouls. As long as they absorb the spiritual energy contained in the crystals and the jade crystal pellets, it will be possible for the wild ghosts to evolve into seasoned ghosts, and for the seasoned ghosts to evolve into even more ferocious ghost kings. Isn't this the best reason? She can only achieve what she wants if she can conquer East Peace County. But by common sense, as long as Mother White Lotus is not an idiot, Liao said calmly, there is absolutely no way that she doesn't know it is utterly impossible for her to conquer East Peace County, which is reinforced by the cultivators from the Central Plateaus and the Thunder-Striking Legion. However many secret treasures, crystals, and jade crystal pellets there are in East Peace County, they are tantalizing and yet unreachable. Perhaps she is an idiot? The mental devil was not convinced. I can tell that Mother White Lotus cultivation is obviously founded on remorse, fury, and hatred. Perhaps she hates all cultivators in the world and wants brutal retaliations because her family was killed by certain evil cultivators. That's why she is attacking an important city governed by the cultivators without considering the consequences. It's impossible. It's impossible. Liao shook his head quickly. Since she is one of the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector, her cultivation is equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even if her cultivation is truly founded on fury, there is no way that she would lose her mind because of her wrath and launch such a reckless attack. I have a feeling that the words that Mother White Lotus said at the beginning and her miserable screams all carried signs of acting. They are slightly unnatural and a bit exaggerated. The mental devil was dazed for a moment. If you think that her acting is too unconvincing, it is probably true. After all, you are the master of acting. Also, the large-scale siege is obviously different from Mother White Lotus style in the past. His eyes shining, Liao continued his analysis. Before, although the White Lotus cult savaged the southeast, it never attacked the big cities that were heavily guarded. Instead, it always attacked the isolated middle and small sects that were located in the remote mountains or weakly defended towns. Therefore, it was always able to accomplish the goals. Before the rebels were annihilated, they were always able to resist for a long time, sabotage dozens of towns and cities, and butcher quite a few middle and small sects. It is obvious that Mother White Lotus head is very clear. She knows exactly what her advantages are. That's why she plays to her strengths and attacks those weaker than her. The natural disasters this time are so severe that almost 100 counties and prefectures in the southeast have been involved. Dying disaster victims are everywhere. It is the reason that Mother White Lotus could draft such a large army in such a short period of time. If I were Mother White Lotus, why would I be in such a hurry to attack East Peace County, the most heavily guarded city in the southeast, when I had such a great army? I could go by the traditional approach and march southward with the army to attack the weakly defended towns and local sects, plunder the farmlands, and demolish the settlements of the cultivators there, while keeping as much distance from East Peace County as possible. Wouldn't it be a much better option? By doing so, I would be able to receive provisions from the farmlands and the local sects, and I would simultaneously be able to build the previous mobs into a well-trained army by training them in small-scale battles. Most importantly of all, the 33 sects in the southeast are all lying low in East Peace County. As long as their core interests are not affected, I don't think that they can resolve themselves to fight a bloody battle with the White Lotus School army without considering the cost. Instead, it is more likely that they will sit by and watch the White Lotus School army diminish the strength of the local sects. You have seen it too with the experiences in the past months that the cultivation sects in the world of ancient cultivators are just loose sand. Unless they are cornered, their war efficiency is astonishingly low. Even I can think of such a simple methodology. It is also exactly what Mother White Lotus did in the previous rebellions. So, why on earth did she do the exact opposite by gathering the army and attacking the heavily guarded city in such a hurry when she knew that she would fail? It's almost like that she is intentionally losing the battle, the mental devil said, deep in thought. Exactly. Liao's eyes shone as he snapped. That's the feeling. She has lost the battle on purpose. But what for? The mental devil paced around inside Liao's brain. What benefits can an intentional failure bring to her? Did she fake the failure because there are ambushes ahead? Liao stared at the trees in the front that were not particularly high and soon vetoed the speculation. Baiting the enemy to pursue with a fake failure, surrounding the enemy, and annihilating the enemy once and for all was an extremely sophisticated art of war. Such a battle could only be fought with a well-trained, high-obedient super army and an experienced general as the commander. Mother White Lotus leadership was already incredible to keep the army of ghouls, which was just in a jumbled battle formation, and make them charge forward without running away. It would be a fantasy to regroup the army for an annihilation battle after the army collapsed, even if the collapse was faked. Even the army of ghouls had their morale, too. When the morale was destroyed, and after many recently deceased ghosts perished during the first clash, it was impossible to fight back at all. Also, on the cultivators' side, there were also veteran generals who were adept at commanding. They had long sent out scouts to investigate the 1,000 square kilometers nearby. It was impossible for an elite troop of the army of ghouls to be hiding in a corner somewhere. The southeast was generally flat. Although the continuous hills were everywhere, they were not like the high mountains of the southwest that rose into the sky. The hills were not steep, and most of the forests had been explored and developed. There were neither ferocious animals lurking nor interconnected underground caves. It was barely possible to escape on such a terrain, much less set up ambushes. What exactly is Mother White Lotus' goal? Liao did not plan to kill Mother White Lotus in the first place. More and more baffled, he was even less willing to chase after her when he had not figured out the situation yet. Scheme. There must be a great scheme in all this. Liao spoke to the mental devil solemnly. Don't you feel that it's very strange? We've been in the ancient sages sector for almost half a year, but we went through everything smoothly without running into a single plot. This is highly illogical. Based on our experiences in the past, we should have run into a great scheme that could potentially destroy the entire new world after only taking a few steps on it. Fine. Whatever you say. Liao clapped his hands. Mother White Lotus definitely faked her failure. There must be a great plot in all this. If the plot is not ahead of us, then it must be behind us. Greatly alarmed, Liao turned around and looked at East Peace County. The cultivators in East Peace County had all marched out. They all hated the White Lotus School army's guts and were determined to exterminate all of the enemies. Chasing after the running ghosts, they got further and further away from East Peace County. East Peace County only had a lot of disaster victims and few cultivators left. It appeared quiet and empty. Hey, you don't think that Mother White Lotus faked her failure as a distraction, do you? The mental devil sneered. Mother White Lotus is not an idiot, but the cunning cultivators are certainly not idiots, either. How could they have not been wary of such a simple scheme before they chased after the routed ghosts? They must have conducted the most thorough scan in the entire East Peace County to make sure that everybody in the city is a human being, not a ghost. Human being. Looking at East Peace County on the north horizon far away, which only had the flickering light left, Liao felt more and more uneasy. After all, he had never intended to kill Mother White Lotus. He would not be content if he could not figure out the key to the confusing battle. Liao's communication with the mental devil was merely conducted through the exchange of telepathic thoughts in the brain. In reality, only one moment had passed. The next second, he let out an ear-splitting roar before darting into the forests in a streak of brightness, pretending to be chasing after Mother White Lotus. But the moment he landed on the dense forests, he concealed his spiritual energy and took a large turn, heading back to East Peace County. The area between East Peace County and the South Hills was already a mess. The cultivators in the ancient times had rarely received any professional military training. Despite their formidable personal combat ability, they were essentially a bunch of super muscles of a gang. There was a huge gap between them and an organized, well-trained troop. The greatest problem was that, when they were chasing after the enemy, they mostly acted on their own, with barely any communication with each other. The chasers lacked effective leadership as much as the escapers did. It was purely their personal valor that was being measured. To some extent, it was an overstatement to describe the combat between cultivators as a war. It was essentially a street fight of a larger scale and a higher level. Everybody was shouting, slaying, and charging without caring about anything and without any purpose. They simply attacked any wandering ghost, skeleton, or zombie in sight. In such chaos, not a single human or ghost noticed Liao when he was sneaking. He even took off the green robe that he had been wearing and covered himself in a few battle robes on the battlefield that were riddled with holes and stained with blood. He then concealed his face with mud and blood. Eventually, he slightly adjusted his joints and muscles, making his physique subtly change before he swaggered into East Peace City. At that moment, the center of the battle had long drifted away from East Peace County. The only things related to the battle in the city were the wounded soldiers and dead bodies during the siege battle in the day. Many folks in the city had been organized to bury the bodies and treat the injured. They were walking in and out of the wide-open city gate nonstop. The defenses could not have been weaker. Liao narrowed his eyes and looked at the city wall. He did not find many cultivators who were guarding there. Even the ocean-suppressing ocean, which had been functioning at a high intensity for an entire day, had been paused, probably for urgent maintenance. However, despite the weak defense of East Peace County, there was indeed not a single shadow of a ghost anywhere. There was nothing suspicious on the vast ocean that had been illuminated by the bright moon, either. Confused and concerned, Liao entered East Peace County while pretending to be an injured soldier. At this moment, the majority of the cultivators and elite soldiers had marched out of the city to hunt the army of ghouls. So the city was rather empty and quiet. Only the disaster victims and the heavily wounded cultivators were still walking on the street. Because the battle went rather smoothly, few of them were in panic. The general order in the city was maintained. Liao watched the heavily wounded cultivators receiving first aid. Many of them were carried into the headquarters of the 33 sects of East Peace County. Right now, the city was seriously short of hands, and the cultivators were mostly stained by smoke and blood after a day of fierce fighting. Many of them were even possessed by the evils, which caused their faces to be twisted. With all the fire burnt and the smoke, it was even less possible to distinguish their identity. Therefore, they had to be carried to the nearest sect for treatment. With the battle coming to this point, the cultivators showed a fundamental sense of unity after all. However, the scene made Liao more and more worried. Something unpredictable was almost surfacing in his heart. The cultivators are no fools. Before they went after the army of ghouls, they must have scanned the entire city with their telepathic thoughts. It is impossible that any ghost was left out. Also, they can totally ask the scouts to ride cranes or flying swords to watch over everything from the skies. Even if a large batch of ghosts intends to attack from the sea, they will still be discovered in advance, and the ocean-suppressing array will be activated again. This place is not too far away from the center of battle where the main troops of the cultivators are fighting the army of ghouls after all. As soon as they notice the anomaly of East Peace County, even if most of the cultivators cannot return in time, the nascent soul stage cultivators such as Qi Zhongdao, Yan Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada certainly can. Therefore, there is absolutely no chance that the ghosts can cause any trouble. Not ghosts. What about humans? Liao was suddenly alarmed, with cold sweat popping up on his back. Ever since the febrile typhoon landed and natural disasters took place everywhere, the news was always that the White Lotus cult would take the opportunity to rally the army of ghouls and even attack East Peace County. The main purpose of the cultivators who reinforced the southeast was to execute Mother White Lotus too. Then, as a result, a lot of people, including Liao, were misled into thinking that their enemy consisted only of ghosts and that the living people could be allies or bystanders but certainly not foes. However, was it really the case? Liao had always believed that the living people were 100 times more cunning and terrifying than ghosts. The evil cultivators who enslaved the ghosts for their own interests in the Star Glory Federation more than 100 years ago would be the first clue. Did the Black Devil cult, founded by the Roaring Tiger Hall in secret, not commit all kinds of crimes under the guise of the White Lotus cult too? The living people. Of the many disaster victims here, is it possible that some are ill-intended living people? However, it is still useless. Even if there is indeed such a squad of living people with ill intentions, there can't be too many of them, or they wouldn't have been able to sneak into East Peace County. But if their number is not large enough, it is impossible for them to control the whole of East Peace County quickly. The best they can do is raise some small-scale riots. Moreover, even if they do have East Peace County under control, so what? Cultivators are everywhere outside. There's no escape for them at all. They will be fish in a water tank after they seize East Peace County, and it will be impossible for them to resist the bombardment of dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators for long. What's the point? Yes. It will be a shocking event if East Peace County is breached, which will be a brutal kick in the crotch to the teetering Great Chen dynasty. But the price will be the loss of 1 million ghost soldiers and an elite squad of living people which can sneak into the cultivation sects without alarming anyone. The price seems too high. On the other hand, if there is indeed such a plot, it means that the planner of the plot believes that a certain item in East Peace County is even more precious than a whole army of ghouls and an elite tactical squad. While thinking, Liao glanced at the disaster victims nearby with his eyes as sharp as a hawk. Suddenly, he felt that a few disaster victims squatting next to a wall were odd. Although a lot of other disaster victims were also squatting next to the wall, shaking like the three of them, most of them slightly changed their posture every few seconds because their legs went numb when they squatted in a fixed posture for a long time. However, for the three special disaster victims, although their upper bodies were trembling hard, their lower half bodies did not move at all after a whole minute, as if they were the roots of a tree that had extended deep into the ground. There was no telling if it was his imagination, but Liao noticed the smell of iron and blood from them. It was the special air of elite soldiers who had received professional training before. Pondering for a moment, Liao strode toward the three disaster victims. The three disaster victims noticed him immediately. Their eyes suddenly turned sharp. Although their bodies did not move, Liao could feel that, below the broadcloth that they used to cover their backs, their spines were constricting inch after inch and conserving the strength, like three bows that were slowly stretched. Liao smiled. He continued walking forward without any stop. The eyes collided in midair brutally. The three disaster victims were still hoping to continue pretending at first, but after sensing the obvious disdain in Liao's eyes, they knew that their identities had been seen through and further camouflage would be meaningless. Therefore, they were simply glaring at Liao without any disguise. Right then, boom, 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 boom. Everywhere in East Peace County, in the headquarters of more than 10 cultivation sects, deafening explosions broke out almost simultaneously. All the disaster victims that were sitting on the street were shocked to their feet. Liao saw that dozens of houses and pavilions were consumed by fierce flames and soared into the sky, blossoming into countless burning stars that smashed down overwhelmingly. The sound of fighting, explosions, and the collisions of weapons reached the loudest immediately after they began. The headquarters of more than 10 cultivation sects were under attack at the same time. Maybe the enemies had snuck in together with the disaster victims. Maybe the heavily wounded cultivators that had been delivered into the headquarters secretly cooperated with them. Heaven-battering King Xianxia is here. Hand over your treasures and magical equipment. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Should there be any resistance, the entire East Peace County will drown in blood. From every burning corner of East Peace County, wild and disobedient roars were echoing. It turned out to be the Heaven-battering Army, another rebellion force as famous as the White Lotus cult that had always been active in the Northwest before. Had the two ferocious rebellion forces that were almost turning the great Qin dynasty upside down finally joined hands? Liao had no time to think anymore. The 3 soldiers of the Heaven-batter Army, who pretended to be disaster victims, had already jumped up to different angles after a weird movement. Dozens of starry weapons darted from them toward Liao's critical parts all over his body at the same time. The 3 mysterious enemies mistook Liao for a common cultivator in East Peace County. Had they known that Liao was the notorious master spiritual vulture, they would have fled as fast as they could instead of attacking. The dozens of weapons mixed with howls and screams were darting toward his face. But Liao did not bat an eye. He merely curled his lips and snorted. His immense spiritual energy immediately leaking out of the pores and rippled in front of him in thick waves, freezing all the weapons half a foot before his face. The fish-thorn bone-piercing stings from Flying Spirit Island? The weapons in front of his eyes appeared to be tiny sea urchins or thistles, but they were in fact made of the sharpest bone spurts of the deep-sea demon beasts and contained dozens of natural poisons. Emitting colorful, enticing colors and intoxicating smells, they were weapons unique to Flying Spirit Island. When Liao was at the Purple Pole Sword Sect, he had familiarized himself with the famous magical equipment in the major sects in the world. Naturally, he knew a thing or two about such a weapon. Flying Spirit Island is located in the East Ocean. How did their unique weapons fall into the hands of the Heaven-battering Army in the Northwest? Besides, the main force of the Heaven-battering Army was just crushed by the cultivators and the court at the end of last year. How did you train so many elites, sneak across so many states and counties from the Northwest to the Southeast, and cause trouble here? Who are you exactly? Speak now. Liao glanced at the 3 of them casually. His left hand behind his back. He opened his right hand easily and snatched the air. The 3 mysterious enemies, after seeing that the dozens of fish-thorn bone-piercing stings were fixed in midair by the target without any trouble, and realizing that they could not move the weapons at all however hard they exerted their telepathic thoughts, naturally knew that they had run into a tough opponent. Liao's casual glance at them made their heads dizzy and their blood freeze. Look at each other. The 3 of them roared and leapt backward simultaneously, fleeing in 3 different directions. Liao did not move at all. He extended his hand and pulled it backward heavily. Then, 3 invisible claws seemed to appear in the air. They snatched the 3 enemies' necks and dragged them back brutally. Crack, 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 crack. The 3 of them were cramping, their heads raised high and their cervical vertebra exploding. There was nothing on their necks, but dents and bruises had appeared. They had been strangled by Liao with the invisible hands of spiritual energy. Under the surging spiritual energy, the 3 of them were unable to maintain their hunched backs anymore. After a series of cracks, their bones and muscles bulged crazily, turning the 3 of them into tall, muscular men. They did not look like the feeble disaster victims at all now. However, no matter how hard the 3 muscular men exerted their strength and summoned their spiritual energy, they were still clenched by Liao's fists like 3 dead fish. The ear-splitting explosions, the fiercely burning flames, and the weird scene on the street cast all the disaster victims nearby into disarray. They covered their heads with their hands and ran away. You are definitely not with the heaven-battering army. Narrowing his eyes, Liao coldly demanded with absolute authority. Who are you exactly? How did you get in touch with the army of ghouls? Speak now. The three muscular men's faces were pale, and their bodies were cramping, but they gritted their teeth and said nothing. Nobody is talking? You are truly good soldiers. Then, let's see if your bones are as tough as your tongue. Liao's voice was gradually mixed with brutality. It sounded so cold that it was like a gale from the depths of hell. Well, you have choked their throat. The mental devil was kind enough to remind him of that small detail. Liao sniffed and threw one of the muscular men onto the ground heavily. He curled his fingers, and 4 fish thorn bone-piercing stings immediately rushed at him and darted into his elbows and knees, shattering all the joints. The muscular man vomited blood. Then, he immediately began to scream desperately and jerked like a half-cooked shrimp. Another 3 fish thorn bone-piercing stings were hovering around him maliciously under the attraction of Liao's spiritual energy. You have 2 companions here. If you are unwilling to talk, I can always go and ask them. Liao sneered. I'll talk. I'll talk. The muscular man was weeping because of the excruciating pain. His voice was twisted and high-pitched as he replied, We are indeed not with the heaven-battering army. We are the disciples of Flying Spirit Island, the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Flying Spirit Island, and the other major sects have joined hands to maraud the headquarters of the 33 sects, while most of the cultivators in East Peace County are hunting the army of ghouls and the city is not guarded. As if to prove what he said, some of the cultivators were screaming far away in East Peace County. Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Flying Spirit Island, Thunderstorm Valley, Monster Taming Pavilion, Gold Armor Clan. All you cultivators from the Central Plateaus will die the most miserable death. It was a desperate curse from the cultivators of East Peace County before their death. They were no fools. It was impossible for the heaven-battering army to have been rebuilt to such a degree and to sneak across the entire Great Qian dynasty to East Peace County without alarming anyone when it had been crushed not long ago and heaven-battering King Xianxia was allegedly the only one who escaped. They all thought that the 6 major sects were looting them insanely under the disguise of the heaven-battering army, just like the Black Devil cult slaughtered and plundered under the name of the White Lotus cult. However, Liao did not believe any of that. Is there anybody who uses the typical magical equipment of their sect when they are doing illegal business? Were you scared that other people would not figure out that you are not from the heaven-battering army? Besides, there is a certain air of killing and obedience in you, which can only be raised in a formal army. Neither the peasant rebellions such as the heaven-battering army nor the noble sects such as the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect are capable of bringing up such soldiers. You are cultivators from the military. There are only 2 forces in the entire world that boast such a powerful army. You are either from the Imperial Guards of the Great Qian dynasty or the Ghost Qin. Liao's fingers were flipping, and the 3 fish thorn bone-piercing stings were rotating faster and faster and closer to the captive's face. He demanded, Speak now. Do you work for Emperor Phoenix or Han Bailing? The faces of the 3 muscular men blanched. Then, determination suddenly beamed out of their eyes. When Liao realized that it was not good, they had already put on a mysterious smile, and their cheeks turned pale. Their pupils and their whites blended into a greenish mess. The 3 muscular men were as dead as anyone could ever be. Even their souls had no more ripples. Liao could find absolutely no information of use. What a thorough drug for suicide and what a weird way to kill themselves. Liao looked awful as he secretly cursed in his heart. Of course, he knew that the guys who were assigned to such a secret mission would be the most resolute soldiers. Therefore, after he captured them, he had leaked his spiritual energy to every part of their body, ensuring that their every joint and muscle was absolutely under his control. Then how did they die? Liao opened the mouth of one of the muscular men and observed the lining of his mouth carefully. There should have been a molar on the left side of his mouth. but it had been replaced by an artificial jade tooth. A tiny hole had been cut in the tooth. If one did not observe carefully, the artificial tooth could easily pass for a real tooth because they were almost identical. Liao extended a thread of spiritual energy into the artificial tooth through the hole and sensed the residue of the poison as he expected. The triggering method of the poison was even more blood-freezing. The approaches of suicide for most soldiers had to be triggered, which meant that when the time that they had to sacrifice themselves came, they would crush the poison container with a certain special movement, say biting hard or pushing their tongue, and swallow the poison, thereby terminating their life. The shortcoming of such approaches was that they would not be able to activate the poison containers when their bones and muscles were controlled by an expert such as Liao. The poison container inside the artificial tooth, in comparison, adopted an anti-triggered design. The soldiers would have to press their artificial tooth with the tongue after special training to ensure that the poison container was not activated. As long as they were sloppy, and the pressure between the tip of the tongue and the artificial tooth had a slight change, the poison container would release the poison automatically. No additional movements were required at all. As far as Liao knew, such a cruel and unpredictable suicidal approach was the favorite of one of the forces in the ancient sages sector. Ghost character, led by the eunuch Wang Shi, which was claimed to be the most powerful espionage and assassination group in the ancient sages sector. It's Wang Shi, the damn eunuch who has been hiding for an entire year, finally can't contain himself any longer and is stirring up trouble again? Liao thought quickly and examined the faces of the 3 dead persons carefully. He felt that their bones seemed to have been weirdly modified in order to cover something. Their zygoma should have been higher, and they should be typical northerners. And here, their ears. Liao rubbed the ear of a dead person and removed some mud the color of flesh. A few tiny holes immediately appeared on the ear of the dead soldier. He did the same to the other 2 victims. As he expected, the ears of the 3 dead soldiers were all full of holes, suggesting that they used to wear earrings a lot. The cultivators in the central plateaus did not have such a custom. No men would ever wear earrings. Only the middle-aged men of Ghost Chin from the dark cloud prairies had the habit of wearing gold, clanging earrings. The higher their position was, the larger their earrings would be. The women, in contrast, were only allowed to wear inconspicuous pendants. The 3 dead persons were from Ghost Chin. No wonder they had the intense air of the military men. Ghost Chin did not have any cultivation sections. All the cultivators were soldiers in the first place. A bunch of cultivators from Ghost Chin, with the suicidal magical equipment that belongs to Wang Shi's ghost character, pretending to be disciples of the 6 major sects in disguise as the heaven-battering army and working together with Mother White Lotus. What are they up to exactly? Liao felt as if he had just said a tongue twister. However, the truth behind the mist seemed much more complicated than the tongue twister. Shouts, explosions, and magical equipment collisions were echoing in every corner in East Peace County at the same time. However, the noises were not expanding into the same area. Instead, they were short, fast, and clean, like the sharpest daggers. The suicidal approaches of the soldiers were tough enough to suggest that no useful information could be found on their bodies. Pondering for a moment, Liao released Neltharion and observed the whole of East Peace County from above. Despite the serial explosions, few locations in the city had actually been affected. Even the headquarters of the cultivation sects that had been attacked fell quiet again after a quick battle. There was not a large-scale confrontation in the city towers or the city gate, which were still under the control of the cultivators of East Peace County. Because the city gate was of paramount importance and could not be lost, the cultivators guarding the city gate did not dare act recklessly, and could only hold their position even though they knew that riots were taking place in the city. It further proved Liao's speculation in a different way. The cultivators that seemingly belonged to Ghost Chin were a squad of elites whose purpose was certainly not to conquer East Peace County. Otherwise, they would have to control the city gate and the control pivot of the ocean-suppressing array before the main force returned as reinforcements. Then what exactly was their goal? While Liao was thinking quickly, intense smoke suddenly soared from dozens of locations in the city at the same time. The black smoke raged like a fog and soon covered all the streets and alleys, enshrouding the entire city in absolute darkness. Liao vaguely felt that almost 100 streams of spiritual energy dashed out from every direction and fled to the east side of the city. East Peace County was a port. To the east of it was the boundless ocean. The serial explosions taking place in the city had been noticed by the cultivators who were chasing the army of ghouls. The shocked cultivators, especially the local ones of East Peace County, all retreated, cramming the road to the city on the land. Liao thought of something. Like an unpredictable breeze, he flowed toward the headquarters of one of the cultivation sects that had been attacked. A few mysterious enemies who were suspected to be the ghost Qin cultivators seemed to have accomplished their mission. They were silently evacuating in order. Liao suddenly jumped out of the black fog like a viper lurking in a crevice. His spiritual energy was condensed into 4 whips slapping the 4 mysterious enemies. Greatly shocked, the 4 of them shrieked and launched all their weapons at Liao. Liao grunted and vanished into the black fog, pretending that he had been heavily wounded by them. But in fact, during the attack, he had pinned 2 thin metal chips beneath the boots of 2 enemies without alarming anyone. The 2 metal chips had been baptized by his blood time and time again and attached with part of his telepathic thoughts. They were essentially 2 relatively primitive GPS devices. Liao blinked in the darkness. After the lackluster redness flashed twice in his eyes, he immediately sensed that 2 scarlet spots were moving forward toward the ocean quickly. Keeping a certain distance from the rapidly evacuating enemies, he rushed to the port of East Peace County, too. The city wall of East Peace County facing the ocean was not very high, and it was not guarded by many cultivators. Liao sensed that at least 100 mysterious enemies had jumped into the ocean and vanished. Taking off the ragged clothes on his body, he slid into the ocean without a sound like a boneless fish. This place was still the continental shelf. The water was not deep. The mysterious enemies were simply walking on the seabed like a bunch of creepy zombies. Liao intentionally kept his distance from them and covered his traces with the seaweed and coral. He only followed them with Neltharion. The number of the mysterious enemies was huge, and there were the 2 localization chips. So he was not afraid that he might lose them. However, something was indeed bothering Liao. There was obviously no sign of any ship on the ocean. Were they planning to walk on the bottom of the ocean for a day and a night against the pressure of the undercurrents while holding their breath? Such a mission was too arduous even for the cultivators. After the 100 mysterious enemies walked on the seabed for about 10 minutes, something suddenly showed up in the seabed up ahead. It was a shipwreck. Yes, a shipwreck that must have sunk hundreds of years ago and had been seriously corroded, full of weeds, coral, and barnacles. No one would be surprised if 100 zombies suddenly jumped out of it. The mysterious enemies crawled into the shipwreck through the broken hull. On the gloomy, terrifying ocean floor, the mysterious freaks were walking toward a gray, broken shipwreck that was packed with seaweed and shells. The combination was indeed a scene of horror. Even Liao could not help but click his tongue, wondering if those guys were not humans but a certain kind of advanced zombies that could breathe and pump blood. Wait, the mental devil said. Theoretically speaking, if a zombie has breath, a heartbeat and blood circulation, we will normally call it a living person. Liao. Right then, the creepy undersea shipwreck suddenly went through weird changes. Ivory rays of light gradually flowed out of its body. Stimulated by the light, the seaweed and barnacles attached to the shell of the ship wriggled slowly and spurted out tremendous natural gel, sealing the damage on the shell without leaving any gaps. Chi. Liao sensed that a lot of water was being pressed out from the bottom of the shipwreck. The water inside the shipwreck must have been pumped away. As a result, the previous shipwreck that was riddled with holes turned into some sort of undersea vehicle like the submarine in modern cultivation civilizations. Are you kidding me? This is too sophisticated. Liao was more and more curious about the force or the individual who had built the shipwreck and directed the whole scheme. After pumping away most of the water in the cabins through the thousands of barnacles attached to the shell, the shipwreck moved up after shivering for a moment and snuck into the depths of the ocean. Naturally, Liao followed it like a haunting ghost with the stealth techniques that he was best at. He planned to maneuver Neltharion to sneak into the shipwreck many times. However, the seemingly dilapidated shipwreck had been produced for the purpose of deep-sea voyage. There was not the tiniest hole that he could make use of on the surface. Liao did not dare dig through the shell of the shipwreck through the drill of mystic rays, fearing that the change of pressure would expose his presence. Therefore, he could only grope for the shipwreck structure and command Neltharion to stick near the location that appeared to be the command center. Shwa! The front end of Neltharion was opened, and a tool that looked like a trumpet was extended out and stuck to the shell of the shipwreck softly. Neltharion was a training model for Sparkle, a multipurpose exploration starship. The trumpet-like magical equipment was a device designed to investigate complicated underground structures. The basic mechanism of the device was to analyze the feedback after sending a wave of a certain frequency into the environment. That way, the basic situation of the environment would be revealed. However, after minor adjustments, it could also receive feeble sound waves from the outside world, which essentially made it a highly sensitive detectaphone. Sha, 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 sha. A lot of raucous noises flooded into Liao's brain. He felt that he was caught in an abrupt storm. Holding his breath, Liao activated his computational ability to the maximum as he performed high-intensity filtering, analysis, and restoration inside his brain. It was not until almost an hour later that he finally managed to retrieve some intermittent voices from the noises. "We have made it. This is what we are looking for." What he heard first was a comforting female voice that was full of surprise, who said, "I didn't know that the core we went through all the trouble to find was actually in the hands of the Cloud Ocean sect." The Cloud Ocean sect was ignorant enough to not recognize its value at all and simply used it as a random part of the defense array. What a great waste of the treasure. The pleasant female voice, which sounded like a spring ring, suddenly changed the topic. "Everybody, we owe the success and smoothness of our operation to our teamwork and devotion. Had it not been Mother White Lotus, who misled everybody into thinking that she was going to attack East Peace County, it wouldn't have been impossible for our people to sneak into the city among the unaffiliated cultivators and the disaster victims who were allowed into East Peace County in their panic. Later, Mother White Lotus also paid great sacrifices to distract the enemy's main force so that we could attack the enemy's weakness and launch a critical strike. Of course, without the valiance of the warriors from Cloud Chin and the elites under the command of the Heaven Battering King, it would have been impossible for us to discover the item that Lord Wang wants. Right now, the core has already fallen into our hands. As long as we continue cooperating without any reserve as we did today, this world will certainly become ours." The comforting voice sounded like a soft, gentle breeze in summer. However, when it poured into Liao's ears, he felt that cold water was flushing through his ears, into his brain, and running down all the way through his spine. Even his bottom was almost frozen. Liao had thought that Mother White Lotus had cooperated with Ghost Chin and looted East Peace County, only disguised as the Heaven Battering Army. It had never occurred to him that, according to the pleasant female voice, the Heaven Battering Army seemed to be truly part of the whole scheme. It was indeed a thoughtful arrangement. They had pretended to the disciples of the 6 major sects first and then pretended to be the soldiers of the Heaven Battering Army as the disciples of the 6 major sects. In such a case, even if some people saw through the two camouflages, few of them would link them to the Heaven Battering Army again due to regular thinking patterns. However, part of them were actually soldiers of the Heavenly Battering Army who pretended to the disciples of the 6 major sects who pretended to be the soldiers of the Heaven Battering Army. Nobody would figure out their real identity at all. Moreover, who was the Lord Wang? When Liao recalled the uncanny death of the few soldiers of Ghost Chin, the answer was obvious. Lord Wang could only be the lead eunuch Wang Shi, the most powerful person in the past and a rat that everybody had stomped on today. Led eunuch Wang Shi, Heaven Battering King Qi Changsheng, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, and Regent of Ghost Chin Han Bailing. The 4 rapscallions that intimidated the entire ancient sages sector had joined hands. Liao did not know whether he had a jinxed mouth or there was a certain special magnetic field around him that would attract all the plots and schemes. Just as he felt that his half-year in the ancient sages sector had been peaceful and quiet without much turbulence, a super scheme that could totally shake the structure of the ancient sages sector presented itself. the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions, and the monk and the emperor who wandered off the evaluation system of the cultivators, together with the Grandmaster of Great Zhou who recently rose to fame, were basically the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. However, the so-called top 10 experts only described their personal combat ability. As a matter of fact, the 3 saints and the 4 rapscallions were greatly different from each other. Ba Xiaoyu was an unaffiliated cultivator who came and went on his own. Yen Liren and Master Bitter Cicada could not mobilize all the forces of the Purple Pole Sword Sect and the Stupa Temple either. Although Qi Zhongdao was the nominal leader of all the cultivators, he was more like a mascot than a real commander who could control the sects below him effectively. There was no need to mention Liao, who, as an alien in this world, fought on his own too. The 5 of them basically had no subordinates. They were just good fighters. That was all. The 4 rapscallions, on the other hand, were different. Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Wan Mingzhu were all leaders of important organizations. Even if the latter 2 were often defeated and crushed, they always rose again despite all the setbacks. Although Wang Shi was a homeless dog, his wisdom and leadership were certainly unquestionable, considering his past power in the court. The organization named Ghost Character that he had founded himself and infiltrated the world of cultivators was not entirely cleaned up, either. A lot of loyal subordinates had vanished mysterious when he went on the run. In other words, any of the 4 rapscallions commanded tremendous resources and stood for a force that had the chance to turn the world upside down. They were certainly magnitudes above the solo warriors such as Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, Yen Liren, Qi Zhongdao, and Liao. Right now, the 4 forces were joining their hands. What were they up to exactly? Liao slowly activated his technique to lower his heartbeat to the minimum, while he analyzed every word spoken inside the cabin without missing a single detail. Then, he heard a voice that sounded damp and from the deep soil. Let's not talk about the world just yet and focus on the core for now. We have paid such great prices in order to retrieve those items. Are they really the core that Lord Wang mentioned? The man slightly had the accent of the Northeast. Although he was trying to disguise himself, Liao was still able to distinguish it easily. The sunny female voice chuckled. You can tell if it is real for yourself after I show it to everyone once Mother White Lotus returns. It has been decades since Lord Wang learned of the secret and began planning everything. Ghost Character was founded half for the secret, too. Right now, we have finally collected all the intelligence and items needed from various channels. How can we be wrong? Then, another voice that sounded rather solemn spoke coldly. Since Wang Shi has spent decades planning the exploration and collecting the intelligence and the usable items from all the sects without bothering cost, why did Lord Wang not start the exploration on his own but chose to share the great benefits with us? I believe that Lord Wang must have a lot of capable, trusted subordinates exactly like you, Special Agent Long. The voice sounded rather familiar. Liao blinked and immediately recalled who it belonged to. The owner of the voice was exactly Han Yuantai, Han Bailing's right-hand man who had been captured by him in the forests of the Southland of Sorcerers and then released in the past. Even Han Yuantai had gone there in person. It appeared that the secret meeting of the 4 rapscallions was of a high level. The woman who spoke first turned out to be surnamed Long. She was a special agent sent by Wang Shi. It would seem that Wang Shi had found an important secret decades ago, and then collected all kinds of information and items in order to unravel the secret. Perhaps, he did not intend to share his secret with anybody else but planned to develop it on his own with his incomparable power. It was a pity that his reign had been toppled, and the resources at his disposal had been greatly reduced. Also, he risked being attacked by all the cultivators in the world if he showed up. Having no other choice, he could only propose a meeting of the 4 rapscallions as a middleman to develop the secret together. As expected, Special Agent Long said, General Han, Lord Wang had already shown his complete sincerity for the operation. Cloud Qin is best known for your fearlessness. Why are you so skeptical? Not convinced, Han Yuantai said coldly. Just because we are not scared to be killed does not mean we want to be killed. History has proved that most operations to explore prehistoric relics end in internal conflict. Your Lord Wang is certainly not the most lenient person in the world. I find it difficult to completely trust him. Lord Wang is not the most lenient person. But Regent Han is not so easy to deal with either, Special Agent Long chuckled. Then again, do the Heaven-Battering King and Mother White Lotus look gullible? Lord Wang is aiming for something great. This secret concerns the future of the Ancient Sages sector. Our joint exploration will not be a robbery of the general mobs. I believe that none of us are short-sighted thieves. Why would we do things that will satisfy our foes and hurt our friends just because of some petty benefits? Besides, for the operation to work out, the four forces here are indispensable. There's no need to mention Lord Wang, who was the first one to discover the secret. He spent decades collecting the scattered clues and gathering the pieces from the major sections. Finally, even the core has been retrieved. As for the Heaven-Battering King, for the longest time, he has been dealing with underground relics. In terms of relic exploration and excavation, the Heaven-Battering Army is certainly second to none in the Ancient Sages sector. Mother White Lotus, on the other hand, is an unpredictable, bodiless spirit. Once we arrive at our destination, chances are that a lot of traps and secret tunnels will only be able to be infiltrated and cracked by her. Cloud Qin's role in the exploration is even simpler. The location of the secret is the vast expanse to the north of Cloud Qin. If we want to send out tremendous elites to explore the secret, there's no way that we can bypass Cloud Qin. Besides, the other three parties here are all under the hunting of the court of the Great Qian dynasty. We are now at a temporarily low point, and few hands are at our disposal. Only Cloud Qin can mobilize a large batch of well-trained cultivators to support our exploration operation. With that in mind, Lord Wang has invited everyone to join the operation. He is certainly not regarding anybody as cannon fodder. General Han, if we are talking about betrayal, I believe that the other three parties here should be more worried about Cloud Qin. After all, our destination is deep within Cloud Qin. Don't you agree? Han Yuantai was dazed for a moment. Well, however, we are certainly not going to trouble you with the groundless concerns. Special Agent Long suddenly changed the topic. Entirely grasping the pace of the conversation, she chuckled. We believe that Regent Han is an ambitious hero who is pursuing a great cause. Right now, the greatest enemy for everyone is still the court of the Great Qian dynasty and even all the cultivators there. Although the four parties here barely had any contact in the past, we have been in implicit cooperation by stalling the forces of the Great Qian dynasty for each other. That is the only reason that we are all alive today. If we attack each other, the Great Qian dynasty will be the only one to profit. Who can't understand such simple logic? There was a brief silence in the cabin. Then, the male voice with the northwestern accent gnashed his teeth. Exactly. Last winter, 1 million soldiers of the Heaven-Battering Army were reduced to 3,000 by the court's army. We are desperate for revenge. As long as everybody here is sincere about the cooperation, Cloud Qin will certainly honor our words. Han Yuantai said. That's right. Special Agent Long's laughter was mixed with an indistinct coldness, like the edge of a razor covered in marshmallow. The pie is so big that any force will choke if they intend to eat it alone. Only if the four parties divide it together can we finish it all without leaving any residue. Right then, a creepy voice suddenly echoed. Mother White Lotus is back. Greatly alarmed, Liao crouched into the sand and did not dare to move at all. The temperature of the ocean water was suddenly lowered by more than 10 degrees. It was almost frozen. The shoals of colorful fish, eels, and jellyfish seemed to have run into the most brutal enemies and fled in panic. Vague white smoke, like an enormous jellyfish dozens of meters long, in the shape of a translucent cloud swam close over Liao's head and merged into the shipwreck. The shipwreck shivered slightly. As if new energy had been injected, it was moving at a much higher speed. It's a privilege to meet you, Mother White Lotus. Inside the cabin, Special Agent Long and Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representatives all greeted her respectfully. Save the pleasantries. You've been troubled, too, Wan Mingzhu said, somewhat exhausted. Her voice was no longer as agitated and high-pitched as on the battlefield a moment ago. Instead, it was filled with calmness and indifference. That was more like the style of the mother of all ghosts. Her demeanor on the battlefield had been no different from a vixen on the street. You were blocked and hunted by Qizhong Dao, Yen Liren, Master Spiritual Vulture, and other experts. Was your escape smooth, Mother White Lotus? Special Agent Long asked caringly. It's not a big deal. The 5 of them are not enough to kill me. Moreover, I didn't even see that Master Spiritual Vulture in the end. He must be a guy who's more interested in preserving his own strength, too. Wan Mingzhu sighed gloomily and said, I only feel regretful that the tremendous army that I gathered through the natural disasters has been completely crushed. A lot of ghost generals who have followed me for years and many zombies that I refined at great costs perished. Special Agent Long, I hope that your Lord Wang's intelligence is not wrong and that we have paid such great prices for something worthy of its cost. Mother White Lotus' voice was like a cold wind from the deepest level of hell, with unmistakable killing intent. After all, it certainly would not feel great to see the army of ghouls that she had trained through all sorts of trouble crash into the iron wall of East Peace County and be butchered. According to Mother White Lotus' previous strategy, the army of ghouls could have remained active in the southeast for at least a year and a half. Even if the army had been annihilated a year and a half later, she certainly would have been able to raise a new batch of elite forces who would be the seeds for the next uprising. After Wan Mingzhu's complaint, Special Agent Long's voice turned solemn. 2. Mother White Lotus, the items are most certainly correct. As long as they are assembled, you will see undeniable proof. Excellent, Wan Mingzhu said coldly. Then, please take a rest for now, everyone. We'll talk later after we arrive at White Lotus Island. The representatives from different forces bowed to Wan Mingzhu and left the room one after another. For a long time, there was nothing but silence inside the cabin. Wan Mingzhu must have paid a great price to get away from the pursuit of Qizhong Dao, Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada. Like an agile fish, Liao followed the shipwreck to move forward with the help of the currents. After several hundred kilometers, when he was reaching the edge of the continental shelf, he discovered that clusters of colorful brilliance were shining ahead, as if a city was standing at the bottom of the ocean ablaze with light. The shipwreck swam toward the undersea city quickly. Liao was alarmed. Half buried in the sand, he crawled on all fours while he observed the flying light ahead. The bottom of the ocean up ahead was slightly rising up, forming a small hill. The hill was full of corals and reefs and covered in actiniae, seaweed, and all kinds of shells, which constituted the natural buildings. In the seawater nearby, a lot of jellyfish were shimmering, like dancing butterflies. Around the hill were hundreds of altars piled up with shells and coral. On the top of every altar was a pearl larger than a fist. All the pearls were glittering, releasing the most dazzling light from the core. Together with the mild light from the jellyfish, they illuminated the entire undersea world. The hundreds of altars congregated into an invisible shield that enveloped the entire city. Under the protection of the shield, hundreds of skeletons were moving at the bottom of the ocean. Upon closer inspection, the pale, creepy things did not seem to be doing anything evil. Instead, they were attending to the actiniae and the seaweeds. Some of them were digging certain things from the sand. Some others were moving around the colorful fish, as if they were herding the fish. Liao even saw that a few tiny skeletons, which seemed to belong to little children, were running about on the sand, fighting over a bluish pearl. Although it was difficult for the voice to spread in the seawater, Liao still perceived the delight and carefreeness from the tiny skeletons. It seemed that they were using the pearl as a football and having great fun. Such a weird scene left Liao with a ridiculous illusion. He felt that the town covered in the shield was the home of the dead, and the skeletons were planting seaweed, raising jellyfish, herding fish, collecting pearls, and living a comfortable life, just like the living peasants on the ground. In the past, when Lord Wang was in power, he suspected that Mother White Lotus Base might be on a certain island offshore. That was why all the searches in the forests on the land had proved futile. Inside the cabin of the shipwreck, the few representatives gathered again. Special Agent Long smiled and said, Lord Wang even summoned a lot of cultivators to search on the islands near the ocean, but they failed to find any trace of Mother White Lotus. It never occurred to me that the legendary White Lotus Island is actually on the ocean floor. There is not any sanctuary for common folks on the ground, Wan Mingzhu said coldly. Where can the dead escape to if we don't manage to find a shelter at the bottom of the ocean? As long as the operation works out, Special Agent Long said. I believe that before long, you and your believers will be walking in the world openly again, Mother White Lotus. Then, let's see if the core truly boasts infinite mysteries as Lord Wang claims. The shipwreck entered the shield as if it was piercing through a soft bubble. The ghosts did not need air. Therefore, the shield was not meant to block the seawater but to stabilize the magnetic field so that the ghosts would not disperse. The shipwreck slowly stopped in front of the hill. The seaweed and barnacles ahead wriggled for a moment, revealing a tiny hole. An object that looked like an enormous sea cucumber extended out of the hole into a secret cave below the hill. It seemed to be a natural tube that was designed to transport personnel. Thankfully, the tube was not closely stuck to the wall of the cave. Therefore, Liao was able to maneuver Neltharion to cram in through the gap between the tube and the wall. After a soul-stirring journey in the darkness, Liao found himself in a bright place, which turned out to be a spacious palace piled up with countless translucent crystals. The exit of the cave was in the ceiling, which was connected to a huge pool at the center of the palace. The palace had been installed with special barriers to ensure that there was enough fresh air and sufficient air pressure. Not a drop of seawater had leaked into the room. Those who were qualified to enter the palace were only Mother White Lotus herself and the representatives of the other 3 rapscallions. Fearing Wan Mingzhu's expertise, Liao did not dare fly Neltharion too close to them. He simply stuck it to the edge of the pool and observed the 4 individuals in the palace. At that moment, Wan Mingzhu was no longer a monster made of broken bones. Instead, she had changed into a vivid body and looked like a beautiful middle-aged lady with fair skin. It should be a puppet body that she had carefully refined for herself. Unless the high-level cultivators scrutinized her carefully with spiritual energy, it would be extremely difficult to tell whether she was dead or alive. But her eyeballs, which were as cold as ice, were still a little bit rigid. She was also wearing necklaces and bracelets made of tiny skeletons and bones on her long neck and fair wrist, which added a frigid charisma to her. She was sitting on a seat carved out of jade and eyeing the 3 representatives coldly. Han Yuantai, the representative from Cloud Qin, was basically the same as half a year ago. There was a man who was slim and tall and looked like a sculpture cut out of the root of a tree. He reeked of soil even at first glance. He was likely a representative of heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing. Special Agent Long, the most important representative of all, who came on behalf of Wang Shi, however, was not exactly what Liao had imagined. Liao had thought that she would be either a beautiful, manipulative woman or a cold-blooded, mechanical female assassin. Judging from the conversation, he had believed that the first guess was more plausible. However, her real appearance was much plainer than he had expected. Her hair was somewhat yellow, her skin was rough, and her facial features were unattractive. Other than the scarlet mole on the top left corner of her lips, there was absolutely nothing about her that called for attention. She was wearing male clothes and a pair of thin-skinned boots. Her waistband was tightened, and her shoulders were broad, but she was not covering her breasts at all. Her garment brought an unusual handsomeness to her. After blinking, Liao felt that he was already forgetting what Special Agent Long looked like. On second thought, such an image did befit a super assassin from the Ghost character. Only such a face could allow her to hide in the crowd without alarming anyone. As for the mole above her lips and her large breasts, they were obviously features that she had intentionally exposed in order to leave a deep impression on the observers. When she was obliged to hide herself, she only needed to cover the mole and bind her breasts in order to change into a completely different person. Liao could not discern the cultivation of Special Agent Long and Qi Chongqing's representative yet. However, by simple analysis, Those qualified to participate in the secret meeting on behalf of the two unparalleled rapscallions were certainly their most trusted subordinates, just like Han Yuantai had been sent by Han Bailing, the regent of Cloud Qin. How weak could their trusted subordinates possibly be? Han Yuantai was in the middle level of the nascent soul stage. The two representatives who stood for Wang Shi and Qi Changxing should be at least in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. Two in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, one in the middle level, and one Mingzhu, who was a mysterious super-nascent soul stage cultivator. This place also happened to be Wan Mingzhu's home field, with countless skeletons and zombies lurking nearby deep inside the undersea city. Liao discovered that he was no match for them. Let's begin. Inside the palace, Wan Mingzhu spoke to Special Agent Long. Special Agent Long observed the size of the palace, as if she was trying to find a suitable place. Then, she walked to the center of the palace and fell on one of her knees. The 4 cosmos rings that she was wearing on her hands were glittering non-stop as she retrieved dozens of components and tossed them onto the ground in crisp sounds. Liao's eyes suddenly shone. The components could obviously be divided into 2 parts according to their different styles. Some of them seemed to be made of red copper. They were relatively crude and shabby. It appeared that they had been crafted manually a long time ago. The other components, in comparison, were glittering and showed the flawless, errorless features on the surface, indicating a high capability in fashioning. It meant that if the component was a right-angle one, the angle of the component would be absolutely 90 degrees without the slightest slant. If it was a straight rail, the component would be absolutely straight, and there would not be the tiniest error however it was measured. Such magical equipment had obviously been crafted through with technology far more advanced than the technology of the ancient sages sector. They were either from the Pangu civilization or the Nuwa clan. Liao observed the flawless components carefully and scanned the spiritual stripe and the runes on them. After staying on Kunlun for 5 years, he had gained a preliminary understanding about the rune systems of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Although he could not figure out the exact meaning of all the runes yet, he knew about the subtle differences between their styles. The Pangu clan's runes, just like their buildings, were so strict that it bordered on rigidness. Right angles and straight lines were used to form the delicate objects. Arcs and circles were barely adopted. The runes of the Nuwa clan, on the other hand, had a lot of twists and turns. Stripes resembling the clouds and actinomorphic lines were often used, which in many occasions made the runes seem disordered. They seemed to be filled with boundless vigor that could not be vented elsewhere. On the core, that Special Agent Long had retrieved from the Cosmos Ring, rune circles in the shape of waves were blossoming, which was an obvious feature of the rune system of the Nuwa clan. It meant that the ancient sages sector, which was hidden in the dark nebula, did not escape from the search of the coalition army of the Nuwa clan and human beings in the God-sealing war hundreds of thousands of years ago, and a great battle had once taken place there, right? It did make sense. The so-called 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin were obviously colossi, the super-magical equipment that the Nuwa clan specifically crafted for human beings so that human beings would be capable to compete with the Pangu clan. If this place had never been discovered by the coalition army of the Nuwa clan and human beings, it would have been impossible for the 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin to show up. Pondering, Liao focused his attention on observation. The entire ground was filled with the components. The components that were crafted in the primitive and crude ways adopted a lot of mortise and tenon-like structures with many arced and straight-lined rails on which countless sophisticated rune arrays had been carved. It was obvious that the runes had been left by human beings of later generations. Liao could tell that their function was to decompress certain highly focused information. They were similar to the parsing rune arrays carved on jade chips, except that they were 100 times more complicated. On one of her knees, Special Agent Long assembled most of the components unhurriedly into a circular rail about 5 meters in diameter. There were 4 bizarre-shaped units that looked like toads opening their mouths to the ceiling around the rail. They appeared to be where the crystals were inserted. As expected, Special Agent Long retrieved 4 crimson crystals the size of a fist from the Cosmos Rings and placed them into the 4 metal toads' wide-open mouths respectively. Half of the crystal fitted in every mouth perfectly. The circular rails shivered for a moment, and the runes shone one after another. Not only were they flashing on the rail, They even floated into the air, yielding a half-round shield of light where thousands of runes were rotating. Special Agent Long bit her lip hard, her face solemn. There was obscure expectation in her eyes as she piled the highly delicate components on the fusiform core one after another, combining them into an octagonal, glittering device that looked like a crystal. Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representative both held their breath as they gazed at the device in Special Agent Long's hand. Wan Mingzhu did not have any breath in the first place, but two frozen ghostly flames were also beaming out of her eyes, indicating that she was quite anxious. There was no need to mention Liao, whose teeth had cut deep into his lips. Holding the device with both hands, Special Agent Long slowly carried it to the center of the shield of runes. Then, she loosened her hands bit by bit, and the device floated in midair. Hiu! 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 Dozens of silver rays of light shot out of the circular rails and hit the different facets of the device. After they were refracted inside the almost transparent device, they turned into ripples of shimmers that gradually became a panoramic operation menu. Impressive. Liao raised his thumb for the pioneer refiners of the ancient sages sector in his heart. He finally understood what the device was for. The item that was addressed by Special Agent Long as a core should be a storage unit from a mainframe crystal processor of the Nuwa civilization, like the storage chips on the crystal processors of human beings. Although there was no telling exactly how the storage unit had fallen into the hands of human beings, it was obvious that the corresponding mainframe crystal processor and operation menu were already gone by the time the gadget was discovered. The circular rail around was obviously a convenient, understandable operation system for human beings that the offspring crafted to retrieve the information from the storage unit by rewriting a whole set of parsing and analyzing runes. Such an operation system was certainly no match for the mainframe crystal processor corresponding with the storage unit. Perhaps it could only trigger 1% of the information stored inside. However, for the ancient people who did not know the first thing about crystal processors, their achievement was already awe-inspiring. Special Agent Long stared at the operation menu in a daze for a while. Her hands were frozen in midair for a moment before they touched the thousands of runes like flowing water. Shwa! The halo around the device drowned the entire palace like ocean water. The image gradually turned clear, which was apparently an extremely delicate 3D map that was as complicated as a labyrinth. Judging from the appearance, it should be the guide of a large military base. The light and shadow brushed the faces of Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative, as if it were bringing their souls away. Despite the high cultivation and the resolution of the natives of the ancient sages sector, they could not help but feel astounded when faced with the extraordinary views that were eons ahead of their generation. But Special Agent Long appeared to be more confused than shocked. She was looking at the map in a particularly weird and thoughtful way. Silently, she tapped on the operation menu softly. Shwa! 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 The 3D map was shrunk in size until it was reduced to a tiny point. What replaced it was continuous mountains and a broken shoreline, then the outline of a whole continent, and then the transparent representation of a planet as well as the relative position of the planet in the entire galaxy. It felt like the camera depicting the map was drawn far, far away, with the plotting scale reduced incessantly, until it stopped at the depths of the universe. Endless complicated data was floating in midair like a bunch of crazily jumping fish. They were the mathematical expressions of the fundamental information of the ancient sages sector, including the features of the star of the ancient sages sector, the number of planets and satellites, and the stable areas in space that were suitable as jump points. This is the ancient sages sector, Han Yuantai exclaimed. For those in the nascent soul stage, as long as they held their breath and flew upward on their flying swords non-stop, it was possible for them to break through the atmosphere and observe their world from the universe. Therefore, even the most idiotic ancient cultivators knew that the planet was not flat. They had come to the realization that their species lived on giant spheres that were surrounded by a boundless universe a long time ago. It was the same in the ancient sages sector. The natives knew that the world was round and had even painted many rather detailed global maps by surveying from the space. Therefore, Han Yuantai and the rest of them soon recognized the world on the map. Special Agent Long smiled. She was slow and rigid when she operated first, as if she was learning how to use it for the first time. However, she soon became more and more deft and smooth, as if she was already familiar with it. Her hands gradually turned into 2 clusters of gray mist, as more and more runes were compiled into a series of instructions by her. Eventually, she smashed the set of instructions consisting of hundreds of runes. After a bam, the global map of the ancient sage's sector broke apart, replaced by brand new 3D structural designs that looked like enormous metal puppets of different models. His eyes bulging out, Liao almost shrieked. They were the designs of dozens of different colossi. Although they were only the rough, general designs, many of which were lackluster and incomplete because not all the information had been successfully retrieved, the incredible spiritual energy circulations and the magical equipment accommodation patterns still dumbfounded Liao. He felt that hundreds of peals of thunder were bursting out in his head at the same time. That was not the end of it. As if she was planning to scare everybody on the spot to death and Mother White Lotus back alive, Special Agent Long displayed a series of different animated pictures. On the pictures were tiny human beings who crawled into the spiritual residence in the colossi, sat cross-legged, and mumbled spells to themselves, while the spiritual energy circulation in their bodies underwent fantastic changes. Liao immediately realized that they were the tutorials of the colossi for the human soldiers to learn how to pilot the dozens of different colossi. Allowing the shadows of the dozens of colossi to keep performing unbelievable movements in midair, Special Agent Long casually asked, "What do you think, everybody?" Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative had not recovered from their shock yet. It was not until he was in a daze for 1 minute that Han Yuantai took a long breath and mumbled to himself, "It's real. The legendary deities and devils in the primeval era are real, and they even boasted such magnificent power. Some magical equipment and such techniques are indeed not something that the cultivators who struggle to survive in the mortal world can create. This is the field of the deities and devils. We thought that there were only 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin, which have been destroyed one after another after 100,000 years of battles. It never occurred to me that there would actually be dozens of them. So to speak, even if the original 12 gold statues of Cloud Qin are gone today, it is still possible for us to find more intact, undamaged gold statues?" Special Agent Long smiled. "It may be even better than you think. According to the scattered information that Lord Wang has collected from the unofficial records and the notes of the previous dynasties, the Divine Palace hidden in the eternal night in the northern reaches is definitely much more than a place where a batch of Cloud Qin gold statues are buried. It is possible that the place is a Cloud Qin gold statue factory. As long as we get control over the Divine Palace, we can produce as many Cloud Qin gold statues as we want." Qi Chongqing's representative was glittering because of her words. He could not help but step forward and ask in such a hoarse voice that his throat might be fuming, "Is it even possible for us to produce the Cloud Qin gold statues on our own?" "Of course it is," Special Agent Long replied confidently. "Based on the motion pictures here and the records of the previous dynasties, it should be easy to guess that the Cloud Qin gold statues were magical equipment designed for us in the first place. The empty cabin inside them is not very spacious. It is impossible for the prehistorical deities and devils whose body we have found in the wilderness to have crammed into them." "That's true." Han Yuantai and the rest of them nodded, deep in thought. Since the magical equipment is designed for us, the deities and devils would have taught us the extraordinary techniques so that we can produce them on our own. Looking at the 3 of them, Special Agent Long threw out yet another bomb unhurriedly. Moreover, according to Lord Wang's speculation, other than being a factory where the Cloud Qin gold statues can be manufactured, this Divine Palace can even reach out to the real deity's realm. There is even a mysterious heavens path that allows people to ascend to the deity's realm directly. What? This time, Wan Mingzhu, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative were more shocked than ever. Han Yuantai's voice was utterly twisted as he bulged his eyes and demanded, "Why didn't you tell us such an important secret earlier?" Special Agent Long smiled and said, "The prophecy of ascension is too groundless after all. You wouldn't have believed it even if I told you in advance, would you? Only after witnessing the incredible views that definitely do not belong to the human world with your own eyes will you believe in Lord Wang's assumption. The Divine Palace is actually a station between the world of humans and the realm of deities. Tens of thousands of years ago, Lord Wang received the scraps of a notebook that should have belonged to the owner of this thousand stars tray. He recorded his experiences in the Divine Palace. According to him, he was enlightened by the deities in the Divine Palace and appreciated the infinite mysteries of other worlds that could never be seen in the ancient sages' sector. What else can the places be if not the deities' realm? It is said that the deities' realm is thousands of times larger than the ancient sages' sector. The ancient sages' sector, which we think to be the whole world, is but a drop in the bucket in front of the real deities' realm. Also, there's amazing magical equipment hidden in the Divine Palace which allows the passengers to shuttle between the mortal world and the deities' realm free at will. One does not have to train oneself to the ultimate level in order to break the void. As long as they know the trick, even ordinary people without the slightest spiritual energy and their pets can ascend to the deities' realm safely. How about it, Mother White Lotus? Is it a fair deal to trade your army of ghouls for the core of the map of the Divine Palace? A hint of greed flowed out of Wan Mingzhu's frosted face. She stared at the map for a long time before she squinted and coldly said, "The deity's realm is too groundless after all for anyone to pursue after through great trouble. Let's talk about the Cloud Qin gold statues first. Your Lord Wang made the Divine Palace out to be second to none in this world. Judging from the motion pictures here, he was not exactly exaggerating. However, no matter how many mysteries there are in the Divine Palace, they are only useful to us if we have the place under control and can develop it on a large scale." She considered the Cloud Qin gold statues as the most important items in the Divine Palace and the so-called deity's realm to be just a groundless bonus. It would be great if they earned the bonus, but it would not hurt if they did not. However, when Liao heard what Special Agent Long said, it was no different from yet another round of rumbling thunder. He felt that his every brain cell was humming. Of course, the deity's realm and deities did not exist in the world, but it did not mean that the notes that Wang Shi had collected were lying. The so-called deity's realm that was thousands of times larger than the ancient sages' sector probably referred to the 3,000 sectors beyond the Dark Nebula. The theory that even one's pets would be able to ascend to the deity's realm as long as they grasped the tricks was more like a description of a space jump across sectors. Could it be that the so-called Divine Palace was a war base and a communication station that the Nuwa civilization had established in the ancient sages' sector hundreds of thousands ago, and that a certain launch platform in the Divine Palace, similar to the Heaven's Artillery and the Eye of Blood Demon, could penetrate the Dark Nebula and send the natives of the ancient sages' sector to the outside world, as a piece of super teleportation magical equipment? It was indeed a piece of shocking news. Inside the palace, Special Agent Long nodded. Exactly. Although we have the map of the Divine Palace, there will be a lot of obstacles awaiting us if we plan on developing it for real. The greatest hindrance for us is that the Divine Palace is too remote. It is actually located in the land of eternal night, tens of thousands of kilometers to the north of the dark cloud prairies. The land of eternal night is much more than a far-flung area with frigid weather. Han Yuantai frowned. It is very close to the North Pole of the ancient sages' sector and often caught in sunless nights all year long. The spiritual energy there is extremely turbulent, too, making the cultivators unable to fully carry out their cultivation. There are also the freezing gales that are almost as powerful as the febrile typhoons. Super blizzards break out every day. It is impossible for an ordinary person to survive one day there. Even a whole team of cultivators must tread very lightly and ensure that the supplies and camps are properly handled. If there is negligence in any procedure, even thousands of cultivators can freeze to death overnight. Also, in the vast snow field up north, there's also dozens of ferocious beasts that are not scared of the cold weather and can even manipulate the ice and frost free at will. Barbarians that are even more tough, brutal, and cunning than the soldiers of Cloud Qin live in the place, too. Cloud Qin has always regarded the land of eternal night as an inferno of ice, and we very rarely go there. Even when the prisoners are exiled, We will never choose the land of eternal night as the destination because it is a penalty that is much crueler than any torture imaginable. When I was young, I used to train by myself in the land of eternal night. I fought the man-eating whales and the barbarians in the wilderness there, which laid a solid foundation for my advancement into the nascent soul stage later. However, if I was asked to do it again, I'd have to hesitate and consider it very carefully. That's why the four parties here must be united, Special Agent Long said. It's the only way that we can move into the divine palace against the blizzards in the land of eternal night and excavate all its secrets. Precisely. Qi Chongqing's representative chuckled, his facial muscles twisting. For the dozens of Cloud Qin gold statues, not just the land of eternal night, even the deepest depths of hell must be broken into by the heaven-battering army. All right, then, please forward everything that you have seen today to the heaven-battering King and Regent Han. Special Agent Long smiled. Also, please ask Regent Han to establish supply points on the way first. We'll settle the time and location of our next meeting soon. All right. Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representatives both agreed quickly. Mother White Lotus face suddenly turned extremely weird. Her expression did not change, but something was wriggling below her thin, fair skin. All of a sudden, his eyes that looked like two glass pebbles darted toward Neltharion as she shrieked, "Who's there?" "Not good." Special Agent Long, Han Yuantai, and Qi Chongqing's representative were all alarmed. "An intruder. You are asking to be killed by trespassing on the White Lotus Island." Pale flames were burning furiously around Mother White Lotus as she dashed into the pool at the center of the palace in a streak of whiteness. Raging mists were triggered by the ghostly flames, but she was one step slower. Neltharion had long been fully activated and darted out of the cave toward the deep sea without looking back. The enemy must have overheard our whole conversation. He cannot be allowed to get away. Special Agent Long shrieked at the top of her voice. Simultaneously, her hands turned into two clusters of gray mists quickly, and she turned off the operation menu on the storage core and dismantled the enormous, precise 1,000 stars tray, ready to store them back into different cosmos rings according to the category of the components. Looking at each other, Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representative both realized the severity of the issue. They gritted their teeth and followed Wan Mingzhu out of the palace. Sensing Wan Mingzhu's overwhelming fury, the whole of White Lotus Island was seething. Countless skeletons jumped out of the sand, with green and blue ghostly fire beaming out of their deep, dark eyes. The remaining souls that looked like jellyfish had been gathered into a rather large army that was emitting threatening brilliance. An inconspicuous spiritual wave was fleeing westward, toward the continent. "Go after him." Hundreds of colorful streaks of brilliance tailed the spiritual wave like hundreds of ravenous sharks. On White Lotus Island, there were only few ghost soldiers and the guards that Han Yuantai and Qi Chongqing's representatives had brought with them left. Inside the palace, Special Agent Long was left alone. She was still gritting her teeth to dismantle the 1,000 stars tray and the core device. The prehistoric magical equipment was structured quite precisely, and it was not easy to dismantle. She was so anxious that she made a lot of mistakes that she should not have. In the end, she was almost in a flurry. After dismantling all the components, she finally took a deep breath in relief. She was about to activate the cosmos rings and absorb the components when angry splashing noises echoed in the pool behind her. "The guy got away." Wan Mingzhu's voice was sharp and high-pitched. She sounded really pissed off. "What?" Greatly shocked, Special Agent Long was going to turn her head when cold sweat suddenly poured all over her forehead. Gritting her teeth, she rolled forward and reached for the sword on her back. However, an immense blast through her back brutally. The spiritual energy dashed into the veins and acupoints on her back like vipers, almost paralyzing her entire spine. Her hand that was going for the sword was delayed by half a second. During that half a second, an unstoppably sharp edge cut the handle of her sword on her shoulder. If she continued reaching for the sword, her wrist would certainly be cut off. Special Agent Long truly was a super assassin from Ghost character. the most mysterious intelligence and assassination organization in the ancient sages sector. She was still able to react, although she was caught unprepared. Instead of retreating, she counterattacked and kicked backward with her right leg as if it were the scorpion of a tail, and a thin, sharp blade covered in blue ejected from the heel. In the meantime, her spiritual energy poured into the sword, which roared and automatically broke out of the sheath, splitting into dozens of streaks of brightness and rained upon the enemy behind her. As it turned out, she had intentionally reached toward the handle of the sword when she could have controlled her flying sword with telepathic thoughts remotely, all for the purpose of baiting the enemy and shortening the distance between them, so that she could perform the deadly move with the poisoned dagger below her boot. Pooh! The poisoned dagger pierced into a cluster of sticky gel without a sound, but the venom failed to leak into the flesh and blood of the target. Even the furious energy contained inside the dagger was completely sealed. Clang! 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 The overwhelming sword auras were broken by tiny needles like bubbles, too. Boom! Special Agent Long's back suffered yet another heavy blow, as if a shooting star had hit her spine brutally. She could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood, and the spiritual energy inside her body was in disorder for a moment. Crack! Crack! A streak of blueness rushed close from her back and hovered around her. While her spiritual energy was in disorder, dozens of sharp thorns pierced into her body brutally, locking all the acupoints in her body. The more she summoned her spiritual energy, the deeper the thorns were piercing into her bones and veins, making her suffer as if thousands of ants were biting her heart. Special Agent Long grunted and finally could not help it any longer. She collapsed to the ground and shivered as if she were being shocked. Foam was pouring out of her mouth. A shackle of a skeleton vulture made of jade had appeared on her body, which locked every critical part on her body and deprived her of all her combat ability. Behind her, Li Yao stored the gel that had been left with a hole by the poison dagger back into his cosmos ring before he quickly walked over to her. Special Agent Long trembled hard as she stared at Li Yao full of resentment. When Li Yao opened her mouth, she suddenly opened her mouth and spurted 3 balls in red, yellow, and blue from her mouth. The balls expanded exponentially the moment they touched the air. When they reached Li Yao's face, they had already grown into the sharpest blades almost half a foot long. Li Yao, however, had long been prepared. The upper half of his body suddenly blurred because he made hundreds of dodging movements in the blink of an eye. As a result, the 3 blades failed to lock onto the enemy and circled in midair like headless flies, only to be pinched by Li Yao with 2 fingers easily and flicked away the next second. Pa! 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 Hardly had the 3 blades been snapped away by him when they suddenly exploded in 3 dull fulminations. The metal scraps the size of rice spluttered to more than 10 meters away. Although the explosions were not very powerful, it would have been more than enough for them to wound the 2 fingers that were of paramount importance for him had he reacted less promptly. Judging from the stinky mist left in the air after the explosions, the 3 blades definitely contained rather sordid poisons, which would leave troublesome sequelae after they entered the body even if the wounds were healed. The ghost character's methods were indeed shameless enough. Li Yao strode forward without any hesitation. He pressed Special Agent Long's jaw and forced her to open the mouth. After examining her mouth carefully and finding no suicidal magical equipment made of jade, Li Yao was more or less relieved. "You can save yourself the trouble." Special Agent Long was actually laughing. From the moment Li Yao appeared with Wan Mingzhu's voice to the moment when she was completely suppressed, although the 2 of them had several rounds of soul-stirring fights, it actually only took 1 second. However, Special Agent Long was neither frightened by the enemy, who jumped out of nowhere, nor devastated because Li Yao suppressed her. Even the resentment on her face just now had been faked in order to ease Li Yao's wariness, so that she would have a chance to spurt out the 3 balls. Seeing that the 3 balls did not work out, she resumed her calmness quickly and eyed Li Yao with great interest. "I am not that kind of low-level agent. If I want to kill myself, I can die painlessly at any time in 100 different ways. You will not be able to stop me even if you have locked all the veins and nerves on my body. So, I don't need to stuff a venom container into my tooth like a fool." What a fine shackle. Not only does it lock my acupoints and nerves, it is also binding my neck with metal threads as thin as hair and sticking certain explosive magical equipment to my heart. As soon as I show any anomaly, my heart would be obliterated, and the metal thread would cut off my head. This is indeed a well-designed ultimate treasure. Special Agent Long's voice was still as comforting as the spring breeze, with the sincerest compliment, as if the life-blighting shackle was not tightened to her critical parts. She continued remarking, "Ghost character has collected the interrogation magical equipment of all the previous dynasties. Naturally, a lot of them are about barriers and shackles. However, after more than 10 years, and combining the expertise of different schools, we still haven't created a shackle as marvelous as this one. You have such an extraordinary treasure, and your cultivation is unbelievably high, too. The needles that broke my sword auras just now are also spectacular. So, I assume that you must be Master Spiritual Vulture, the famous Grandmaster of Great Zhou in the world of cultivators recently? Lord Wang has often mentioned you recently, Master Spiritual Vulture. He thinks very highly of you and believes that you are definitely qualified as a top 10 expert in the world. Had it not been for the treacherous situations lately, which made it difficult for him to appear in public, he would have found a way to meet you and have a nice chat over delicious wine. I thought that it was just Lord Wang's flattery, but after fighting you myself, I finally understand what seeing is believing means. I, Long Yongjun from Ghost Character, under Lord Wang's command, pay respect to Master Spiritual Vulture." Long Yongjun struggled to fall on one of her knees and, holding the heavy shackle, performed the courtesy to Liao as if she were truly sincere. Liao, however, knew that the super assassin was merely buying herself time with all the irrelevant talks so that Mother White Lotus and the main troop could rescue her after they got back. He did not have time to play the word game with Long Yongjun. Turning a deaf ear to everything that she said, he sorted through the whole ground of components briefly and activated his own cosmos rings, setting the absorption range as all the components in front of him. Then, he initiated the process. But the cosmos rings showed no response. What the heck? Liao frowned. He extended his telepathic thoughts into the cosmos rings and checked it out. Everything was all right. In order to store all the magical equipment components, he had already rearranged the space in the cosmos rings and spared the room of 3 cosmos rings. There should be enough space for storage without any conflict. How come the components were not being absorbed into the cosmos rings? With all due respect, are you trying to steal the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core left by the primeval deities, Senior Spiritual Vulture? Long Yongjun asked politely. Liao glanced at her but did not respond. He focused his attention on the cosmos rings. Even if something went wrong with the cosmos rings, it did not make sense at all that 3 of them had malfunctioned at the same time. "If I may advise you, Senior," Long Yongjun slowly said, "your cosmos rings are fine, Senior. It's because I have installed special barriers on the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core. They are essentially giant, invisible locks. Only the cosmos rings that I carry, which correspond with the barriers, can absorb the components. Otherwise, wouldn't it be hilarious if somebody absorbed the items of such importance into their cosmos rings casually and took them away?" Liao was dazed for a moment. Then, he eyed the 4 cosmos rings on Long Yongjun's fingers maliciously. "Are you thinking that you only need to cut off my fingers and steal my cosmos rings in order to absorb the 1,000 Stars tray and the map core and bring them away without any trace, Senior?" Long Yongjun opened her fingers in front of Liao and said unhurriedly, "Long Wang thought of such a scenario before I set off. He planted special barriers into the 4 cosmos rings and my body. The 4 cosmos rings are only stable when they are worn on my fingers and sense my temperature, breath, heartbeat, and pulse, and if I send special telepathic thoughts to them every minute. If any of the conditions are not met, the self-destruction rune array inside the 4 cosmos rings will be activated, destroying the internal world inside them and turning them into 4 common rings that can no longer store anything. It means that whether you want to rob me of the 4 cosmos rings, or you want to blow up my soul and simply keep my breath and heartbeat, Senior, it is not going to work out." Liao cursed aloud in his heart. He analyzed every muscle on Long Yangjuan's face carefully, trying to tell if she was speaking the truth by her micro-expressions. To no avail. The super assassin of the ghost character must have received the harshest training on interrogation. Neither her lips nor her pupils were giving away any useful information. If you don't believe it, Senior, you can take off a cosmos ring from my fingers and have a go yourself. Lord Wang has long admired you, Senior, and I do not dare lie to you as his subordinate. Of course, Senior, you are a renowned master in refining. It's possible that you have a profound understanding about the arts of barriers. Given a couple of days, Senior, you may be able to crack the barriers that Lord Wang has set up. Liao's eyelids twitched violently. Everybody had their own specialty, and every finger was of different length. Although he was a master of refining, he had never had much expertise on the arts of barriers. It was sort of one of his weaknesses. Besides, he did not have several days. Mother White Lotus and the rest of them were no fools. After following Neltharion for dozens of kilometers, they certain would realize that something was wrong and immediately return. Should I just leave the garbage components outside and carry the map core to run away immediately? Liao thought to himself, but he immediately disapproved of the idea. The periphery device named Thousand Stars Tray boasted the technique to parse the map core, which involved many sophisticated techniques on barriers, spiritual energy, linguistics, and compression and decompression of telepathic thoughts. Liao was not a god. He was best at small, single magical equipment for battle. Crystal suits and colossi were his specialties. He was certainly not a man that could craft all kinds of magical equipment. For example, he did not know much about decompressing and translating the information of the primeval civilizations. To make matters worse, he did not have the help of the supercrystal processors with immense computational ability on this relatively primitive planet. He also did not have the professionals to assist him. It was practically impossible for him to craft a set of decompressing and translational magical equipment similar to the Thousand Stars Tray, much less compiling a sophisticated operation system with a brand new rune system. Without the Thousand Stars Tray, it would be impossible to display the map of the Divine Palace. Even if it was displayed one way or another, it would still be impossible to tell whether or not there were more secrets to the map. Liao looked at Long Yangjun again. He suddenly realized that, compared with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, lead eunuch Wang, she was the true crux of the operation. How exactly did Wang Shi discover the so-called Divine Palace? And how could Wang Shi's subordinate turn on the map of the Divine Palace so skillfully and perform all the complicated operations? Also, Wang Shi had mentioned to Yen Liren before that the people stranded in the Ancient Sages sector were the frogs at the bottom of a well. Right now, Wang Shi had found the Divine Palace who allegedly led to the deity's realm. The project had already begun more than 10 years ago. So, did it mean that Wang Shi had been working hard to jump out of the well? What was his purpose exactly? Was the mysterious signal sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago related to Wang Shi to some extent? Or maybe was it because the scouts from the Imperium of True Human Beings were hiding behind Wang Shi? Liao had planned to have a nice conversation with Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu first. However, it was rather questionable whether or not Wan Mingzhu was of a mind to communicate with him peacefully now that he had eavesdropped on such a shocking secret. Anybody would try to kill the eavesdropper to prevent the secret from leaking, right? It was not like he could tell Wan Mingzhu directly that he was in fact a fellow cultivator from a different world and that he was to some extent a deity that they had been dreaming about, could he? Even if Wan Mingzhu miraculously bought it, it would be quite awkward if the forces from the Imperium of True Human Beings or even more terrifying existences were lurking behind one of the 4 rapscallions. Liao had never been a man who was willing to let someone else take control over his fate. This place was Wan Mingzhu's home field. Nobody could tell how dominating she could be. Even if communication was truly necessary, it would be best that he talked with her in a place that was less passive for him. He might as well find a place to chat with Wang Shi's special agent first and see what the previously powerful and now mysterious lead eunuch was up to exactly. The more information that he grasped, the more likely he would be able to understand the general picture of everything. By then, he would be able to choose whether to expose his identity or to go to the Divine Palace as Master Spiritual Vulture. You collect the 1,000 stars tray and the map core. Follow me. Liao spoke to Long Yongjun aloofly. I am not supposed to disobey you, senior. Long Yongjun was not scared of Liao's cold eyes at all. However, I have not fulfilled the mission that Lord Wang entrusted to me yet. I'm very curious about one thing. What can you use to threaten me? After all, senior, you should be very clear that I, as a member of Ghost character and a special agent that Lord Wang picked in person to carry out the mission, am certainly not scared of death. Of course, you are not scared of death, but you are scared that your mission will fail. Liao said coldly. Leave with me now. One more word and I will destroy the 1,000 stars tray and the map core. We'll go separate ways. I don't care. I was just roaming for fun, while I was unoccupied before I somehow wandered to this place and overheard your secret. Fascinating as the Divine Palace and the Cloud Qin gold statues sound. I will suffer no loss even if I cannot find the precise map to explore them. Your master Wang Shi, on the other hand, has planned the mission for decades. Who do you think will find the loss more intolerable, him or me? The smile on Long Yongjuan's face gradually froze, and the fear of losing control over the situation was popping up in her eyes. Sneering, Liao generated a greenish fire in his hands. The fire was burning more and more fiercely in cracking noises. Without further ado, holding back the excruciating pain caused by the shackle, Long Yongjun raised her hand. The 1,000 stars tray and the map core turned into hundreds of streaks of brilliance and dived into her 4 cosmos rings. Excellent. Liao nodded in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers, shooting 3 sparks from the ghostly fire to 3 key parts on the shackle on Long Yongjuan's body. The thorns that pierced deeply into her veins were slightly retreated so that she could summon part of her spiritual energy. You are a smart person. Don't do anything stupid. Your life is worthless, but the map of the Divine Palace is invaluable. Don't do anything that gives me a reason to destroy it. Liao's voice was utterly unemotional, as if it was made by the gears and bearings inside a machine. Long Yongjun nodded obediently. At Liao's gesture, she walked in front of him. When the two of them left the White Lotus Island without a sound, the skeletons and remaining souls guarding the place did not know what had happened yet. However, in the seawater not far away, a surging undercurrent was returning with the utmost fury. Mother White Lotus had realized that she had been tricked and was rushing back at full speed. Shwa! 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 The jellyfish floating around the White Lotus Island suddenly grew agitated. They all opened their transparent bodies as if they were balloons being blown. Under the illumination of their colorful mystic rays, Liao and Long Yongjun no longer had nowhere to hide. The round jellyfish all drifted toward the two of them. Some of them even exploded without any warning when they collided. Let's go. Liao pushed Long Yongjuan's back heavily. His spiritual energy flooded out of every pore on his body, turning himself into a jet submarine, which allowed him to crawl out of their siege before the hundreds of jellyfish surrounded them. The hundreds of jellyfish exploded like fireworks, providing even more impetus for Liao. He was able to dash forward abruptly. Then, he retrieved dozens of bizarre-shaped components from the cosmos rings and wore them on his limbs and his back. Like enormous fins, all the components could be moved freely. Shwa! While Long Yongjun stared at him in the utmost astonishment, Liao controlled the fins precisely while he dragged her to move straight upward, leaving ripples behind in the ocean. This place was still within the range of the continental shelf, so the ocean was shallow. After only one moment, the two of them had already leapt out of the water. On the surface of the ocean, however, were thunder, lightning, and surging tides. The world was occupied with extremely furious spiritual waves. The weather could not have been rougher. It was the harbinger of a febrile typhoon. Qi Zhongdao had informed them earlier that 2 febrile typhoons would attack the offshore area one after the other. The first febrile typhoon had already caused great natural disasters. Right now, the second febrile typhoon was coming at the area aggressively. Senior Spiritual Vulture. Glancing at the sky that was filled with dark clouds and purple lightning, Long Yongjun raised her voice and shouted, You don't really belong to the world of the cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty, and you have nothing to do with the Great Qian dynasty. There is absolutely no reason for us to be hostile to each other. Why can't we sit down and have a nice talk? Boom, 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 boom. Thunderous explosions were rumbling in the ocean behind the two of them. An enormous bone dragon hundreds of meters long, made of countless corpses of the undersea demon beasts, surfaced and opened its bloody mouth, roaring at Liao in the most deafening sound. Bluish flames spurted out of its throat and darted into the clouds brushing past by Liao's hair. After a cracking sound, the cloud was almost ripped apart. Between the giant horns of the bone dragon, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was gazing at Liao with the utmost fury. Liao looked at Long Yongjun. I was wrong. You can run away now, senior. Licking his lips, Liao dragged Long Yongjun to fly into the sky toward where the spiritual energy was most chaotic. The lightning was most dense, and the thunder was loudest. Long Yongjun's head was dizzy. Her hair was all standing up because of the stimulation of static electricity. She shouted, Senior, Senior, we are probably going to run into the febrile typhoon ahead. It was exactly what Liao wanted. The sky above the ocean had absolutely no shelter where he could hide or dodge. If he was all by himself, he was confident in running from Mother White Lotus. However, he was carrying a great burden named Long Yongjun. If he went in a straight line, Mother White Lotus would certainly catch them. Running into the febrile wind was their only way to escape. The febrile typhoon indeed looked intimidating. However, it was not Liao's first time training himself in a thunderstorm or suppressing the enemy with the power of lightning to secure the final victory. Back in the old days in the Flying Star sector, he had not even been scared of the furious turbulence unleashed by the supernova outbreak in the Wraith's Wrath. What could a tiny febrile typhoon do about him? Releasing thousands of spiritual threads and sensing the incoming direction of the febrile wind, Liao roared and crashed right into it while dragging Long Yongjun. Mother White Lotus, on the other hand, was chasing after him closely on the enormous bone dragon, followed by countless ghost soldiers and the experts from Ghost Qin and the heaven-battering army. Gloomy winds passed by Liao's head and ears, only to be ripped into shreds by the turbulent spiritual energy and the crazily dancing lightning between the sky and the earth. In such a violent magnetic field, the army of ghouls became the most vulnerable victims due to the lack of the protection of a body. With that advantage alone, Liao had managed to get rid of 90% of the pursuers. Only Mother White Lotus and a few experts were still tailing him. However, it was impossible for them to persist for long either. Boom! Crack! They entered the area of storm. The rain on the ocean was smashing down like hail, turning the entire sky into yet another ocean. The vision, hearing, and senses of the pursuers were seriously affected. Liao was still wearing the bizarre-shaped fins, except that some of the fins assembled each other after a period of cracking noises and turned into a piece of broader magical equipment to support flying like wings. Dragging Long Yongjun in midair, Liao seemed to be holding nothing at all. He was drawing the most spectacular curves in the middle of the thunder and lightning, making best use of the power of the rain and the magnetic field. He drifted unpredictably like a dry leaf in a blowing wind, without any pattern that the pursuers could follow. Mother White Lotus roars and attacks brushed past him time and time again, and he was drawing closer and closer to the febrile typhoon. In the dark ocean up ahead, a violent storm could already be vaguely seen, as if a gap leading to the deepest depths of hell had been ripped open in midair, from which the eternally burning fire of destruction was spurting out. It was the febrile typhoon. Even Liao did not dare engage head-on with the febrile typhoon without the protection of a crystal suit. He was not planning to crash into the febrile typhoon boldly, either, but merely cut slightly into the edge of the febrile typhoon to make use of the centripetal force as if he were surfing. The febrile typhoon was still developing, but it was already hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Naturally, the periphery was rotating at the highest speed. The wind was blowing so fast that it seemed to be able to extinguish the sun. Hoo! Liao shook arms and legs. His fins, or wings, instantly doubled in size. Picking up the febrile wind, They became round and puffy, like the sails of a boat in full wind. His speed was immediately doubled. Bound by a chain, Long Yongjun was pulled behind him like a kite. She could not help but scream hard in the middle of crazily roaring wind. Mother White Lotus was residing inside a puppet body. The combination of a ghost and a puppet could never be as tight as the combination between a living person and their soul. If she barged into the febrile typhoon recklessly, it was possible that her soul might be blown out of the puppet. Even if she was known as the mother of all ghosts, it would be impossible for her to persist for long inside the rampant febrile typhoon without the protection of a shell. The bone dragon came to an abrupt halt at the periphery of the febrile typhoon and spurted out dozens of clusters of dazzling fire toward the depths of febrile typhoon, which exploded inside the febrile typhoon and turned into enormous flowers of light. However, they were not even close to Liao before they were shredded and obliterated. Mother White Lotus was not as insane as Liao, restraining from galloping into the febrile typhoon after him. It was needless to mention Han Yuantai, Qi Chongqing's representative, and the rest of them, whose cultivation was much lower than the two of them. They could only gaze at Liao and Long Yongjun reducing in size in the violet storm until they were gone in the end. Crack! Wan Mingzhu was so exasperated that she crushed the horns on the bone dragon that were as thick as thighs. Who is this guy exactly?" she shrieked in the most high-pitched voice. The following morning, the febrile typhoon had already passed. As if all the dirt in the world had been cleaned, the sky was clear and cloudless, and a red sun was rising up in radiating glow. Not far away from the shoreline, there was a desolate island that was surrounded by sharp-edged reefs. Such desolate islands were anything but unusual in the offshore area. Most of the desolate islands were less than half an acre in coverage. They were essentially rocks that were larger in size. Also, they were surrounded by cliffs and hidden reefs, lacking ports with deep water and flat beaches. So, it was not worth investing in exploiting them. Even the lawless pirates would not consider such places as their den. Only the birds would rest in such places. Therefore, most of the islands had already been buried in the stinky gray struvite. Deep inside the desolate island, the previously rough, uneven place had been crushed and paved by Liao into a flat ground the size of a grain-sunning field. Ow! Long Yongjun was shaking and gagging on the ground, wet from head to toe. There was no telling whether it was because she had drunk too much rainwater or because she was intimidated by the power of the febrile typhoon and the thunderstorm. The super assassin of the ghost character looked like a half-dead fish right now. Her face was pale and full of fear, and her calmness from when she dealt with Liao last night had vanished. Liao had intentionally taken her to break into the febrile typhoon partly to shock her and collapse her mental defense line. Judging the outcome, the tactic had worked out pretty well. Liao was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the desolate island with his eyes half closed as he rested in silence. Bright green flames of spiritual energy were dancing around him, adding to his mysteriousness. Breaking into the febrile typhoon had been extremely exhausting, even for him, especially when he was carrying the huge burden named Long Yongjun. He was quite close to the main continent, and it was broad day with a bright sun. Qi Zhongdao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators would be searching for Mother White Lotus and him. Under such circumstances, it was highly unlikely that Mother White Lotus would chase after him with a large batch of ghost soldiers. However, one could never be too prudent. The sooner he recovered his spiritual energy and returned to his peak combat ability, the better. While Long Yongjun was not paying attention, Liao injected a powerful recovery drug that he had brought from the Star Glory Federation into his body. The effect of the drug was many times better than the best recovery pill in the ancient sages sector. Senior Spiritual Vulture. Long Yongjun gagged on the ground for such a long time that she seemed to be vomiting her guts out. She looked at Liao full of reverence and, after a long hesitation, finally summoned the courage to say, "I didn't know that your cultivation is so shockingly high that even the febrile typhoon, a hazard for all cultivators, was completely at your mercy. Since you have such astounding cultivation and are a world-famous master of refining senior, you will certainly play an important role in the exploration of the Divine Palace. We can form an alliance. There's absolutely no reason for us to hurt each other. Lord Wang cherishes our world's heroes more than anything else. Now that you have learned the secrets about the Divine Palace, and since there is no way at all that I can harm you, inviting you to join the cause seems to be the only option. Even if you kill me and take away the map of the Divine Palace and the Thousand Stars tray, you still won't be able to achieve anything on your own, Senior. First of all, the map of the Divine Palace itself contains infinite mysteries and must be opened in a secret way. There's no way that you can read it by yourself. Secondly, even if all the mysteries of the Divine Palace are unraveled, that is just the tip of the iceberg for all the secrets about the Divine Palace. Lord Wang has kept a lot of findings to himself, and he is the only one who is capable of excavating the treasures. Right now, you are just a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, and you are a barbarian cultivator who is not on the same boat with the cultivators of the Great Qin dynasty. Since it is impossible for you to open the Divine Palace by yourself, you will have to look for partners. Do you feel that the cultivators from the Grand Mystery sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect are any more trustworthy than Lord Wang, Senior? Liao slightly opened his eyes. Staring at Long Yongjun deep in thought, he asked, without answering her question, "How did your Lord Wang discover the secrets of the Divine Palace?" Noticing that the guy was apparently not as stubborn as before, Long Yongjun put on a smile of delight that almost escaped Liao's attention before she replied dutifully. Since the Great Qin dynasty was founded 1,000 years ago, not only has it inherited the enormous royal library left by previous dynasties, it has also collected countless ancient books from all over the world. Most of the records about the past can all be found in the royal collections. Before Lord Wang's rise, he was one of the librarians of the Royal Library of the Great Qin dynasty. He was responsible for sorting the broad, complicated ancient classics and repair the mottled, incomplete volumes. As a rarely seen genius, he read all the ancient books that nobody had touched for thousands of years while he worked as a librarian for 30 years. He inferred from countless clues in the complicated ancient books, which led to the Divine Palace. The clues alone were not enough. A lot of the magical equipment and secret maps related to the Divine Palace were scattered in the world. One of the most important tasks for the ghost character was to help Lord Wang gather everything about the Divine Palace in the world. That explains a lot. Liao finally understood part of the reason that Wang Shi used to stir trouble in the world of cultivators. It appeared that his purpose was much more than simply helping the emperor keep the cultivators in check. Nodding, he said, "Why exactly is your Lord Wang so obsessed with the exploration of the Divine Palace?" Long Yongjun was amused. The invincible Cloud Qin gold statues and the possibility to embark on the path to the deity's realm. Who in the world of cultivators wouldn't want to explore the Divine Palace? Frowning, Liao somehow felt that there was more to the guy's motive. Thinking for a moment, he asked again, "I can tell that you were rather skillful when you displayed the map of the Divine Palace. Had you ever touched it before?" The map core of the Divine Palace has been kept in East Peace County as an ultimate treasure by the local cultivation sects to stabilize their headquarters until now. The outsiders could never approach it easily. Of course, I never touched it before. However, Lord Wang has drawn a lot of illustrations for me to learn from. That is why I managed to pick up the operations. As for exactly how Lord Wang learned of them, I don't have the faintest idea. Long Yongjun was just one of Wang Shi's tools. It was impossible for him to let her know all the secrets however much he trusted her. Thinking quickly, Liao pretended to be in deep thought. "What you said does have a point. Since I cannot open the Divine Palace by myself, I'll have to look for help. I've had enough of those cultivators during the past half-year. Cooperating with Lord Wang indeed seems to be a viable choice." Long Yongjun was overjoyed. "Have you agreed to my proposal, Senior Spiritual Vulture? It doesn't matter whom I cooperate with to explore the Divine Palace." Liao sneered. "The real critical issue is my own safety. How can I trust your Lord Wang? After all, his reputation is not good among the cultivators." Senior Spiritual Vulture, as a visiting elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect, which was very close to Lord Wang in the past, you should know that most of the cultivators' condemnations are ungrounded. After thinking for a moment, Long Yongjun blinked and said, "You won't believe whatever I say right now, senior. Please enlighten me. How can I convince you of our sincerity? You operated too fast just now, and I was too far away to see everything clearly," Liao said coldly. "Bring out the map and the 1,000 stars tray and show me the operations carefully again." Long Yongjun was dazed for a moment, hesitating. "Let me make it clear for you. You are begging me for cooperation now, not the other way around." Liao toughened his tone. "If you are unwilling to cooperate, let's just call it a day now. I'll kill you directly or you can kill yourself. Nobody is going to find anything from the Divine Palace." While he stared at Long Yongjun and spoke, he intentionally mixed some soul attacks in his eyes to remind Long Yongjun of the horror in the febrile typhoon. Long Yongjun shivered slightly, and her face was even paler than before. Cold sweat the size of beans was popping up on her forehead. She pondered for a long time only to come up with no solution. She could only retrieve the items from her cosmos rings as per Liao's orders and begin to assemble them carefully. Last time, because of Neltharion's angle of observation, fearing that he might be caught, Liao had failed to record the procedures through which she displayed the map. But this time, Liao focused his full attention without overlooking a single detail. Very soon, the 1,000 stars tray was assembled, and the map core was placed at the center of the pedestal. A sphere operation menu was released one more time. Long Yongjun's hands moved on it quickly, activating the internal structure of the Divine Palace and the coordinates of the Divine Palace. With Liao's computational ability in the nascent soul stage, since he was observing at such a short distance, naturally, he was able to etch every detail into his mind clearly. Not entirely satisfied, Liao asked Long Yongjun to lower the speed of her operation and demanded that she explain every instruction on every menu. Liao's questions were short and fast, leaving Long Yongjun no time to consider at all. Because of the high pressure, Long Yongjun confessed all the operations dutifully. Following her instructions, Liao tried a few times himself and did not find any loopholes. He finally nodded in approval. Long Yongjun had perhaps kept some secrets in the map core to herself, and chances were that something more valuable was contained inside the storage magical equipment. However, that did not matter. Based on the details that she had shared, Liao was already able to basically analyze the retrieval logic of the operation menu. Together with the crystal processor that he brought from the Star Glory Federation, he believed that he would certainly be able to unravel more secrets than the ancient people could. "Very good. It seems that you are indeed very sincere." Liao smiled and waved at Long Yongjun. "Now step away." Exactly like Long Yongjun had done, Liao turned off all the maps and began dismantling the map core and the 1,000 stars tray. He was a professional refiner, and it was only natural that he dismantled the magical equipment even faster than Long Yongjun did. Long Yongjun's face color changed greatly. She stammered, "Senior spiritual vulture. What's the meaning of this?" "Nothing," Liao said casually. "Since you were sincere enough to confess everything dutifully, to show respect to Lord Wang, your life may be spared. However, I must take away the 1,000 stars tray and the map core. This place is not far away from the continent. Despite the weight of all the things, I can fly over by carrying them on my back. It is not a big deal whether or not I have your cosmos rings." Long Yongjun was dumbfounded. Senior spiritual vulture, are you still reluctant to work with Lord Wang? Why? The great Qian dynasty is already on the verge of collapse. Those pretentious cultivators have nothing but dirty, shameless schemes in their heads. You will certainly die without a burial if you cooperate with them. Do you not understand why I choose not to stand on Lord Wang's side?" Dismantling the 1,000 stars tray unhurriedly, Liao did not bother to raise his head as he casually spoke. "It's not because he is too scary for me as one of the 4 rapscallions. To be honest, as a barbarian cultivator, I always keep an open mind toward the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions. They are basically the same as me. However, it is a habit that I must take the initiative in any cooperation with other people no matter who my partner is. If I cooperate with the 4 rapscallions, the 4 of you are already enough to complete most of the work. Even the map of the divine palace is in your hands. I will be a dispensable worker, and the best that I can expect is to serve as a vanguard, or rather cannon fodder, with my combat ability. Before, during, and after the exploration, as long as you feel that I'm no longer of any value, you can eliminate me at any time. Besides, I'm all by myself, while the four of you all have tremendous forces under command. Even Lord Wang, who seems to be on the run, has the elite assassins of the ghost character like yourself. Hehe. However arrogant I am, I will not be conceited enough to believe that I can compete with 100 experts together in the snowy land in the land of eternal night in the North Pole. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth. Is that any different from cooperating with the cultivators? Of course it is. Liao shook the diamond-shaped crystal in his hand that contained the map and smiled. As long as the Thousand Stars tray and the map core are in my hands, I will be in possession of the critical information that the cultivators certainly don't know. If we really set off to explore the Divine Palace, I will be of paramount importance and take all the initiative. Even if someone wants to get rid of me, they will have to wait until I'm no longer of value. Besides, although I'm not interested in who is righteous and who is evil, I still feel that Sword Maniac Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar, and Master Bitter Cicada are more trustworthy than your Lord Wang, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, and Han Bailing. At the very least, Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada are by themselves, too. If I cooperate with them, I won't need to worry about hundreds of experts jumping around a corner and attacking me together. Will I? More than infuriated. Long Yangjuan's face was pure red, and the shackle on her body was shaking and clanging. Yet, there was nothing that she could do about Liao except gnash her teeth. Senior Spiritual Vulture, have you made up your mind to fish in the dirty water? I'm alone. It's better to fish in the dirty water than to gain profit at risk, Liao said with a fake smile. The more forces that are involved in the issue and the more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous my position will be. Liao had planned to evaluate the top experts of the ancient sages sector, and if there were other mysterious forces hiding in darkness in the first place. Once the shocking news about the Divine Palace was released, all the experts would certainly be attracted to it. The mysterious forces in darkness, should there be any, would definitely jump out. At that point, Liao would be able to make a final decision as to whether or not he should open the space gate and summon the expedition fleet of the Star Glory Federation. Long Yangjun was grinding her teeth in fury and could not say anything. Very soon, the redness on her face faded away, and it was as pale as a piece of paper, as if she had thought of the punishment that she would go through for losing the Thousand Stars tray and the map core after she returned to the ghost character. Even her breathing was rapid and disordered. Leaning against a rock at a loss, she completely lost the strength to continue the game with Liao. Liao finished dismantling the Thousand Stars tray and the map core. While calculating the best way to pack them up in his head, he walked to Long Yangjun, planning to remove the shackle on her body. Wang Shi was a rather important person among the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector. Maybe there was still a chance for cooperation in future. Naturally, Liao did not want to go too far. He even wanted to pass on certain information through Long Yangjun, implying that Master Spiritual Vulture was a rational man who was worth communicating and negotiating with. Their conflict this time was just business, and since it was business, there were always chances for concessions and renegotiations. Liao had already subtly expressed it. Long Yangjun might not have been able to understand it, but Wang Shi certainly would. Liao could continue locking Long Yangjun with the shackle, but if he did, her life would be at risk on the perilous ocean. Also, part of the shackle was Liao's clandestine secrets, and he did not want such a piece of magical equipment to be retrieved by the terrifying Wang Shi. At this moment, Liao was 3 steps away from Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun collapsed at the bottom of the rock, as if her bones had been removed. She looked at Liao, but her eyes were unfocused, as if she were staring at the infinite ocean behind him. Everything was under Liao's control. Liao, however, suddenly had a terrible feeling. If history was any reference, every time that he thought that everything was under control, it would be proved later that absolutely nothing was under his control. It seemed to be a reverse sign that never failed. Liao's right foot was about to reach the earth, but it could not move on any more during the moment. Instead, every muscle on his left foot, which was supporting his body, was triggered to the maximum. Boom! 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 He could almost hear the sounds of the cells inside his left leg exploding and the overloaded mitochondria blowing out infinite energy. Right then, Long Yangjun moved. Long Yangjun, whose veins, acupoints, and spiritual energy circulations should have been tightly locked up by Liao's shackle, suddenly vanished. Liao had every faith in the shackle that he had crafted. The shackle was based on the venomous scorpion bone-biting shackle, Solar Eclipse, Jiang Shaoyang's masterpiece. It was the state-of-the-art barrier-type magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation. The best knowledge in physiology, anatomy, ergonomics, and hundreds of other disciplines had been employed. Countless simulations had been run. Not a single demon or human being, even including those in the nascent soul stage, could break free from the shackle without paying a huge price. However, Long Yangjun had vanished into a shadow and left the shackle on the ground incredibly before she marched up to Liao. Her speed, strength, small-scale movements, and technique to vibrate herself into a shadow far exceeded the performance of the beginning level and even the middle level of the nascent soul stage. She did not have a sword, and Liao did not sense her movement of retrieving a sword from the cosmos rings. But he felt that she was a sword herself, one that had exploded into thousands of stars and brought the utmost horror. The starry brilliance enveloped the entire desolate land like a waterfall. Every space the size of a fingernail had been cut hundreds of times by the most brilliant sword auras. Unpredictable and yet extremely sharp traces of the sword were everywhere in the air. Her sword was truly dazzling. Long Yangjuan's sword arts were so extraordinary that she was only slightly worse than Yen Liren, the most terrifying swordsman that Liao had ever seen in his entire life. That being said, the gap between them was barely tangible. Her style was entirely different from Yen Liren's. Yen Liren's sword was simple, straightforward, and unstoppable. It was usually well hidden, and he merely locked onto his enemy with the will of his sword. Once the will of his sword became real and he launched his sword, there would usually be no escape for the target. His sword arts were the arts of simplicity. Long Yangjuan's sword, however, was glamorous, splendid, and brilliant, like a volcano, a waterfall, and 10,000 stars that were exploding at the same time and unleashing infinite light and heat. Had Liao's right foot moved forward another millimeter, or if one muscle on his left leg were not completely tightened, those gorgeous torrents of sword auras would have devoured him. He stomped on the ground hard without caring whether or not his left leg would break. While retreating as fast as he could, he created a thick crack on the surface of the desolate island toward Long Yangjun as counterattack. But the sword auras that were as aggressive as fire still caught up to him despite the minor setback. Chi! 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 As if enveloped in the sharpest fishing net, Liao's body was covered in hundreds of wounds, and his blood was flooding out. Dozens of sword auras had closely entangled his hands, leaving him no chance at all to move his fingers and summon the magical equipment from his cosmos rings. Liao's heart was almost frozen, but it was beating at a frequency of more than 500 times per minute the next moment, accelerating the blood and spiritual energy circulation inside his body to the maximum. It was the most dangerous battle after he had reached the ancient sage's sector, even more dangerous than the one between him and Yen Liren. After all, at that time, Yen Liren had merely been testing his sword and did not mean to kill him. However, Liao could perceive the infinite sharpest killing intent from Long Yangjun. Liao could only keep retreating until he was at the edge of the desolate island. All the sharp-edged rocks on the desolate island had been cut apart by Long Yangjuan's shocking sword auras, turning into thousands of pebbles. Liao had no retreat now. Behind him was a cliff. If he jumped off the cliff, he would be in an awkward position where he lost balance for a brief moment. Faced with a swordsman as terrifying as Long Yangjun, it was definitely an action no different from washing himself and sending himself to a chopping block. Liao could only bellow, the blood spurting out of his body, mixed with the pebbles, turned into a saber of blood and slashed toward Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun's lips curled into a cruel smile. There was not the slightest panic on her face at all. She looked like a cat that was playing with a mouse. She ran toward the saber of blood without any evasion, and after her body was cut in half by the bloody saber, those halves turned into two phantoms. Below the cliff behind Liao, a cluster of even more intense sword auras were bursting out. Liao's pupils constricted violently. He had absolutely no idea when Long Yongjun had hidden herself below the cliff, escaping his senses. However, the next moment, he realized that it was another sordid scam. It was impossible for Long Yongjun to hide below the cliff. She had merely transmitted an astonishing aura and hidden it behind him while the storm of sword auras was raging. It was the old distraction trick. Long Yongjun was still in front of him, but there was no time. Liao tried his best to move to the left, but he still heard the noise of his ribs breaking apart and his blood flooding out. He smashed into the edge of the desolate island, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword auras were galloping inside his body, destroying all the spiritual energy circulation pathways. The spiritual waves that he released grew ever feebler, too. It was not until this moment that all the starry brilliance dancing around the desolate island was finally condensed in Long Yongjun's hand, turning into a long sword that seemed to be made of countless brilliant diamonds. Long Yongjun had heavily wounded Liao after only one attack, but she did not take the chance to pursue him. Instead, a streak of brightness jerked out of her cosmos ring and turned into a round piece of magical equipment the size of a goose egg. It was riddled with dense holes and looked like a queer honeycomb. Weird sound waves were emanating from every hole of the honeycomb. The humming sounds would have made anyone who heard them extremely uncomfortable. Judging from the color on the surface of the weird magical equipment, it was fashioned through the most cutting-edge technology and definitely not something that the natives of the ancient sages sector could craft. Just like the map core, it seemed to be a product of the Nuwa clan. This magical equipment is named Sound Nest. It is not used to attack the enemy but can release special sound waves that can block all cosmos rings in the hundreds of square meters nearby. Long Yongjun said with a smile, "You will not be able to store anything into them or take anything out. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are the well-known grandmaster of Great Zhou and one of the best masters of refining in the ancient sages sector. So, you certainly count on all kinds of peculiar magical equipment in your battle. Your cultivation and mine are on par, and the outcome of our battle depends on the seemingly insignificant details. Right now, you are heavily wounded, and you cannot retrieve the magical equipment in your cosmos rings. How much confidence do you have that you can defeat me with my secret sword? Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are a smart man. There's no need to act recklessly and ask to be killed now, right? Cough, 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 cough. Liao vomited a mouthful of blood. Licking his teeth that were covered in blood, he stared at Long Yongjun like a wolf that had fallen into a trap and shouted, "You are not Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun does not exist at all. You are Wang Shi." Wang Shi smiled. Long Yongjun or Wang Shi, it is just a reference. A man like me certainly has countless identities and names. Are you surprised? I should have seen it coming. Liao smiled bitterly. Wang Shi is a thoughtful, ambitious man. How could he have given ultimate treasures like the 1,000 star trays and the map core to a random subordinate? And how could he have let a subordinate learn so many secrets about himself? Also, as a subordinate, you were too chatty. I'm just confused. If you are Wang Shi, why didn't you reveal in real capabilities in the beginning instead of being so disgraced? As I said just now, Wang Shi casually said, "My cultivator and yours are on par, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. If we cannot find the enemy's fatal opening, there's nothing we can do about each other. Even if I had revealed my real capabilities in the beginning, the best I could have expected was to defeat you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. But it would have been barely impossible to capture you." Liao's pupils constricted violently. "You were planning to capture me from the beginning?" "Of course." Wang Shi smiled. "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are an extraordinary person who has risen to fame in less than half a year. When I said that I'd admired you for a long time, I wasn't lying. Besides, you are proficient in the arts of refining, which will be a great help during the exploration of the Divine Palace. If you join the great cause, our mission's odds of success will be significantly increased. Therefore, I've been waiting for the best opportunity so that we can talk with each other nicely and uninterrupted. Liao gnashed his teeth. Wasn't it the best opportunity when Mother White Lotus chased after us? No, Wang, she shook his head. For those with our cultivation, they might not be captured even when they are terribly outnumbered. Qi Zhongdao and the other experts attacked Mother White Lotus together and failed to kill her. How could I be confident that I could stop you if Mother White Lotus and I dealt with you together? Liao narrowed his eyes and asked, why didn't you attack in the febrile typhoon? It was still not the best opportunity. Glamorous brilliance beamed out of Wang Shi's eyes as he laughed. Besides, even I did not foresee that you would be insane enough to crash into the febrile typhoon. There were too many unexpected factors back then, and I was still not 100% sure that I could suppress you. The best opportunity was when you eased your wariness after we reached the place and even considered removing the shackle on my body. According to my plan, I should have been able to suppress fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture after only one move, but I didn't know that you had such sensitive natural instincts. As a result, I was forced to go through additional trouble. Staring at the shackle in a daze, Liao mumbled, how did you break free from the shackle? Nobody, even a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage, could have broken free from my shackle so easily. The brilliance inside Wang Shi's eyes were brighter and brighter, as he declared, one word after another. Nothing can ever trap me. Not just a tiny shackle. Even this world cannot keep me in custody. Liao's facial muscles were twisting as he said in a hoarse voice, now that I have fallen into your hands and am completely at your mercy, I wonder, how are you going to deal with me? Believe it or not, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, I am sincerely inviting you to join the operation to explore the Divine Palace. Wang Shi said, after all, none of the other 3 of the 4 rapscallions are easy to deal with. Even if I honestly hope that the team will work out eventually, I'm not confident that they do not have other plans to themselves. It will be excellent if I have additional help on my side. However, I know that you are certainly not going to cooperate with me dutifully and work as my assistant without complaint, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. Even if you swear to the heavens that you will cooperate with me, I will not believe any of it. Therefore, Wang Shi's eyes were like a saber with hooks that were passing through every critical part on Liao's body. His smile grew more and more intense as he unhurriedly said, only if I plant a minor barrier inside your body to ensure that you won't do anything stupid that will harm the both of us can we expect to strike a deal. A barrier? Liao rolled his eyes and immediately understood everything. He could not help but sneer. You are trying to turn me into your lackey who will do the dirty and dangerous work for you, right? You are not cooperating with Qi Changsheng, Han Bailing, and Wan Mingzhu sincerely either. After all the secrets about the Divine Palace are excavated, you'll figure out a way to eradicate all of them. It's a pity that dealing the 3 of them by yourself is too tricky, but if I serve as your lackey, and if we attack them one by one when they are not prepared, chances are that we will be able to eliminate them one after another. This will be my greatest usage, Wang Shi replied without giving consent or disapproval. Even if I say that there is no plan to eliminate Wan Mingzhu, Han Bailing, and Qi Changsheng, you still won't believe it, will you, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture? It doesn't matter to me at all whether or not you want to eliminate the 3 of them. I only want to know how I can be assured that you will not eliminate me after the job is done, so that you can swallow all the gains. After all, if you plant a barrier inside my body, my life will be completely at your mercy. Opening his hands, Wang Shi said in a seemingly genuine way, I don't have any fundamental conflicts of interest with you, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. Why do I have to eliminate you? Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changsheng are all leaders of a great force. Their ambitions are not just about themselves but to overturn the entire world. If you accuse me of planning to eliminate the 3 of them, I think that it at least makes sense. However, Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are a relatively simple cultivator. You do not seem to be interested in power. If we cooperate with each other, we can both take what we need. Everything inside the divine palace that is related to the primeval refining arts will be yours. You will also be allowed to study the Cloud Sheen gold statues freely. In the future, if I build an army of Cloud Sheen gold statues, you will be responsible for all the refining work. Wouldn't it be terrific? Sounds like a plan, Liao said coldly. However, your promise is too weak and unconvincing. I am not willing to let somebody else gain control over my life in any case. Wang Shi's voice grew even colder. You don't have a choice. You can let me plant a barrier in you and cooperate with me obediently. Chances are that you will have some lucky encounters during the exploration of the Divine Palace that allow you to reverse the situation. Maybe I will truly fulfill my promise and set you free in the end. Or you can die now. Grabbing his crystal sword, Wang Shi pushed close to Liao, one step after another. Liao's breath became more and more hasty, and the blood flowing around his body had almost froze into crimson amber. He suddenly gnashed his teeth. Wait, I can cooperate with you, but I have to know more about the Divine Palace. Wang Shi stopped, apparently not expecting Liao to propose such a weird request. Deep in thought, he looked at Liao suspiciously. I'll calculate the odds of me being killed to keep my mouth shut after the exploration of the Divine Palace based on the information about the Divine Palace so that I can decide whether or not I should cooperate with you, Liao explained. If I will certainly be killed after the job is done, is there any need for me to be humiliated for a longer time? I might as well put up one last struggle right now. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes into two coldly shining stars as he declared, one word after another. As I said, you don't have a choice. I don't, but you do. Liao gnashed his teeth. You can choose to tell me everything about the Divine Palace. Then it is possible that you will gain the full-hearted support of a top-tier expert who is on par with Qi Chongsheng, Han Bailing, and Wan Mingzhu. My refining arts will certainly prove to be of great use during the exploration. 2. Alternatively, you can choose to kill me here and now. As a result, not only will you lose a potential lackey, you might also suffer irreversible wounds. You don't think that I don't have any way to hurt you without my magical equipment, do you? If I may remind you, during the exploration of the Divine Palace, you will have to be involved in competitions of wisdom and strength with some of the most brutal people in the world. It won't be good if you suffer certain uncanny minor injuries before the job. Right? Liao cackled like a crow. Wang Shi stared at him for a long time. His brow furrowed, loosened, and furrowed again. All right, I stand by what I said. I am truly meaning to cooperate with you, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture. The barrier that I am to implement on your body is just a helpless choice. To show my sincerity, I would like to tell you the backstory of everything. Then speak now. Liao licked his blood-stained lips and pricked his ears. I'm all ears. The so-called Divine Palace. Wang Shi's eyes suddenly lose focus, as if he were mired in remote memories a long time ago. However, the next second, his eyes refocused, sharpened, and shone again. With a grave face, he bit his lips, and vague confusion was circling his face. He sniffed the air carefully, as if he had perceived something highly dangerous. Something's not right, Wang Shi mumbled. He focused his eyes on Liao again, especially his left arm, which was dangling behind him softly because the veins and nerves inside seemed to have been cut off. Show me your left hand, Wang Shi yelled. His crystal sword was humming, and the starry brilliance was all set to be launched. Liao appeared slightly dazed. There was bafflement on his face, as if he did not understand what Wang Shi meant. There was a deep bloody hole on his left shoulder, which suggested that the shoulder bone and the joint had been minced apart by the sword auras earlier. His left arm had been entirely crippled. Since crashing into the land earlier, his left hand had been folded behind him the whole time. At this point, he could only pick up his left hand with his right hand. While reaching for it, he grunted, I think my left arm is bro. Before he finished the last word, A series of explosions suddenly echoed deep inside Liao's left arm, as if a soft-skinned snake whose bones had all been crushed was turning into the most ferocious dinosaur. Shwa! 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 The skin on Liao's left arm turned black and green. Then it grew a layer of greasy scales. Bone spurs were also ejected from his flesh like sharp blades. His 5 fingers expanded in size in that moment, too. The round crystal in the middle of his palm was boosted because of the energy triggered by the mitochondria. Cell obliteration cannon. Attack! The moment that he crashed, Liao had ordered the mental devil to activate as many as possible primeval cells inside his left arm, repair the body at the highest speed, and accumulate the power of the cell obliteration cannon bit by bit. With just another half a minute, and nothing more, the cell obliteration cannon would have been brimming with enough energy to cover the entire desolate island. It was beyond his expectations for Wang Shi's sense of danger to be so keen, capable of catching the vague demonic energy flowing in the air. Liao was forced to change his plan and attacked in a hurry. Hiu! A pillar of the purest ivory light rushed out of Liao's palm right toward Wang Shi's face. The two of them were very close to each other. Although Wang Shi noticed that something was not right, he did not anticipate that Liao, as a master of refining, could launch such a violent attack without magical equipment. As a result, even though he managed to tilt his head, avoiding the frontal bombardment of the cell obliteration cannon, his cheek and temple were still brushed by the blast, as if a bucket of magma had been poured on his face. After an ear-splitting shriek, Wang Shi made the most sensible decision. Retreat without caring about anything. Liao grinned hideously. Tusks were growing crazily inside his mouth. His left eye had dyed demonic red. Fresh tissue was crawling out of the seeming terrible wounds all over his body. The result of the crazily exploding primeval cells was that his body was recovering at a visible speed. In the end, he was as strong and formidable as a primeval beast. Wang Shi had taken everything into account, but there was something that he did not know. With the apocalyptic body modified by the mental devil, and after 5 years of close-distance battles with Ding Lingdang in outer space, Liao was definitely one of the most horrendous slaughtering machines, even without resorting to any magical equipment. Shwa! Liao's claws snatched Wang Shi's rising breasts from his right side. The attack from the cell obliteration cannon just now, while seriously bruising Wang Shi's face, caused damages to his right eye, making the guy unable to see anything clearly. Naturally, Liao would not let go of such a great opportunity. His every talon was surrounded by fatal demonic energy like 5 sharpest flying swords. He was not necessarily piercing through Wang Shi's chest. However, it did not seem a bad idea to rip his clothes apart and view the real look of the plump female body. Clang! 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 At the critical moment, Wang Shi's face was as cold as frost. He bit his lips so hard that the skin almost broke. Apparently infuriated, he launched a storm of sword auras again, which were also twice as dazzling as just now and constituted an impenetrable defense in front of him. Liao chuckled and twisted. He waved his sharp claw and snatched the sound nest, the interference magical equipment that was still floating in midair. He squeezed and crushed the magical equipment, enshrouding the sound nest with his overwhelming demonic energy and blocking all the vibration waves emitted by the device. Shwa! 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 The molecular mica threads and needles inside his cosmos rings, as well as a plethora of crystal bombs, were finally able to be retrieved. With all the magical equipment in his hands, and now that the enemy's right eye had been hurt by the cell obliteration cannon, Liao had taken the initiative of the battle again. Liao and Wang Shi, 2 of the most dangerous experts of the entire ancient sages sector, confronted each other silently on the desolate island that was brimming with smoke and dust. The 2 of them looked equally awful. There was no need to mention Wang Shi. Half of his face had almost been entirely blackened, and weird fire seemed to be bouncing on his eyeball, which had collapsed, causing him to grimace in pain. His facial nerves were cramping incessantly, and he did not look any better than the angry Mother White Lotus. Liao, however, was not delighted either. He did not secure the advantage that he wanted in the new round, and he even revealed the secret of his apocalyptic body. There was not a dedicated term to describe demons in the ancient sages sector. However, a lot of barbarians scattered at the edge of the continent far away from the center of civilization carried the bloodlines of demons. It was likely because the members of the Thunderstriker Legion, a troop with strengthened cells that the Nuwa clan brought to attack this war base of the Pangu clan, had been marrying other human soldiers in the hundreds of thousands of years since the battle. Gradually, their bloodlines had spread, and they had evolved into the great number of barbarians. Since the ancient sages sector had not gone through the Great Dark Era, the intense contradiction between human beings and demons did not exist. The barbarians and the civilized people were basically classified according to their culture. For those who had bizarre demon bloodlines, as long as they embraced the culture of the Central Plateaus, they would not be regarded as eccentrics. As Master Spiritual Vulture, who was born a barbarian cultivator, it was not very strange for Liao to display part of the features of the demons. However, the real problem was that the demon features that he displayed were overly eye-catching. The coldly shining claws and bone spurts, the crimson eyeballs, the greenish scales, and most unbelievably of all, the crystal in his palm that could trigger the cell obliteration cannon. He was almost a demi-demon and could not have looked more hideous and terrifying. Such distinctive idiosyncrasies and such a cool pose would certainly be a hidden problem for him in the near future. Even if they did not raise Wang Shi's immediate suspicion, Liao narrowed his eyes. For the first time during the battle, intense killing intent flowed out of his heart as he calculated whether or not he was capable of killing Wang Shi instantly if he summoned his crystal suit. However, the result of his calculation was not good. Wang Shi had already stepped back to the edge of the cliff. It was obvious that he would dash into the ocean and flee immediately if anything went wrong. For an expert on Wang Shi's level who was at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he certainly had many more secrets than he cared to admit. Even if equipped with the crystal suit, Liao was not confident that he could finish him. He feared that the guy would only learn more secrets about him. What was most depressing for Liao was that, after exposing such a critical trump card, he gained absolutely nothing about the Divine Palace from Wang Shi's mouth. He had pretended to be feeble in order to elicit as much intelligence about the Divine Palace as possible from the guy, a move that had never failed him in the past. It had not occurred to him that the lady boy had such keen senses and such a tight mouth. What marvelous berserker arts! It appears that the cultivators have greatly underestimated you the whole time. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture. Covering his wounded right cheek, Wang Shi spoke slowly, one word after another. His charming voice that was as comforting as spring breeze had turned into the freezing wind. The so-called berserker arts was a secret technique that the barbarian cultivators with demon bloodlines adopted to activate the primeval cells inside their body. It was a rather uncommon skill among the cultivators. Wang Shi had read a lot of books when he was the librarian of the Royal Library of the Great Qin dynasty. He mistook Liao's apocalyptic body for the result of the berserker arts. Liao was slightly relieved. He calculated all the details on the desolate island quickly, trying to find the best routes of attack while he chuckled. But Lord Wang, you were even more marvelous to have sensed it in advance. Wang Shi sniffed and said, "You can stop wasting your time concocting another ambush. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, we are both heavily wounded right now. If either of us is determined to run away, it is impossible for the other one to stop him. Any means of attack will only be a waste of strength. Besides, believe it or not, fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, to this moment, I still believe that we do not have fundamental conflicts. On the contrary, I'm growing more and more interested in you now." Liao intentionally stared at Wang Shi's voluptuous breasts and said, "I believe that the feeling is mutual. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture, you are known to be Grandmaster of Great Zhou right now. So, you should be a man of honor and prestige." Wang Shi's voice was filled with coldness and anger. "Do you not feel that looking at other people in such a way is too insulting? I'm just curious." Liao smiled and retreated his gaze. Is it a male or female that is hiding beneath the shell named Wang Shi? Has Wang Shi been pretending to be Long Yangjun, or has Long Yangjun been pretending to be Wang Shi? I believe that you know that there are a lot of rumors about you among the cultivators. Many of them even suspect that you are a natural eunuch. However, I do find such a theory a bit queer. Lord Wang, you are a world-famous, powerful eunuch. Does a natural eunuch sound any more despicable than a lead eunuch? Or, if you are in fact a woman, such an identity does not seem to be worth covering, either. Maybe in the past, while you were still in the court, the identity of a powerful eunuch was of use to you, but you have come to this point where your greatest reliance is your strength instead of your power. Does it really matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as your strength remains with you? However, while fight you, Lord Wang, I obviously felt that you are very sensitive about your identity. You seem to be hiding a secret that is even more appalling than Wang Shi is a woman. What is it exactly? Wang Shi stared at Liao for a long time. Then, he sighed softly, as if he found it difficult to understand why Liao had to pursue that question. He gloomily said, "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, do you not know that you should never trouble until trouble troubles you? The two of us do not know each other, and we have never had any grudges. We could have cooperated in the exploration of the Divine Palace and gotten what we wanted respectively. Why do we have to be wary of each other and even fight each other until one of us survives? If you have to pursue the trivia such as whether I'm a man or a woman, and I'm forced to counterattack with my full strength, investigating whether or not you are the real master spiritual vulture, we will both suffer losses. Why do you have to hurt each other?" Liao's smile instantly froze. Taking advantage of Liao's shock, Wang Shi attacked again. A galaxy of sword auras was flowing in the sky of the desolate island again. Liao hurried to defend himself, only to discover that Wang Shi's dominating attack was just a disguise. When the sword auras in midair were all gone, Wang Shi had already opened his arms and stood on his tiptoes on the cliff at the edge of the desolate island. But there was one more thing inside his hand. The map core of the Divine Palace. In the haste, Wang Shi had no time to store the enormous thousand stars tray back into his cosmos ring and only managed to take back the map core. He shook his hand, and it vanished between his fingers like a grain of sand. "If you are eager to find out my secrets," Wang Shi smiled confidently, with vague femininity that was mixed with male intimidation. "Let's talk again when we meet in the Divine Palace." Tipping the land softly, he flew more than 10 kilometers away like a kite whose string was cut off and dived into the dark, black ocean, without raising the tiniest spindrift. Liao's eyes were still twitching, even more fiercely than before. His natural instincts were not wrong. Wang Shi was indeed a person of paramount importance in the ancient sage's sector. However, with a gloomy face, Liao walked to a corner and carefully studied the shackle that had been cracked by Wang Shi on one of his knees. The shackle was intact. Neither the circulation of spiritual energy nor the mechanical structure was damaged at all. Judging from the tiny scratches left on the shackle, it was almost as if Wang Shi had slid out like a ghost. Liao tilted his head and thought for a long time, yet he failed to figure out exactly how Wang Shi had freed himself from the trap. He only reaffirmed his judgment that, except for the unimaginable divinity transformation stage cultivators, nobody could break free from the shackle instantly without being harmed. Hiu! 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 Fulminations were echoing in the clouds behind him, implying that 4 strong cultivators were flying at a supersonic speed. Liao wiped his face and took a few deep breaths, retracting the hideous claws, tusks, and bone spurts into his body. "What has happened here, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture?" Qi Zhongdao, Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada landed on the desolate island. It appeared that Wang Shi had only fled when he perceived that the 4 super-nascent soul stage cultivators were approaching. Otherwise, he might have had another few rounds in the game with Liao. Looking at the components of the thousand stars tray that were strewn on the ground, and glancing at Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of them, Liao cleared his throat and interpreted what had happened carefully. After 10 minutes, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada's faces all turned grave. Even Yen Liren, who was never interested in anything other than sword arts, raised his eyebrows high. The Divine Palace? the Cloud Qin gold statues, and the path to the deity's realm? Wang Shi, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, and Han Bailing, the 4 rapscallions, have joined their hands. Even the 4 resolute super-nascent soul-stage cultivators were rubbing their hands quickly at the shocking news. The Cloud Qin gold statues are the legendary ultimate treasures. One of them may be enough to change the outcome of a whole battle. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. If Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, or the likes of them pick up a few Cloud Qin gold statues, they may be able to turn the world upside down and raise catastrophes. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar frowned and said, Wang Shi is best known for his cunning schemes. Everything about the Divine Palace is just his side of the story. It may not be necessarily true. However, whatever Wang Shi's purpose is, it is indeed a big deal that the 4 rapscallions are cooperating. One moment of carelessness, and the world will be in chaos, and the people will bleed. We have to find the Divine Palace before the 4 rapscallions do. Qi Zhongdao said solemnly. It's a pity that Wang Shi has the map now. It doesn't matter, Li Yao said casually. I browsed through the map and the structure of the Divine Palace just now, and I can duplicate them even without the core. The biggest problem is that, since Wang Shi's cultivation is on par with mine, he should be able to copy the map from his memories even if he does not have the 1,000 stars tray to parse it. Are you saying that we and the 4 rapscallions can both find the Divine Palace, and that we may encounter each other in the land of eternal night in the freezing northmost area? Frowning, Qi Zhongdao glanced at Li Yao and said, Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are the one who discovered the leads of the Divine Palace, and the specific map and the internal structure of the Divine Palace are in your head. Since you are willing to share everything with us openly, it is indicative enough of your trust in us. Naturally, we will respect your opinion. How do you plan to deal with the issue? Li Yao opened his hands and casually said, If possible, I would swallow the secrets in the Divine Palace by myself. However, I fear that the land of eternal night is not open to an individual. The 4 rapscallions are certainly not something that I can deal with alone. Although I am adept at the arts of refining and traps, I am not experienced in grave robbing. Of course, I can only find someone trustworthy to cooperate with me. Fellow cultivator Ba and Master Bitter Cicada are both famous men of justice in the world of cultivators. Fellow cultivator Yen and fellow cultivator Qi are more or less dependable too. It doesn't matter to me how the issue is addressed, as long as you promise that everything about the arts of refining and the mysterious primeval magical equipment inside the Divine Palace will be given to me to study. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada looked at each other and was more or less relieved, feeling lucky that Master Spiritual Vulture was dedicated to refining and not as ambitious as the 4 rapscallions. Qi Zhongdao nodded and drew a rough map on the ground with his spiritual energy. Fellow cultivator Spiritual Vulture is quite right. If the Divine Palace does exist, it is definitely not a place that can be explored single-handedly. Please take a look. This is the relative location of the Divine Palace, the Dark Cloud Prairies, and the states of the Great Qian Dynasty. The states under the government of the Great Qian Dynasty are in the south, and the Dark Cloud Prairies, which are occupied by Ghost Qin, lie in the north. However, the northmost land of eternal night is still tens of thousands of kilometers north of the Dark Cloud Prairies. The boundless Dark Cloud Prairies have a coverage that is almost half the territory of the entire Great Qian Dynasty. It is only with the help of the vast prairies that Ghost Qin's people managed to compete with the Great Qian Dynasty. If we go to the land of eternal night, there are only 2 roads. We can either penetrate through the Dark Cloud Prairies, which is apparently not a viable option, or take a large detour from the ocean next to the Dark Cloud Prairies. Qi Zhongdao drew a curve on the side of the map and continued. The critical problem is personnel and supplies. The land of eternal night is a freezing hell. The natural spiritual energy is in disarray and highly unfavorable for training. For the nascent soul stage cultivators such as you and me, we have to inhale and exhale tremendous spiritual energy to prevent our level from falling. If the natural spiritual energy is too chaotic for us to absorb, we will have to carry tremendous crystals with us as supplies. together with the food, magical equipment, herbs, and other provisions. I'm afraid that 100 cosmos rings will not be enough. Besides, if we encounter the main troops of the 4 rapscallions in the land of eternal night, how are we going to accomplish the mission even if we can slay 1,000 low-level cultivators on the enemy's side with just the 5 of us? It was indeed a critical question. The 3 saints, together with Liao and Master Bitter Cicada, versus the 4 rapscallions. The former had a slim edge. However, the 5 of them were mostly all lone wolves, whereas the 4 rapscallions had countless trusted soldiers and subordinates. In the hopeless, frozen land where there were no supplies, as long as the 4 rapscallions drained their spiritual energy and physical strength in the war of attrition, they would be dead for sure. The 5 of us are not enough to compete with the enormous forces behind the 4 rapscallions, nor are we capable of excavating all the secrets about the divine palace. Looking at Liao, Qi Zhongdao asked, "Do you agree, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? Are you suggesting we inform all the cultivators of the news?" Liao replied coldly, "Hehe. I have only one remark for those guys who are as greedy as hyenas, as idiotic as swine, and as sordid as vipers, better destructors than constructors." "Well said." Ba Xiaoyu clapped his hands and said, "I've been too much about the behavior of the swine-like cultivators. Old Qi, if we truly inform them of the existence of the divine palace, believe me, just for the map inside fellow cultivator spiritual vulture's head, they will blow each other's brains out. When the journey to explore the divine palace really begins, the dirty traps and tricks on the way will be even greater eye-openers for everybody." Fellow cultivator Qi is a man of manners. Master Bitter Cicada also sighed and said, "It's a shame that few cultivators are as mannered as fellow cultivator Qi. Have you not been educated in the trip to the southeast, fellow cultivator Qi?" Qi Zhongdao listened in silence. There was no emotion on his face, which seemed to be forged out of iron. After a long time he said slowly, "Since we share a pessimistic view about the cultivation sects in the world, and it is a mandate that we cooperate with a certain powerful force, what about the emperor?" Everybody was dazed by what he said. "Ha!" Ba Xiaoyu the beggar bulged his eyes and eyed Qi Zhongdao up and down as if he had never seen the guy before. "Cooperating with the emperor? What a surprise. I remember that you have always led all the major sects in competition with the court, old Qi. Rumor even has it that the old emperor kicked the bucket because he was too mad at you." "Wrong," Qi Zhongdao replied. "Everything I did was meant to keep the stability of the world. The cultivation sects and the court are like 2 legs of a person that can only walk steadily if they are equally strong. It will do nobody any good if one of the legs is too long or too thick." When Wang Shi was in power in the past, he established the ghost character and instigated conflicts among the major sects through his diplomatic tricks. As a result, all the cultivation sects were living in anxiety and even attacking each other. So, when the leg that was the court was too thick, I led the main sects to check and balance the emperor and Wang Shi's power. Then and now are different. Now Wang Shi has lost his power, and the new emperor is new to the throne. Despite his ambitions to revive the great Qian dynasty, his foundation is still relatively weak. As a result, the leg named Cultivation Sects is expanding rapidly. You have witnessed everything during our trip of disaster relief to the southeast. If things go unchanged, the country will be no more. Qi Zhongdao raised his voice. Excitement beamed out of his dark face that was as tough as iron, as if a solid mask had been shattered with furious flames flowing out of the cracks. Right now, the world is about to be embraced by chaos, and every cultivator may face their inevitable doom soon. However, the avaricious, short-sighted elders and leaders of the cultivation sects are still minding only their selfish interests and fighting each other. Just as fellow cultivator spiritual vulture said, "They are as ravenous as dogs and as stupid as swine. They are better destructors than constructors. If they continue messing around, a great war will break out before long. Then, the world of cultivators will become a dog-eat-dog hell." We already realized that during our meeting below Roaring Tiger City the other day. However, despite our physical strength and our seemingly fancy titles, we are incapable of changing anything. We can only watch the world of cultivators sliding into the abyss. After another few steps, everybody will fall and crash into pieces. That day, didn't we sigh over the fact that even the super nascent soul stage cultivators invincible in the world were still unable to change the dirty and chaotic world? This is a great opportunity for us to reorganize the cultivators and purge the world. As long as we excavate the secrets in the divine palace and receive the legacies of the primeval creatures, and preferably, if we each have a cloud sheen gold statue, the entire world of cultivators will run according to the will and rules of the 5 of us. Won't it be 100 times better than the mess right now? There will, of course, be unnoticed problems to cooperate with the proud, ambitious Emperor Phoenix. That's all the more reason for the 5 of us to be united. As long as the 5 of us reach a consensus and stay fully united, the Emperor, the 4 rapscallions, and the rogue cultivation sects will all be suppressed by our will. Qi Zhongdao's astonishing declaration cast the other 4 super nascent soul stage cultivators into a long silence. White mist was popping up from everyone's forehead, a sign indicating that their computational ability had been boosted to the maximum. After a long while, Master Bitter Cicada recited the sutras briefly and said, "The vast changes in the world are too overwhelming for a monk to grasp and predict. However, I'm told that the new emperor has indeed accomplished several impressive things in the divine capital since he ascended to the throne a year ago. He pays great attention to the happiness of the people, too. Although his style is still a bit immature, he is already showing the demeanor of a wise monarch. If the court can stabilize the situation and protect the people from the harm of blades, it will be a blessing for everyone." Ba Xiaoyu also craned his neck to study the relative location of the Great Qian dynasty, the dark cloud prairies, and the land of eternal night. Scratching his stinky hair, he said, "I don't know much about battles. However, by common sense, if we intend not to be blocked and harassed by a large batch of enemies, we will have to strengthen the attacks on Ghost Qin from the south and stall the enemy's elite forces there. The cultivators that are just loose sand can never achieve that purpose. Only the army of the court will be able to do that. Few troops in the court are brave enough for battles today. The elites are all under Emperor Phoenix's control. If we want our trip to be a success, the Emperor seems to be our only possible partner. The Emperor is not a dead person." Yen Liren was studying the stripes on the sheath of his sword with his full attention. He casually mumbled, "For such a huge operation to explore the divine palace, do you think that the Emperor will not know it even if we don't tell him?" The few of them did not seem to object to the cooperation with Emperor Phoenix. After all, they did not lust for power at all, and there was no fundamental contradiction between them and the Emperor. Liao, however, stared at Qi Zhongdao for a long time before he said something that was beyond everyone's expectation. "Fellow cultivator Qi, you have long been in touch with Emperor Phoenix, and this isn't the first day that you've wanted to join your hands to deal with the cultivators, right?" After hearing that, Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada all looked at Qi Zhongdao in bewilderment. After all, Qi Zhongdao, the nominal leader of all the cultivators, had always firmly stood on the cultivators' side to check and balance the court's force. One might even say that he was the representative of all the cultivators. With the assistance of Wang Shi, Li Yao said, "The late emperor almost suppressed the entire world of cultivators, but it raised the intense dissatisfaction among the main sects. After Emperor Phoenix ascended to the throne, perhaps under the pressure of the cultivation sects or perhaps because he did not trust Wang Shi, he deprived Wang Shi of all his power overnight. However, just because Emperor Phoenix banished Wang Shi does not mean that he will bend to the cultivators. On the contrary, he might want to raise his own Wang Shi to keep the cultivators in check. With the Great Qian dynasty in peril right now, he does not have much time for his reorganization. It is impossible for him to bring up a trusted subordinate from nothing. Fellow cultivator Qi is his best candidate. He is Emperor Phoenix's Wang Shi. Is it true?" Ba Xiaoyu could not help but ask, "Old Qi, did the Emperor really turn to you?" Qi Zhongdao was emotionless, but the veins on the back of his hand were suddenly rising. He stared at Li Yao and replied one word after another. "I am a man of integrity, and I don't have any clandestine secrets that I cannot share with other people. It is true that the Emperor has reached out to me, proposing to purge the smoky world of cultivators through thunderous approaches in order to restore the peace and order. Did you agree, fellow cultivator Qi? Master Bitter Cicada asked. I didn't. The brilliance in Qi Zhongdao's eyes dimmed. He said in a low voice, I am the grand leader of the Grand Mystery Sect and a member of the world of cultivators after all. I believed that as long as every cultivator abides by the rules and bears the big picture in mind, we can restore the former vigor and prosperity on our own. So, I was reluctant to allow the Emperor to meddle with the internal affairs of the main sections. It's a pity that the main sect's doings during the trip to the southeast have completely disappointed fellow cultivator Qi. Li Yao added for him. Your blood is cold, and your heart is dead. You've realized that it is impossible to cleanse the dust, smoke, and scoundrels with just the strength of the cultivators. It's just like a man who is mired in a swamp. If there is no external force to help him, he will only fall deeper and deeper until he is doomed. Only by cooperating with Emperor Phoenix and relying on the force of the court can we expect to revolutionize the world of cultivators. Qi Zhongdao's eyes were frozen for a while, as if he was unwilling to admit the pathetic fact. Sighing gloomily, he said, There's another reason why I didn't agree at that time. At that time, I was all by myself, and I did not have any chips to bargain with the Emperor. Even if I agreed, I would only be his chess piece and his lackey. Moreover, I didn't believe that Emperor Phoenix had the capabilities to suppress the main sections. If the contradiction between the two parties intensified and a civil war of the Great Qin dynasty was caused, then I would be forever blamed in the history books. However, your participation and the news regarding the Divine Palace have given me a new glimpse of hope. As long as the five of us are united, we will be a force that can shake the world, and we will have enough bargaining chips whether we are faced with the Emperor or the main sects. If we can control the Cloud Qin gold statues in the Divine Palace, we will be able to purge the world of cultivators with our invincible strength and bring new rules to the main sects and even the entire world. I can assure you, fellow cultivators, that the rules will certainly be bright and justified. This is my lifelong dream. What do you think, fellow cultivators? Like black nails, Qi Zhongdao's words pierced into everyone's heart deeply. Master Bitter Cicada sighed and said, I wish for nothing but the peace and happiness of all the ordinary folks in the world. If I have to pay a visit to the freezing hell in the land of eternal night in order to achieve that, why not? Ba Xiaoyu spat on the ground heavily and clapped his hands in laughter. This beggar has long been pissed off by the pretentious, shameless cultivators of the main sects. Cooperating with the Emperor does not look like a bad idea if it can teach them to behave. To reiterate what I said, Li Yao said, as long as everything related to the arts of refining inside the Divine Palace are given to me to study, it doesn't matter who we cooperate with. What about you, fellow cultivator Yen? Qi Zhongdao shifted his eyes to Yen Liren. Yen Liren was an elder of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Of the 5 cultivators, he and Qi Zhongdao were most involved with the cultivation sects. Yen Liren was still studying the stripes on the sheath of his sword, as if he was decided their influence on the weight of the sheath. Without bothering to raise his head, he replied, The Purple Pole Sword sect or Emperor Phoenix matter little to me. You can fight however you want. There's only one thing that I care about, which is whether or not there is an opponent who is worthy of me drawing my sword in the Divine Palace. He suddenly raised his head, with brilliance of interest beaming out of his eyes. He mumbled, Has it ever occurred to you that the Divine Palace is very close to the battlefield of the fight between Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators? At that time, Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin had their confrontation in the land of eternal night. It is said that they countered an unprecedented blizzard in the middle of their fight. The cold front was so fierce that even the air froze. After the blizzard was over, the 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators had already vanished. Do you think that Wu Suiyun and Meng Qixin might be related to the so-called Divine Palace in a mysterious way? The question cast the 4 of them in a daze. They looked at each other in bewilderment and apparently could not offer an answer. Heh! Yen Liren suddenly grew interested. He extended his thick and short fingers and flicked the sheath hard. During the journey to explore the Divine Palace, it is possible that I will encounter the 4 rapscallions, who are worthy opponents that I must wield my sword with full strength to defeat. 2 seniors in the divinity transformation stage, and even legendary deities whom I can also try to kill. This seems to be a lot of fun and definitely can't be missed. Finally, the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators reached a consensus driven by different motives. Liao, however, had one last question. Fellow cultivators, have you seen Wang Shi in person before? What does he look like? Liao picked some random pebbles on the desolate island and crushed them into powder, building a vivid sand sculpture, before he fixed it temporarily with his spiritual energy. It was Wang Shi who had appeared under the form of Long Yangjun just now. As a refiner, Liao had to conduct shaping and micro-carving on the components on many occasions. Although his sculpture was not a piece of shocking artwork, the ration was precise, and the face was vivid. It looked precisely like the real person. Is this Wang Shi? Everybody frowned at sculpture that Liao had made, which was a female with a plain face and a plump body. This is Wang Shi. Exactly like Liao had done, Yen Liren also built a sculpture of Wang Shi with pebbles and broken stones. Yes, this is how Wang Shi usually appears in public occasions. Wang Shi used to be a powerful eunuch in the court. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide from everyone. Many cultivators had seen him in person. Yen Liren and Qi Zhongdao in particular had met him at a close distance many times, which allowed them to capture his features precisely. Liao observed Yen Liren's sculpture carefully. Wang Shi was not an arrogant, condescending weasel that most people imagined a powerful eunuch to be like. Instead, he looked like a graceful, if not vulnerable, middle-aged scholar. Except for his fair face and his lack of beard, he did not look much different from other cultivators. Since Yen Liren had always been fighting with Wang Shi in terms of their sword arts every time they met, the sculpture of Wang Shi was also carrying a sword on his back. His glittering eyes did befit the expected appearance of an unparalleled swordsman. After Liao juxtaposed the 2 sculptures and compared them, he could not help but conclude that Wang Shi and Long Yangjun were too different. However, it did not suggest anything. For cultivators at the level of Liao and Wang Shi, it was not difficult to change their bones and muscles in order to expand or shrink their body size, or to control the secretion of their androgen and estrogen to generate different secondary sexual characteristics. If Liao was willing, he could stimulate the estrogen inside his body to secrete crazily. As a result, his skin would naturally be fair and smooth, his beard and his leg hair would drop, his subcutaneous fat would grow thicker, and his breasts would rise. That was certainly not a big deal. Wang Shi, Long Yangjun, what is the real identity hiding behind you? Liao suddenly thought of Wang Shi's profiles that he had read before. According to the files, Wang Shi had been admitted into the palace around 90 years ago. Most eunuchs were raised from their childhood, unless they were the special talents that were direly needed by the royal family. It meant that Wang Shi had been born approximately 100 years ago, which was a critical time. 100 years ago, 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators vanished, never to be seen again, in the blizzard near the Divine Palace. 100 years ago, Wang Shi was born, and he was finally setting off to explore the Divine Palace after spending his entire life searching for the clues. Still 100 years ago, a mysterious signal was sent from the Ancient Sages sector to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector. Was everything mysteriously related? The answer to everything would have to be found out after they arrived at the Divine Palace. A month passed. Hiu, 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 hiu. Arrows were raining upon the battle formation overwhelmingly across the sky that was occupied by the dark clouds like a flock of hungry crows, raising a round of desperate screams and the sounds of blood springing out. Charge now! After a deafening roar, the iron cavalry from the central plateaus rushed toward the fertile dark cloud prairies like a torrent of steel. It was a skirmish that happened as fast as fire in the chaotic border between the Great Qian dynasty and the dark cloud prairies. However, the roles of the attacker and the defender had been swapped. Over the years, the court's army of the Great Qin dynasty had mostly played a defensive role by holding their fortresses and bastions, whereas the Wolf Knights of Ghost Qin, with their advantage in speed, attacked and harassed aggressively. The previous year, the harassment had even upgraded into a real assault, and the vanguard of their enemy had almost reached the city wall of the divine capital. The court's army of the Great Qin dynasty had suffered a crushing and humiliating defeat. After that battle, the border of the Great Qin dynasty had grown more perilous than ever. All the soldiers were staying behind the defense lines timidly, allowing the Wolf Knights of Ghost Qin to gallop and demonstrate their power however they saw fit. However, that day, the side that was marching forward unstoppably was actually a troop of the Great Qin dynasty. It was the Divine Edge Legion, one of the best troops of the court on par with the Thunderstriking Legion that had been protecting the divine capital for hundreds of years. It appeared that they were there for a head-on battle with the Ghost Qin for real without caring about the cost. What was even more uncanny was that many cultivators under the banners of various sects were flying to the sky from the flanks of the Divine Edge Legion. Like a swarm of locusts, they lunged at the soldiers of the Ghost Qin, who were running away. The few Ghost Qin cultivators deployed at the rear of the knights hurried to fly into the sky for resistance, only to discover that the cultivators of the Great Qin dynasty were not bluffing as they had done in the past. Instead, they were fighting the battle aggressively and fearlessly at the risk of their lives. What's going on? Didn't the army of the Great Qin dynasty just suffer a great failure last year? How can they be reorganized so quickly and even take the initiative to attack in a way that implies that they are going to die with us? And those cultivators? Don't the cultivators of the Great Qin dynasty cherish their own lives most? Why are they as ferocious as tigers today, before they fell one after another like raindrops? Many cultivators of Ghost Qin bulged their eyes and stared at the warriors of the Great Qin dynasty, who were entirely different from the past in shock, not having the faintest clue what had gotten into their enemy. Similar things were happening on almost every side of the Great Qin dynasty. The army and the cultivators of the Great Qin dynasty seemed to have been awakened overnight. They launched the most overwhelming attacks in the southeast, northwest, and north simultaneously. Not only were Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army and Wan Mingzhu's White Lotus cult so terribly beaten that they could barely walk on the street, a lot of soldiers and cultivators of Ghost Qin were successfully stalled. 2. They were not able to be mobilized to the north to set up the supply line to the land of eternal night. The cause of everything, on the other hand, had now established a fleet of airships and flown to the land of eternal night after bypassing the dark cloud prairies with the help of a warm wind north to the equator in a long curve. Li Yao was on the deck of one of the airships. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but a white ocean. The outline of the continent was already invisible. The sea wind that was blowing against his face was gradually mixed with gloomy coldness. 2. The airship was more than 100 meters long, driven by both the sails and the wind manipulating rune arrays. Because the airship was cruising in the sky, it was possible to establish sails on and beneath the vehicle, which looked like a round shuttle that had been adorned with all kinds of colorful flags. The sails were connected with ropes that were more complicated than the strokes of a rune. Many bold sailors were crawling on the ropes like spiders in the sky hundreds of meters off the ground. The head of the airship had been carved into a roaring dragon. For giant anchors that looked like dragon claws extended out of the deck. They could hold the vehicle to the ground in case of a strong wind, but more importantly, they could bind the airship to any prey during a battle. Although the flying boats in this era could manage to cruise in the air, and certain remote magical equipment such as the Gold Crow Fiery Ballista or Divine Magnificence Cannon were accommodated, it was difficult for them to hit the target from thousands of meters away because of the underdeveloped probing and aiming technologies. A radius of thousands of meters, on the other hand, was the perfect attack range of a cultivator. Therefore, the air fights in the Ancient Sages sector were mostly boarding battles. The seemingly dominating airships were nothing more than an airborne platform of transportation and supplies. The combat ability of the airship depended not on the airship per se but the cultivators aboard it. The dragon head of this particular airship had been dyed gold. There were 5 talons on each of the 4 claws, suggesting that it was a 5-talon gold dragon. The unique characteristics indicated that this was a royal battleship of the Imperial Guards. The mobilization of such a royal battleship, which could almost be called the best of the ancient sages sector, and the stormy attacks of the Great Qin dynasty in various directions over the past month were naturally the results of the communication between Qi Zhongdao and the incumbent emperor. After the 5 super-nascent soul-stage cultivators reached a consensus and formed an alliance on the desolate island, Qi Zhongdao had gone straight north to the divine capital to discuss the issue with Emperor Phoenix. Qi Zhongdao did not disappoint anyone. Emperor Phoenix's head was also clear enough for him to believe Qi Zhongdao's words instantly and make the judgment that the most critical factor about the issue was time. They had to seize every second in order to beat the 4 rapscallions to the divine palace. In the one short month that followed, troops were mobilized to launch attacks in every part of the Great Qin dynasty, especially at the border of the Great Qin dynasty and Ghost Qin. Tremendous soldiers and cultivators on the enemy's side had been stalled. Also, a rather enormous expedition fleet had been established, and all the usable and necessary items for the trip deep into the snowfield were prepared. All the thunderous approaches indicated a stronger leadership than the previous emperor and the ambitions of the young Emperor Phoenix, who was not bragging but really had the capabilities to revive the Great Qin dynasty. However, Liao glanced at an airship next to the one that he was standing on. Other than the bright yellow dragon flag of the Great Qin dynasty, the banners of the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and other major sects were also flying. He slightly frowned. The hyenas had sensed the smell and followed up anyway, but it could not be helped. Although Liao did not wish for the guys who could only be counted as saboteurs but not contributors to join the operation team, the facts that the 5 nascent soul-stage cultivators went missing simultaneously, the obvious aggressions of the court in multiple battle lines, and the dozens of missing flying boats in the divine capital could not escape everyone's attention. None of the leaders who had defeated thousands of competitors to reach their position were simple-headed fools. Mother White Lotus' hasty uprising and her operation to blindly attack East Peace County had been weird in the first place. Even if the leaders of the main sects did not realize it at that time, they would have figured out that something was wrong afterward. Therefore, rumors had already been spreading among the cultivators 3 days after the battle in East Peace County. Although the Divine Palace was not explicitly pointed out, the Land of Eternal Night was clearly mentioned. With everything reaching that point, it was difficult to hide everything from the other cultivators. At the very least, Yan Liren, who belonged to the Purple Pole Sword sect, and Qi Zhongdao, as the grand leader of the Grand Mystery sect, could not keep their complete silence under the inquiry of their respective sects. Besides, Han Bailing's Ghost Qin, Qi Chongqing's Heaven-Battering Army, Wan Mingzhu's White Lotus Cult, and Wang Shi's ghost character certainly had experts in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage. The 5 top warriors and the Imperial Guards loyal to the Emperor together were still relatively insufficient. The middle-level and high-level warriors in the core formation stage and nascent soul stage had to be filled in to fight the enemy in the snowy land of Eternal Night, where there were absolutely no reinforcements. Therefore, the expedition fleet eventually became a combination of the 5 super-nascent soul stage cultivators, the Imperial Guards, and the 6 major sects. The Cloud Qin gold statues, the path to the deity's realm, and the mysterious divine palace. The temptation riled up everybody in the 6 major sections. Even the elders who had been training in seclusion earlier had gone outside again without caring about anything. The 6 major sects would gain tremendous profits from the operation to explore the divine palace. In return, they were responsible for suppressing the riots of the other smaller sects in the world of cultivators and dispatching enough low-level disciples in cooperation with the court's army during the stalling battles. That was why the Great Qin cultivators had launched attacks fearlessly on the Dark Cloud Prairies. Although Qi Zhongdao did not like the selfish, disobedient fellows in the 6 major sects, he had been respected as a common leader, even if just a nominal one, for many years. Since their participation was unavoidable, he could only further contact Liao and the rest of them. He also specifically reminded Liao not to release information on the secret tunnels in the Divine Palace to public so that the 5 of them could still hold the initiative during the operation. Liao agreed without any hesitation. He was not the real master spiritual vulture. His real purpose to participate in the operation to explore the Divine Palace was to evaluate all the forces of the ancient sages sector and the endorsers behind them. The greater a fuss the Divine Palace caused and the more forces were involved, the more convenient it would be for him to observe and analyze. The 3 saints, 4 rapscallions, 1 monk and 1 emperor, as well as the mysterious Grand Master of Great Zhou, were all involved in the issue. If the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, or some even more terrifying existences, were lurking in the ancient sages sector, they would still visit the Divine Palace, would they not? During the past month, Li Yao had been away from the Purple Pole Sword sect for a while under the excuse of training in seclusion. He had flown to the satellite where Spark was hidden beyond the atmosphere of the ancient sages sector. Then, with the components that he had crafted in the Purple Pole Sword sect in the prior months, he had finished repairing and building up the star beacons and set them to a state that could be activated at any time. Li Yao had made up his mind that, as long as the operation to explore the Divine Palace proved that there were no spies of the Imperium of true human beings in the ancient sages sector, and that there was an intact manufacturing base for the Colossi in the Divine Palace, he would risk sending a message to the Federation and summon a fleet. In any case, a factory for Colossi was of great strategic significance to the Federation. It was definitely worth the risk. Therefore, the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions and all the evils with ill intentions could make as much fuss as they wanted and bring out all their schemes. It was time for all the wicked forces lurking about to show up. Li Yao believed that no trouble could not be resolved by an expedition fleet of the Federation armed with the technology from Kunlun. If there was, he would ask 10 fleets to be dispatched. After witnessing the pandemonium of the cultivators of the ancient sages sector and the suffering of the ordinary folks, he could not wait to completely change the world with his and the Federation's will. While he was pondering, a common, medium-sized flying boat without any markings drew close from another route in the west and joined the spectacular exploration fleet. A streak of brightness soared up from the medium-sized carrier. It was Qi Zhongdao, the underappreciated leader of all the cultivators. Qi Zhongdao brought a piece of slightly surprising but rather reasonable news. Emperor Phoenix will lead the elites of the Thunderous Chen sect and participate in the operation to explore the Divine Palace personally. In a world without cultivators, the Emperor, with his honorable status, should certainly reside in the capital as a commander. It was rare for them to show up on the front line. Those who did lead the charge in battles were often seen as unwise monarchs. However, in the world of cultivators, especially one with hundreds of super experts in the nascent soul stage, the royal authority was not a supreme concept that everybody revered. If every cultivation sect was compared to a tribe, the emperor was only the chief of the largest tribe. Nothing more. In order to completely control the world, it was mandatory that the emperor boasted personal combat ability that far exceeded other people's. Since the Cloud Qin gold statues, a strategic weapon that could decide the outcome of a battle possibility existed in the Divine Palace, Emperor Phoenix, who was ambitious enough to purge the world and revive the great Chen dynasty, would certainly not stand by while watching other people excavating the treasures. Otherwise, if every major sect got 1 or 2 Cloud Qin gold statues in the end, and the emperor had nothing in his hands, would it not be terribly embarrassing? His declaration to purge the world would also be a joke. Li Yao met Emperor Phoenix on the seemingly plain flying boat that did not have any markings on it. Before he met the mysterious monarch of the great Chen dynasty who had always been a center of gossips, Li Yao had speculated what he looked like in many ways. Emperor Phoenix was not the previous emperor's nominated heir. Among the many princes, he was not even one of the popular and well-respected ones. His birth mother was just a regular concubine in the palace whose position was not very high. She had passed away soon after giving birth to him. As a result, he did not have any force that he could count on in the palace. It was said that he had been troubled by ailments since childhood. Also, the late emperor had once received the instructions of a deity in his dream, who stated that if he wanted his son to live, he must have him grow up in the Thunder Marshal Temple at the north suburb of the divine capital, where the great emperor of Thunder Marshal would suppress the evil inside his body with his might. The great emperor of Thunder Marshal was a prehistorical deity worshipped by the Thunderous Chen sect. After the Thunderous Chen sect took over the world, naturally, the royal family claimed that they were the blood descendants of the great emperor of Thunder Marshall. A lot of temples had been established across the country to enshrine their ancestors. Having his son to grow up in the Thunder Marshall Temple and asking him and his descendants to guard the memorial tablets of the ancestors essentially meant banishing him from the center of the conflict of power. By logic, a weak, unsupported, and unpopular prince stood no chance of a comeback against all the odds at all. Therefore, the internal strife in the court and the competition between the court and the cultivation sects had nothing to do with him. Even during the years when Xianxia was in power, Emperor Phoenix had always stayed in the Thunder Marshall Temple in the north suburbs of the divine capital dutifully, like a pebble that had been forgotten by everyone. However, last spring, when the army of the Ghost Qin marched to the divine capital and the late emperor passed uncannily, leaving the princes who all had their own plans and the cultivation sect whose stance was rather obscure, Emperor Phoenix suddenly showed up in the Forbidden City. Nobody knew exactly what he had learned and done in all his years in the Thunder Marshall Temple. They only knew that the young, unattractive prince who had been lurking in the darkness all the time suppressed his two most supported brothers and the few nascent soul stage cultivators who endorsed them during his grand entrance. When he demonstrated his invincible combat ability in the Forbidden City, the Imperial Guards defending the divine capital all pledged loyalty to him. The forces who struggled to resist in their ignorance were soon suppressed by a brand new troop of Imperial Guards with mysterious backgrounds but a high combat ability. The brand new Imperial Guards who had never walked in daylight before were all wearing crimson armor and glamorous helmets that looked like phoenixes. They were known as the Fiery Phoenix Legion. With the thunderous attacks of the Fiery Phoenix Legion and himself, Emperor Phoenix soon had the entire divine capital under his control. He also took the chance to defeat the Ghost Qin's invasion. After Ghost Qin retreated, he had claimed the whole world, although just nominally. Liao was very interested in Emperor Phoenix's rise. The path of the emperor who had once been kicked out of the center of power only to rise and swagger back mysterious later, had too many uncanny incidents and traces of external interference. What Liao was doing right now was making the external interference hiding back Emperor Phoenix walk into the spotlight so that he could see exactly what they were. Emperor Phoenix was a young man whose skin was so fair that it was almost pink. Even his eyes were mixed with stripes of bright redness. Liao suspected that it was a symptom of some sort of albinism. No wonder the late emperor would feel that the sun was so weak that he had to be kept in the Thunder Marshall Temple where his ancestors would watch over him. Liao's first impression of Emperor Phoenix was that his eyes were ridiculously huge. Boundless ambition and vitality were beaming out of his scarlet eyeballs as if his soul had always been burning at the highest intensity, which was too fierce for his body to bear. In contrast to his glittering eyes, the rest of his body was indeed extremely feeble. He would cough slightly after saying every sentence. It was very difficult to imagine how he dominated the Forbidden City and suppressed the entire world. Liao, however, did not dare underestimate him. If he was one of those tall, muscular men just like Lei Dong, an expert of the Thunderous Chen sect who was known to be the strongest expert in the royal palace and the closest one to the three saints of the great Chen dynasty before Master Spiritual Vulture showed up, it would not have been a big deal at all, no matter how violent and intimidating the guy might have seemed. The scariest enemies were in fact the seemingly vulnerable guys like Emperor Phoenix who was like a sick cat, especially when they were well-mannered and showed no condescension to Liao at all. He was addressing Liao as a master exactly like other people did. Based on Liao's abundant experience in adventures in the past, how could he not be a supervillain with his entrance and his demeanor? Master Spiritual Vulture shocked heroes of the world and rose to fame at the Dragon Spring meeting. You even held an enticing lecture on swords later. I couldn't help but feel fascinated when I heard people talking about the content of the lecture in the Divine Capital. And I have long yearned to invite you to have a chat in the Divine Capital, Master. Emperor Phoenix smiled casually like an obedient student. But I didn't know that you were so honorable and selfless besides your amazing cultivation and your impressive expertise in refining. Master Spiritual Vulture. There must be countless treasures in the Divine Palace, and the Cloud Qin gold statues are marvelous weapons that can change the world. If other people had information about them, they would certainly plan to swallow the treasures alone. Master Spiritual Vulture. You have set an example for all the cultivators in the world by revealing the great secret to public. Liao chuckled in amusement and said, "You are flattering me. I'm a barbarian who grew up in the wilderness, and I don't know the first thing about honor or selflessness. What I do know is how much food I can take in and how much strength I wield. The divine palace is too large a pie for me to eat by myself. As for changing the world, I am not very interested in it. I only hope that I can receive sufficient resources to study the mysterious refining arts in the primeval era. The great Qian dynasty was governed by both the emperor and the cultivators. According to the unspoken tradition, the cultivators in the nascent soul stage, whether they held any high position in the court or not, boasted many special privileges. The nascent soul stage cultivators were on relatively equal terms with the emperor. They were allowed to speak more freely. Liao, on the other hand, was born and raised as a barbarian cultivator. Therefore, Emperor Phoenix was not offended by his lack of respect. Instead, with more appreciation beaming out of his face, he nodded and said, "Rest assured, Master Spiritual Vulture. I will certainly return the great favor that you have done for me. For all the artifacts and magical equipment inside the Divine Palace, they will be given to you for study as a priority no matter how you want to process them. If you are short of any resource, you can always ask me. Moreover," pausing for a moment, he glanced at Liao with a thoughtful look before continuing, "I'm told that you came to the Central Plateaus to gain fame and establish your own sect. Right, Master Spiritual Vulture?" Liao rolled his eyes and sighed. "I think I have basically achieved the purpose of gaining fame now. However, establishing a sect does not seem to be as easy as I thought in the beginning. Establishing a sect and stealing the food from the mouths of thousands of cultivators are certainly not easy, but it might not be as troublesome as you imagine, Master Spiritual Vulture." Emperor Phoenix smiled. "If you want to build a great sect that will pass on for hundreds of years from scratch on your own, it will certainly be an impossible task. However, if you are backed by someone and provided with infinite resources, it is not entirely unlikely that you will be able to found an eminent spiritual vulture sect. The world of cultivators today is like a pool of dead water. It has been still for such a long time that the fish, bugs, shrimps, and crabs inside are already rigid, stinky, and rotten. It is my opinion that only by introducing new, fresh water to the pool can we expect to purge the pool properly." An hour later, when Liao returned to the deck of the airship that he had previously been on, he was still chewing on what Emperor Phoenix had told him. Emperor Phoenix's meaning was obvious. He wanted Liao to establish a sect that leaned more toward the court in order to compete with the 6 major sects right now and all the smaller sections. The operation to explore the Divine Palace was the best opportunity for the cooperation of the two parties. If Liao was really Master Spiritual Vulture, who had gone there to gain his fame and establish his sect, it would have been possible for him to truly be persuaded. The young emperor is indeed quite thoughtful and has a great vision for the future. Also, I can sense his intense confidence between the lines, as if he has further support that nobody knows about. Otherwise, with just by himself and even counting the 5 of us, it would still be far from enough to control so many nascent soul stage cultivators in the 6 major sects. On the other hand, if I were a spy of the Imperium of true human beings, and I planned to guide the Ancient Sages sector to join the Imperium when I'm new to the place, it seems a matter of course to cooperate with the Emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. Therefore, if a supervillain is to jump out in the exploration of the Divine Palace, it's 10-1 Emperor Phoenix. Alternatively, it is possible that there is something wrong with Qi Zhongdao too, considering that he is so enthusiastic about cooperating with Emperor Phoenix. He is determined to purge the world of cultivators and establish the government of his rules. He has a strong motive to cooperate with the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, too. There's also the damn eunuch Wang Shi who has planned the whole operation to explore the Divine Palace. I feel that he still has a lot of secrets that are yet to be exposed. He is not going to be easy to deal with. As for the other 3 rapscallions, namely Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Changsheng, they have sufficient motives to cooperate with the Imperium of true human beings, too. It is possible that they will suddenly go on a rampage during the exploration. I have to pay special attention to them. As for Yen Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and master bitter cicada. Intuitively speaking, I don't think that they are related to the issue, but that might not necessarily be true. Based on my experiences in the past, the more innocent, plain, and righteous someone looks in the beginning, the more likely that they will be the guy behind all the schemes. It will be darn embarrassing if Master Bitter Cicada suddenly laughs hideously and chants, "Long live the Imperium of true human beings," after the two parties have fought a bloody battle with everybody dying in the Divine Palace. Wait, does this mean that everybody involved in the exploration, both my teammates and my opponents, could be a supervillain with great schemes? Liao scratched his hair hard. He had explored countless relics in his life before, but this seemed to be the most complicated one of all. Don't you think that there's more? The mental devil crawled out of his head. Not just everybody involved in the exploration is a suspect and can be a supervillain. Are we not supervillains ourselves? Ha! Slightly dazed, Liao blinked. From our perspective, we naturally feel that those who cooperate with the Imperium of true human beings are supervillains. The mental devil chuckled. However, from the perspective of the locals of the ancient sages sector, we are actually alien invaders with ill intentions. Are we not true supervillains? I suggest that you do not view the whole thing and gauge our friends and foes with the simple criterion of righteous and evil. Even if Ba Xiaoyu, Master Bitter Cicada, and the rest of them are truly righteous, devoted, and merciful, we are as much alien invaders as the Imperium of true human beings. What makes you believe that they will certainly pick us over the Imperium? For example, to save the ancient sages sector from the scourge of war, so that all the folks could live in peace, Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada might have to reach a deal with the Imperium and help the Imperium deal with the Federation. Is it not a possibility? Liao took a long breath. He realized that not only was it a possibility, it was also a fairly great one. Getting to the bottom of it, the civilization in the ancient sages sector and the civilization in the Star Glory Federation had been on separate paths for hundreds of thousands of years. They had been rushing on different paths of development for such a long time that they were essentially two different civilizations. The locals of the ancient sages sector were not obliged to consider the Star Glory Federation at all. Even for someone as merciful as Master Bitter Cicada, it was impossible for him to sacrifice millions of compatriots of the ancient sages sector and help the Federation fight a war that was destined to fail at the risk of the destruction of his civilization. It would indeed be tricky to convince most of the super-nascent soul-stage cultivators. Anyways, I'll see what I should do after I reach the Divine Palace. Looking at the gray horizon far away, Liao could not wait to visit the Divine Palace. Incoming tempests. Drop the sails. Lower the altitude. Raise the spiritual shield. All cultivators, hold your position. Devote all your spiritual energy to the defense rune arrays to resist the tempests. Crack, 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 crack. Ah, not good. The main mast of Swooping Eagle has been broken due to the late retraction of sails. It is now involved in the swirl of wind and going out of control. Cultivators in the nascent soul stage, please reinforce immediately. Make sure that Swooping Eagle does not crash into Flying Tiger. Flying Tiger has stored tremendous crystals of the fire class to heat us. The keel of Swooping Eagle has been broken. The airship is collapsing. Swooping Eagle is hopeless. Swooping Eagle is hopeless. Everybody on Swooping Eagle evacuate to Flying Tiger, Silver Serpent, and Jade Void immediately. Nascent soul stage cultivators, please try your best to control the tempests to buy more time for the crew members on Swooping Eagle to escape. The crazy roars that had been filled with spiritual energy, which were deafening around the deck, were immediately ripped apart by the overwhelming tempests after they left the defense range of the spiritual shield and turned into nothing more than the moans of butterflies that nobody could hear. It was the 20th day after the Joint Exploration Fleet, which stood for the best forces of the Great Qian dynasty, left the continent. They had gone all the way to the north in a curve on the ocean with the help of the trade wind. Finally, they had bypassed the dark cloud prairies 5 days ago and re-entered the desolate, infertile land. From then on, the wind was no longer slow and stable flowing between the sky and the earth, but chaotic, unpredictable, and devoid of any patterns. Even the most experienced sailors had to crawl up and down on the ropes day and night without rest, adjusting the angles of dozens of sails, in order to make the best use of every wind. Ordinary people could never be such sailors. They were generally cultivators raised by the main sex or the royal family, who had special connections with the spiritual energy of the wind class. Such special talents were known as the wind runners. The royal family and the 6 major sects boasted the best wind runners in the entire ancient sages sector. With their delicate control, the fleet was able to cruise 40,000 kilometers steadily after only 3 days. But that was as far as their luck went. Up ahead was the land of eternal night. The roaring, chaotic winds in the world had been upgraded into the tempests that were mixed with violent spiritual energy. They were powerful gusts that could tear apart even the bodies of cultivators. Liao had never seen such rampant winds before. Even the dust storms on the Grand Desolate Plateau did not seem as intimidating as the blizzard in the land of eternal night. It felt that all the stars in the entire universe had been turned into hail the size of fists smashing on the fleet. They rotated at lightning-like speed under the savaging tempests, mincing everything that was unfortunately involved. As far as one's eyes could see, pure white snow was in every direction. Only the vague silhouettes of the flying boats nearby could be seen. There was nothing but the howling of the wind that one could hear. Everything was suppressed, and the roaring tempests seemed to never grow tired. It was the will of nature, the wrath of the entire planet. Even the high-level cultivators in the nascent soul stage could not compete with such power. Under the scourge of the world-blighting tempests, none of the flying boats were able to move forward. They could only lower the sails at the highest speed and fire out the anchors toward the ground or the seemingly solid mountains nearby. With the 70 or so chains that were as thick as the thighs of human beings, the flying boats managed to steady themselves. Then, all the cultivators worked together to keep the defense rune array functioning properly, so that the tempests would invade the cabins. If the cultivators hesitated when they dropped the sails, like Swooping Eagle had done earlier, they would be swallowed by the tempests. Those who were too slow to fly out were completely ripped apart. Even their bones were nowhere to be found. Lowering the sails and securing themselves well did not mean that they were safe. The 100 chains had all been pulled taut in the tempests. White frost soon condensed on them, and they squeaked crazily. Some of the flying boats were unlucky enough to fire the anchors into relatively feeble rocks or areas on the ground that could not resist the force of the tempests. As a result, the chains were all blown away brutally after ear-splitting noises. With the loss of the few chains, the pressure on the remaining chains would grow even greater. Many more chains crumbled from the middle, forcing the flying boat to tremble violently in midair. After only a few shakes, the flying boat would break and fall apart amid cracking noises. After a whole day and night of tempests, other than Swooping Eagle, another 3 flying boats had crashed just like that. The nascent soul stage cultivators such as Liao could do nothing but enhance the defense rune arrays on their ship and try to control the tempests when other ships were about to crash, so that there would be more time for the victims to escape. After witnessing countless cultivators, including several in the core formation stage, to be caught by the tempests and vanished in the overwhelming blizzard, some even being split apart before they were gone, Liao could not help but ponder on the cruelty of nature. No wonder Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and the rest of them had to cooperate with the court and the major sects despite their reluctance. The losses were severe enough with such a fine fleet and when the crew members were supporting and protecting each other. If the few nascent soul stage cultivators had decided to barge into the land of eternal night because they were arrogant about their personal valor, the consequences would have been too dire for them to bear. The tempests mixed with wild snowstorms did not die down until they raged for a whole day and night. By the time the last tempest faded away like a dragon that had been filled up, the world had been entirely reshaped. Before the blizzard, although it was a poor, desolate, undeveloped area, gray rocks could be seen on the earth. Occasionally, there were also scarce yellow and brown grasslands. Some rivers that were almost dry were zigzagging by, too. At this moment, however, the entire world had been enshrouded in pure whiteness. The snow field extended from everybody's feet to the horizon before it seemed to go straight upward and froze the entire sky. The continuous mountains also turned into translucent peaks of ice in the snowy world. It was noon when the sun should have been scorching, yet the sun was struggling on the horizon. The flickering light that it released only managed to dye a dim orange color at the edge of the sky. Most of the parts in the sky were variegated and blurry, like the eyeballs of frozen, dead fish. That was the real appearance of the land of eternal night. On all the maps in every dynasty, the terrible zone that was frozen all year around without absolutely any native creatures was known as the land of eternal night. It was a forbidden area for most people. Although the blizzard was already far away, the temperature that had plummeted never bounced back. Liao secretly measured with a thermometer from the Star Glory Federation, only to discover that the average temperature was below -50 degrees even at noon. This place was only the periphery of the land of eternal night, far away from where the divine palace was located. It was easy to predict that the temperature would not get any higher if they continued going north. Such an extremely low temperature was beyond the description of a drop of water would become ice immediately. Every breath of air that people exhaled was like a cluster of icy mist that they spurted out, which then covered their face, body, and hair like an ice shell. The ancient sages sector did not possess the advanced mustard seed combat suits that entailed coldness-proof functions like the Federation and the Imperium did. Everybody could only wear thick cotton coats, although the cotton coats were all specially made robes where the crystals of the fire class and all kinds of runes had been added. General cotton coats would have frozen into pure ice in less than 1 day if they were kept in such an environment. Even if the cultivators covered themselves in as many clothes as possible to the point that they looked ridiculously fat, the cold wind of the land of eternal night that felt like tiny, sharp needles would still pierce through every invisible hole possible, stimulating the flesh, veins, and bones of the explorers incessantly. Most of the cultivators were forced to turn on their spiritual shields or heating magical equipment 24 hours a day to resist the harsh weather. As a result, their consumption on spiritual energy and crystals was greatly increased. Other than that, there was another issue, which was that most of the magical equipment was not functioning properly due to the extreme temperature. The erosion rate and the crystal consumption rate had both been increased, whereas the efficiency had dropped. In the environment of -50 degrees, the uneven, delicate patterns on the magical equipment had all been covered in frost. The durability of the weapons, such as swords and sabers, had plunged. Even some of the cosmos rings were malfunctioning, making it impossible to retrieve or store objects. The magical equipment, such as sabers and swords, could be stuffed into the cosmos rings to address the issue. However, the floating rune arrays, power rune arrays, defense rune arrays, and heat rune arrays on the flying boats had to be exposed to the cold air. Not only were the flying boats consuming twice as many crystals as usual, their speed had been lowered by about 2/3. The exploration fleet that had been rushing like lightning previously was struggling to crawl forward in the frigid hell like an army of tortoises. Thankfully, they had foreseen the situation before the exploration. Inside the 30 airships, other than the tough soldiers, most of the assets accommodated were crystals and various kinds of resources. Also, every cultivator had been equipped with at least 2 cosmos rings that had been packed with materials. The technology of cosmos rings in the ancient sages sector, of course, could not have been more developed than that of the Heaven's Origin sector. Most of the storage magical equipment that the middle-level and low-level cultivators used only had the space of a backpack. It meant that, other than the storage space in the cabin, everybody was carrying 2 backpacks of life-saving items, nothing more. They still have 26 flying boats. Other than the windrunners to manipulate the flying boats, there were 977 experts from the Imperium Guards, such as the Fiery Phoenix Legion, and 1,026 cultivators from the 6 major sects. "Master Spiritual Vulture, please." On the deck of the airship in the lead, a few Imperial Guards and cultivators invited Liao to look at a piece of bizarre-looking magical equipment respectfully. It looked like dozens of iron rings, large and small, that had been embedded together and rotating in a dazzling way. On every iron ring, countless glittering silver balls were rolling, colliding, and uttering clanging noises. The magical equipment was named Heavenly Magnetic Measurement Instrument. It was used by the locals of the ancient sages sector to determine their location in a long journey. It had always been a great headache in the ancient sages sector to determine the precise coordinates of where one was. There was not a network made of hundreds of satellites in the orbit of the ancient sages sector. If the cultivators were on the ocean or in the wilderness where the directions were beyond recognition, how should they measure where exactly they were? In other ancient cultivation worlds, the astronomical magical equipment to observe stars had been invented very early. The cultivators could observe the relative locations of the stars and run a series of complicated calculations to determine their latitude and longitude. Unfortunately for the ancient sages sector, the stars were not the stars in the universe whose trajectory was relatively stable but glittering, radioactive debris of the primeval war near the ancient sages sector. The war debris were susceptible to the gravitational force of the stars, the planets, and the satellites. They would even collide into each other every once in a while. Their direction and trajectory were utterly chaotic and of zero significance for reference purposes. Therefore, it was not until recently that the ancient sages sector finally invented magical equipment to determine one's specific location by measuring the intensity of the magnetic field. Even the concept of latitude and longitude was rather new. However, the intensity of the magnetic field was a rather ambiguous notion that was under the interference of many factors. Therefore, the precision of such localization was not very high. One might say that it was only slightly better than nothing. Liao had drawn a few rough maps marking the location of the divine palace based on his memory, but the maps were certainly far from detailed. The cultivators from the Royal Observatory who specialized in astrology and geography turned the heaven magnetic measurement instrument by pushing the handles on its two sides, allowing the interconnected iron rings to lean toward different angles. The silver balls on them were running into each other non-stop, too. The few of them gathered and calculated something together for a while. Finally, they concluded their location precisely. Drawing a line from the coordinates of where they were to the coordinates of the divine palace would be their sailing route. The same work had to be repeated 3 times every day to adjust the sailing route. Sometimes, due to the disorder of the magnetic field, something went wrong with the localization, and they were misled into going backward instead of moving forward. But all in all, after an arduous march, they were still drawing ever closer to the divine palace. Boundless ice occupied the sky and the earth. Except for the whiteness on the ground and the grayness in the sky, there was not a third color to be seen. The monotonous environment was almost driving everybody insane. Thankfully, most of them were determined cultivators, and it was not unusual for them to train in seclusion for a year and a half. That was why they had managed to persevere. On the 4th day after they entered the land of eternal night, they discovered something that did not belong to the place for the first time. It was a flying boat, or what was left of it, that had been shattered by the tempests. The remains were scattered on the snow field and about to be entirely buried by the snow. Only a few bare masts were still exposed on the ground. It was possible that there were crystals and other resources that were not used up yet in the flying boat that had an accident. Naturally, it was not ignored. The cultivators spent half a day excavating the remains of the flying boat. The result, however, was rather unexpected for them. It was not one flying boat but a tiny fleet made of 3 flying boats. Also, the accident that caused their fall did not happen a long time ago but only around 2 days prior. Although none of the 3 flying boats were flying their banners, Qi Zhongdao recognized quite a few cultivators who had been frozen to death. They are subordinates from the Dragon Ocean sect, the Equal Mountain sect, the Heaven Shocking Hall, as well as another 5 or so sects. Qi Zhongdao looked rather awful. One condition on which the 6 major sects had been allowed to participate in the operation was that they must handle the smaller sects that were seething with impatience and prevent them from causing trouble. Liao did not know what kind of pact the 6 major sects and the smaller sects had reached in exactly what way, but it was obvious that the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stages in the smaller sects did not intend to abide by their promise at all. They might have established fleets with higher speeds and risked marching into the land of eternal night earlier than the 6 major sects did, hoping to discover the divine palace in advance. They were asking to be killed, Qi Zhongdao remarked coldly. Even the 6 major sects and the court, with the finest flying boats of the entire flying star sector and the best windrunners, have to tread lightly and make thorough preparations for every step, But those guys were trying to barge into the land of eternal night and loot the divine palace in advance with just the few of them, insufficient crystals and resources, and probably not even the heaven magnetic measurement instrument. Idiocracy can never be cured. They discovered the body of a nascent soul stage not far away from the remains of the flying boats that had an accident. The cultivator from the Dragon Ocean sect, who had always been a well-known celebrity in the world of cultivators, had died the most miserable death. His body was like a skeleton, as if his flesh and blood had been drained. According to Qi Zhongdao and Master Bitter Cicada's analysis, he must have escaped alone after the flying boats were ripped apart by the tempests. He had tried his best to fly out of the dangerous area, only to be caught in the turbulence. He had activated the spiritual energy inside his body to resist the force of nature and eventually died of exhaustion. The nascent soul stage cultivator's end made all the cultivators, including Li Yao, sigh. They could not help but feel sorry for the guy. The Cloud Qin gold statues and the path to the deity's realm were priceless treasures that could awaken the infinite greed buried at the bottom of anyone's heart, forcing them to break the restraint of their rationality and do the craziest things. The small exploration squad that had been established was probably not the first fleet that had arrived in the land of eternal night without informing the court and the 6 major sects, nor would it be the last one. At that moment, countless more exploration teams and cultivators must have lost their way in the land of eternal night, waiting to be torn into shreds by the freezing tempests. Were they stupid? Maybe. However, were Li Yao and his companions any better than the guys who broke into the land of eternal night recklessly? It was true that they were well prepared and had the best gear and experts, which allowed them to resist the scourge of the tempests and possibly to reach the depths of the land of eternal night and dig out the legendary divine palace successfully. But when the day did come, and when the Cloud Qin gold statues and the path to the deity's realm were unfolded in front of them, would they be caught in a storm that was even more horrendous than the tempests, one that rose from everybody's heart, enough to destroy all their trust and rationality and make them kill each other? The discovery of the debris added to the grave atmosphere in the exploration fleet that was vaguely divided into 3 forces. Qi Zhongdao went to Liao, Yan Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada to discuss solutions more than once, restating that the 5 of them must be united as the pillar to keep the situation from going out of control no matter how chaotic it was later. Emperor Phoenix summoned Liao quite a few times, too. Every time, he simply asked Liao some questions regarding the production of magical equipment respectfully and never mentioned the discovery of the divine palace. However, he expressed his support for Liao to establish an independent sect subtly between the lines. The support that he promised was greater after every meeting. Even Liao felt more or less intrigued. For the rest of the journey, the dozens of high-level cultivators in the nascent soul stage expanded the search range at the cost of tremendous crystals. As they expected, they discovered another 3 spots of debris. The smallest of them had only 1 flying boat, but the largest one actually boasted almost 10 airships where the cultivators from dozens of sects were held. It was a pity that their flying boats had not been solid enough for them to resist the tempests. Also, they lacked the state-of-the-art heaven magnetic measurement instrument and a precise map of the divine palace. As a result, they could only wander on the snowfield like blind people riding blind horses. It was inevitable that they had an accident. All 1,000 cultivators had been turned into frozen statues. Judging from the traces left on the debris, it seemed that a few experts at the peak of the core formation stage and in the nascent soul stage had managed to escape the blizzard. However, without the protection of the flying boats and the support of sufficient resources, it was unbearable to imagine how long they could survive on the freezing land of eternal night and what a gory ending would become of them. The last debris, on the other hand, was different from the debris that they had discovered earlier. Most of the corpses had become broken limbs and torsos. Countless flowers of blood seemed to be thriving on the snowy earth. All the crystals and resources in the flying boats had been plundered. The cosmos rings and the bags on all the cultivators were gone, too. The ferocious animals in the snow field might feed on the bodies, but they would certainly never take away the cosmos rings. It was evident that the victims had not been killed by the tempests but assaulted by the enemy. A lot of dead bodies of foreign cultivators, who was wearing the robes in a different style from the central plateaus and had tremendous tattoos on their faces with giant gold rings on their ears, were also found on the spot. They should be the cultivators from Ghost Chin. It was certainly not good news that the Ghost Chin team was faster than them. Thankfully, the internal organs of quite a few bodies had not entirely frozen yet, and the vague stench of blood still lingered in the air, suggesting that the battle did not happen a long time ago. It was possible that the attack took place yesterday or the day before. Before Wuxia escaped, he had grabbed the map core of the Divine Palace, but Liao had kept the Thousand Stars tray to himself. It was unlikely that there would be a replica of the Thousand Stars tray, which was a piece of magical equipment that was specially designed to parse the map core. Therefore, at that moment, both parties were using the imprecise map drawn based on Liao and Wuxia's memories to guide the way. In the meantime, Ghost Chin, the heaven-battering army, and Ghost Character were unlikely to possess localization tools as precise as the device from the Royal Observatory. Therefore, everybody was still almost at the same location before the start line. It remained to be seen which of them would reach the Divine Palace sooner. The traces of the Ghost Chin were like a whip in the ass for the exploration fleet from the Great Qian dynasty. They rushed at their top speed without considering the cost at the risk of dismembering the flying boats. Finally, they reached the coordinates of the Divine Palace according to the map 5 days later. The point on the map in Liao's memory and the location of the fleet according to the Heaven Magnetic Measurement Instrument overlapped. However, the tiny point on the map was actually a vast land with a coverage of almost 100 square kilometers in reality. Considering the error of the Heaven Magnetic Measurement Instrument, the specific range of the Divine Palace could be anywhere in the hundreds of kilometers around them. The weird world in front of them, on the other hand, made all the cultivators look particularly awful. Starting from the previous night, a vague mist had risen up on the land of eternal night. At first, nobody had thought much of it. It had never occurred to them that mist was highly unlikely to appear in a terrible environment with a temperature of below -60 degrees. Perhaps, it was not mist but a certain uncanny natural phenomenon similar to mist. As they approached the Divine Palace, the mist had grown more and more intense. In the end, it looked like an ocean of clouds that was flowing on the earth. It was barely possible to see one's own fingers after the cultivators walked into it. The mist boasted a strong suppressive effect on spiritual energy. Both the cultivators and their magical equipment were having problems with spiritual energy disorder when they were placed in the middle of the mist. The Divine Palace could be anywhere in the hundreds of kilometers nearby. It is hidden right inside the mist. Let's set up camp at the edge of the mist. Connect all the flying boats with chains. Dig holes in the snow field and fix the anchors on the solid rocks deep below the snow. Send out exploration teams in different batches and search in all directions. Also, according to the map, divide the 500 square kilometers nearby into grids of 1 square kilometer. Then, mark every grid after it has been explored. The experts from Ghost Chin, the Heaven-Battering Army, the White Lotus Cult, and Ghost Character are likely to be hiding on the opposite of the mist. Stay alert, everybody. Qi Zhongdao issued orders unhurriedly. A camp made of 26 flying boats was established quickly. Bronze pillars were erected, constructing a defense rune array that was enough to resist the blizzard. Liao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators, each leading an exploration team, went into the mist in search for the Divine Palace. However, the moment that he entered the hazy mist, Liao realized how tricky the operation would be. The mist was like an invisible, yet unbreakable maze and cage. After only several hundred meters, the temporary camp made of the 26 flying boats had already disappeared. Even the dazzling brilliance on the masts, which was supported to provide guidance for them, was as lackluster as a dying firefly. When he roared to the outside world, the sound waves seemed to be absorbed by puffy cotton, and it was barely audible 50 meters away. The exploration team that he led had 50 members, but he could only see the shadows of the 10 or so people closest to him. As for those further away, he could neither see nor hear them. They found themselves accidentally trespassing on a weird, white world that replaced the previous world that had been living in. There was nothing except for themselves between the sky and the earth. Even their own breath and heartbeat were swallowed by the mist when they did not pay attention to listen to them. Liao had thought about whether or not he could soar into the atmosphere and search for the divine palace from above. When he had a try, however, he discovered that he was faced with an ocean of ivory clouds, and all the mountains appeared and disappeared like lone mountains. It was impossible to observe the details on the ground at all. Therefore, they had to resort to the clumsiest way by groping inch after inch and setting up enormous marks in the zones that they had explored. Thankfully, they had thousands of members. Other than those stationed in the camp, it was enough to build almost 30 search teams. When they pushed forward together, the speed of exploration was quite impressive. After only 3 days, the zones closest to the camp had been explored. Everybody was moving toward the center of the mist. As a result, the connection with the rear became even more difficult. Also, the temperature at the center of the mist was even lower, and the air was more corrosive to human bodies and magical equipment. The cultivators in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage could not last for long before they had to go back to the camp to rest and recover. Even the core formation stage cultivators and the nascent soul stage cultivators such as Liao were exhausted and miserable when they exploited their brain cells to release their telepathic thoughts in search of the divine palace while they were exposed to the mist for a long time. Whew! Liao took a deep breath. The air immediately darted out of his face like an arrow and soon melted into the overwhelming mist around. It was the 17th zone that he had explored. Still, he had found nothing. Except for the solid, frozen soil and the ice and rocks too thick to be measured, absolutely nothing. Judging from the scale of the divine palace on the map, the palace was so large that it was almost a minor city. If it was there was no way that they would not have found it after such a long time. Unless, of course, the divine palace was below their feet, and it was a vast underground city. If that was the case, things would be more troublesome. They had to enhance the magnitudes of their telepathic thoughts so that they could search below the ice. The cost of time and crystals would more than double. While Liao was pondering, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His nose flapping, he inhaled the air that was as sharp as a saber, only to feel that it was stinging from his nostrils to his lungs. The temperature had dropped more than 10 degrees in that moment, and it was still dropping. What happened? Another polar outbreak? It's impossible. A lot of nascent soul stage cultivators are staying on alert around. If the tempests with blizzards were arriving, they would have sent out alarms. Liao felt that the frost was spreading to his stomach all the way from his nostrils like a pervasive bug, outlining his trachea and bronchia for him. He could even sense that a lot of his alveoli were freezing. He suddenly fell on one of his knees and sensed the environment clearly by sticking his hands to the ground. As he expected, he sensed a slight shivering, as if the ground in the mist up ahead had been split open, and something was crawling out from underground. After only a few seconds, his palms had been frozen to the ground. When he removed them by force, even the thick gloves were ripped apart. Liao stared at the mist in the front without blinking. Soon, ear-splitting shrieks were echoing from the mist. There was also the sound of something wriggling forward. Run! There's a large area of ice up ahead. After we drilled through the ice, countless ice devils flooded out. In the mist, dozens of cultivators were staggering to run backward. Everybody's face was extremely twisted, as if they had been smashed by the hammers of ice right in the head. Many of them were tottering, with their bodies and legs covered in thick ice shells. Despite the severe frostbite, they did not dare slow down at all. Exhausting their spiritual energy, they fled in panic like running fireballs. Behind him, a giant translucent tide, as if the white snow had been blessed with life, was lunging toward them like a ferocious beast. One of the cultivator's legs was frozen in place. He managed to summon his flying sword, hoping to ride the sword out of danger. It was a pity that his flying sword was malfunctioning in such a frigid environment. Drifting up and down for a moment, he was soon caught up by the translucent tide. After the tide swept over, the cultivator was immediately frozen into a block of ice in midair before he fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, leaving a ground of scattered, blood-red ice pieces the size of fingernails. The sight felt eerie to all the cultivators who witnessed his end. Before they marched into the land of eternal night, they had also collected many notes from the previous adventurers and sorted out a large batch of files regarding the land of eternal night. The land of eternal night was frequented by all kinds of brutal demon beasts living in the coldness. There were also gangs of frost barbarians. The blizzards and the tempests were terrifying natural disasters, too. However, of all the dangers, the most horrible one was doubtlessly the ice devils. The ice devils were a type of very special moss. To survive in the harsh environment of the land of eternal night, they spent most of time lurking inside the thick shells of ice and preserved their lives by means of hibernation. When they perceived the arrival of prey, they would figure out a way to break out of the shells, proliferate, and move before they lunged at the prey like a man-eating swamp. The ice devil's food was the heat in the air and in the body of their prey. Therefore, when the ice devils went on a rampage, the temperature in the environment would plummet by dozens of degrees because all the heat in the air had been absorbed by the ice devils. Should the prey be covered by the ice devils, all the heat and spiritual energy inside their bodies would instantly be drained, leaving an empty ice sculpture behind. After all the prey was cleaned up and devoured, the ice devils would sneak back underground, waiting in hibernation for another batch of unfortunate prey to start a new round of hunting. Liao had once seen a very weird primeval moss named blood-tide on Kunlun. Feeding on spiritual energy, it could cover dozens of square kilometers and was as thick as a carpet. It was even bold enough to attack the high-level cultivators who were equipped with crystal suits. The ice devils were probably the mutants of the blood-tide in the extremely cold area. They were even weirder and more dangerous. Damn it! I should have seen it coming. Liao slapped his thigh hard. All the information that he had collected regarding the ice devils stated that the terrible creatures were rather unpredictable. As long as the explorer was not too unlucky, it was unlikely to ever run into them. However, if they were truly the mutants of blood-tide, it was possible that they would have an equally keen sense of spiritual energy. Therefore, near the Divine Palace would certainly be their best shelter, just like Kunlun, as a land of dense spiritual energy provided sanctuary for the blood-tide. The appearance of the ice devils suggested that the Divine Palace was not far away. It was possible that the Divine Palace was right below the ice shells that they had drilled through. It was a pity that Liao had failed to associate the ice devils with the blood-tide in the beginning. When he figured out the connection between the two parties, the translucent tides of ice had already lunged toward him. Run! Liao roared and threw out more than 10 grenades, which exploded right above the ice devils. However, the blossoming flames were frozen into half-translucent flowers after only blocking the ice devils briefly. Their color changed from crimson to orange, from orange to blue, and from blue to bright green, until they became transparent and melted into the overwhelming tide of ice. Not only did his attack fail to blow apart the ice devils, it even gave away Liao's existence. With a series of crunching noises, the ice devils flowed toward him mixed with ice and mist. Cursing, Liao turned around and ran away. He was of a mind to ask everybody to keep calm and remind them that, based on his experience in the past, the ice devils would only attack when they perceived spiritual waves. So, as long as everybody concealed their spiritual waves to the minimum, they would not be attacked anymore. However, on second thought, if they did not summon their spiritual energy to resist the bitterly cold environment, they would be equally dead. Besides, with the thickness of the mist, even if he condensed his spiritual energy on his throat and roared at the top of his voice, it would not be able to reach hundreds of meters away. Liao suddenly realized that the weird mist could have been a trap made by the ice devils. This place was their hunting ground. Gritting his teeth hard, Liao could only flee in a hurry. Due to the extremely low temperature, all the magical equipment became highly unstable, especially devices made of metal. They would be covered in thick shells of ice within a few breaths when they were exposed to the air. The circulation of spiritual energy on the rune arrays was seriously jammed. It took a much longer time for the cultivators to prepare their flying swords. Many of them had already been devoured by the ice devils before their flying swords were soaked in spiritual energy. Amid long, dry screams, they ended up being bizarre-shaped ice sculptures. The other survivors were already lightheaded. In the obscure mist, they were wandering like headless flies, and if they missed one or two marks on the ground in their anxiety, it was very possible that they would miss their direction. Some of the more unfortunate guys were even running right toward the ice devils. When they discovered that the air was freezing around them, there was already no time for them to react. The overwhelming tide of tides soon drowned each and every one of them. Don't run in panic. Follow me. Roar while you run to attract the companions nearby. Do not lose your way. Liao was rather anxious. Although he did not like the cultivators of the ancient sages sector very much, he was not heartless enough to watch them to freeze to death without doing anything. He did not know the situation about the rest of the exploration teams in the mist. At the very least, he wanted to bring the exploration team under his lead out of the mist in one piece. In the mist up front, a lot of people were suddenly shouting and running toward them in panic. They had apparently lost their way under the devastation of the ice devils. Don't panic. The camp is over there. Liao snatched the cultivator in the lead and shoved him hard. He suddenly felt that the cultivator was somewhat weird. The guy was wearing a battle robe made of smooth bear hide and a hat made of otter leather that dangled to his ears. Although there were no earrings, he could still see part of the tattoos on the guy's face. The saber on his waist, the wolf fangs on the sheath as adornments, and the 7-star agates, which were local specialties of the dark cloud prairies, as well as their scream just now that was mixed with the unique accent of the dark cloud prairies. All the signs suggested that it was a team of ghost Qin cultivators. In the middle of the boundless mist, the great Qian cultivators and the ghost Qin cultivators looked at each other in a daze like two swarms of headless flies. The atmosphere was a bit intense and awkward. Everybody's throat was rolling up and down. They were breathing so hastily that more white air was spurting out their nostrils, covering everybody's frozen faces in the hazy smoke. It was not until then that Liao realized that the exploration team led by the 4 rapscallions must have reached the coordinates of the Divine Palace, which was enshrouded in the mist, at almost the same time as they did, except that the two parties were on different sides of the mist. They had been pushing toward the center from opposite fronts. Because the vast mist blocked all the light, sound, and spiritual waves, and both parties were measuring and prospecting carefully, they did not discover each other in the beginning. It was like digging a tunnel from the two ends of a mountain to the center of it. Before the two parts of the tunnel were connected, it was almost impossible for them to notice each other. However, the weird ice devils sensed the two bunches of prey at the same time and attacked them indiscriminately. Under the scourge of the ice devils, many people lost their way. Instead of running to their own camp, they ran toward the ice devils or where there was noise. The multiple forces there, namely Great Qian, Ghost Qin, the Heaven-Battering Army, the White Lotus Cult, and Ghost Character, must have gotten mixed up. Everything was in chaos. The situation could not have been messier. Liao only hoped that the Ghost Qin cultivators in front of his eyes maintained the most fundamental rationality. Even an idiot could tell that fighting each other while being chased by the ice devils would do nobody any good. Thankfully, the Ghost Qin people on the opposite side seemed to have realized it, or maybe, in an environment where the temperature had dropped to almost minus 100 degrees, their fighting will and brutality had been frozen. Although they were clutching the handles of their sabers, they were retreating step by step in silence instead of unsheathing the weapons. However, shwa! A sword aura rushed out from the great Qian cultivators behind Liao and darted into the Ghost Qin cultivators, knocking one of them to the ground. Liao glared back angrily, only to discover that a cultivator who was shivering in the cold was looking at the long sword in his hand in a daze, as if he did not believe that it was him who launched the sword aura just now. He then looked at Liao pitifully, completely at a loss as to what to do. Liao almost wanted to kick the troublemaker to the ground, but there was already no time. The Ghost Qin cultivators were already highly nervous and ready to explode at any moment. The sword aura was like the fuse to detonate the tinderbox. All the Ghost Qin cultivators lunged in fury. For a moment, sabers and swords were colliding, and grenades and broken limbs were flying in midair together. Explosions and screams echoed with each other. Hardly had the hot blood spurted out when it was frozen into bizarre-shaped red flowers, and the flowers crashed to the ground into pieces, turning into clusters of translucent pearls of blood. Liao found it impossible to stop the cultivators from the two sides dying with each other. Besides, this was definitely not the only battlefield in the boundless mist. After avoiding the explosions of a few grenades that had been embedded with the pieces of bones of the dragon wolves, Liao felt that his ears were humming, and there was nothing but blankness in his eyes. In his dizziness, he suddenly discovered that the marks for guidance had all been blown apart. He could not tell which direction the camp was in at all. Liao cursed loudly in his heart, lowering his head to evade a saber that was slashing at him. He kicked the ghost Qin cultivator who was coming at him ferociously away. Then he stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The wings of spiritual energy like greenish, ghostly fire surged out of his back crazily, but their size had almost been reduced by half in the extreme environment. Holding back the excruciating coldness, Liao exploited his cells crazily and summoned as much spiritual energy as possible to push himself upward. Layers of frost enveloped him, only to be shattered and obliterated by his surging spiritual energy. The ice devils were hissing below his feet and extending pillars that looked like claws toward him. Still, they were not as fast as him. He flew to an altitude of almost 1,000 meters and craned his neck in the mixture of mist and clouds. Liao was about to sharpen his eyesight to look for the camp when another huge head popped up in the mist not far away. The newcomer had a dry, monkey-like face with a short, hard beard and hair that was soaring into the sky. Both his beard and his hair were in the most dominating red color, leaving the impression of aggressiveness and unreasonableness. His eyes were bloodshot, but the blood threads were not actinomorphic but spread out in spirals. They seemed to be rotating all the time, and it was very easy for other people to be awed by him. The guy noticed Liao the moment that he was noticed. His bloodshot eyes rotating even faster than before. He grinned, baring his golden, sharp teeth. Master Spiritual Vulture? Liao's pupils constricted violently. The guy's appearance was so queer that it was unique in the entire ancient sages sector. Liao had seen his portrait a long time ago. Heaven Battering King? It was Heaven Battering King Xianxia, the leader of the Heaven Battering Army and one of the 4 rapscallions, who boasted a legendary indestructible body blessed by a fire fiend, had savaged the northwest for decades, and had risen again every time after his army was annihilated. Xianxia burst into laughter. He suddenly dived back into the mist, vanishing into thin air. Liao's hair was standing on end. He felt even more alarmed when the ice devils were coming at him. Dozens of needles darted out, dragging the molecular mica threads to establish a sharp protective web around his body. Hardly had the molecular mica threads interweaved when an orange claw of fire crawled out of the mist and snatched right toward Liao's abdomen, only to crash into the molecular mica threads precisely. It was almost cut in half. A bellow echoed inside the mist, and the fiery claw suddenly disappeared. Soon, Heaven Battering King Xianxia slowly showed up in the mist again. He looked entirely different from before. His previously dry skin had become half-transparent orange, with deep purple cracks here and there. His beard and his hair were bouncing like scorching fire. His whole body seemed to be made of magma. In the legends, the fiery fiend brought fire and drought everywhere he went. Although it was an overstatement, the Heaven Battering King's indestructible body, allegedly blessed by the fiery fiend, clearly boasted a certain superpower to control fire. Perhaps it was because the working mechanism of his mitochondria was different from other people. Just now, Xianxia had crawled into the mist and ambushed Liao. Yet he had become the victim of his own scheme. His right hand had almost been cut in half by the molecular mica threads, and a terrible wound had been left there. However, it was not blood that was flowing out of the wound but a thick material resembling magma that appeared to be some sort of powerful adhesive. The wound was being stitched up at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the hand was as good as new, without even a scar. The so-called indestructible body had been displayed in such a weird way. Xianxia performed a seal with his right hand. His cosmos ring glittered crazily, and a saber more than 2 meters long, made from heavenly river red copper, slowly showed up. Solemnly, he stared at Liao with his spiral eyes and said, one word after another. Master Spiritual Vulture, we never had any grudges with each other. There's no reason for us to attack each other the moment we meet. Before he finished his small talk, Xianxia turned into a streak of orange brilliance. A saber in his hand was like an army of thousands of soldiers when he slashed it right toward Liao's face. Liao had long been prepared. After a snort, a bright green claw glittered and appeared on his right hand. He split into dozens of phantoms, avoiding Xianxia's attack, and condensed again behind him. That's indeed so, heaven-battering king. The sharp claw on Liao's right hand turned into a cluster of gray mist. More than 10 holes appeared on every talon, and a molecular mica thread was passing through every hole. As if he was controlling a puppet, Liao manipulated 100 molecular mica threads to attack Xianxia's critical parts at the same time. While launching the fatal attacks, he chuckled. Not only do we have absolutely no grudges between us, there are also a lot of opportunities for cooperation between us. I'm told that you have been excavating relics in the northwest and are best at exploring the treasures below the ground. As for me, I know a thing or two about magical equipment and rune arrays. Exactly. Xianxia sprayed an overwhelming tide of saber auras, even when Liao's molecular mica threads were cutting thousands of wounds all over his body. He was even trying to melt Liao's molecular mica threads with the scorching fire inside his body, forcing Liao to pull the molecular mica threads and the needles back and to quickly retreat. Xianxia burst into laughter. You and I are both here for treasures, not to kill each other. Although we belong to different sides right now, we are both clear that Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Wang Xi are as unreliable as Qi Zhongdao, the goddamn emperor, and the 6 major sects on your side. When we are truly faced with the Cloud Qin gold statues, it will be hard to say who is a friend and who is a foe. Boom! The two of them had another head-on clash in midair. Ripples were spreading out in the mist like a blowing storm. Liao gnashed his teeth. Are you more reliable than them, heaven-battering king? Nobody is reliable nowadays. Xianxia spat on the ground and said, however, although I do have a good appetite, it is impossible for me to swallow dozens of Cloud Qin gold statues alone. I believe that you cannot take all the Cloud Qin gold statues by yourself either, master. Doing you a favor will be doing myself a favor. Is it not good? It certainly is. Liao narrowed his eyes and said, after the few rounds that we've fought, we basically know how strong we are. A great price must be paid if one of us wants to kill the other. With that in mind, why don't we stop now and wait until the Divine Palace is opened and the Cloud Qin gold statues are found to see whether we should fight or cooperate? Shua! Xianxia's saber blew out a tide of flames. When the tide was minced apart by the freezing wind, he had already drifted hundreds of meters away to the other side of the mist. Retreating his saber, he clasped his fist toward Liao, implying that the deal had been made. Right then, deafening cracks were echoing from mist. The very fact that the noises had passed through the thick mist to the sky almost 1,000 meters above the ground was indicative enough of the mayhem at the source of the sounds. Right then, the center of the mist abruptly sank, as if an enormous crack had appeared at the bottom of the mist into which all the mist was pouring. Very soon, the mist had already grown a lot thinner. As the mist grew thinner, the two of them were finally able to clearly see what was happening down below. It was indeed a messy and disordered battlefield. Because of the blockage of the mist and the scourge of the ice devils, both the great Chen cultivators and the subordinates of the 4 rapscallions had lost their way. After fleeing in panic for a while, many of them had run into their enemies and fought them hard, their blood shed on the white snow. At this moment, the mist gradually dispersed. Like a maze whose walls had been retracted, they finally discovered that they had been completely entangled with their enemies. While they surrounded part of the enemies, they were surrounded by other enemies too. It was impossible for them to break from the battlefield. After a brief, weird silence, the two parties unleashed roars and spiritual waves that were even fiercer than before. Without bothering about the ice devils that were still wandering around them, they battled to the death. Woo! Awe-inspiring horns were blown in the camp made of the flying boats of the great Qian dynasty. The fiery Phoenix Legion, in their crimson armor, marched to the center of the battlefield in a burning arrowhead under the lead of Emperor Phoenix. It was the only organized troop on the great Qian dynasty in the mess. Obviously, it was going to play an important role in the battlefield. Hiu! 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 Far, far away on the other side of the snowy world, a few alarm arrows were shot into the sky. Accompanied by hundreds of violent howls, the elite dragon wolf knights commanded by Han Bailing, the regent of Ghost Qin, began to trample on the vulnerable snow field with their iron hooves. Neither of the two troops had more than 1,000 soldiers. Yet none of their members were ordinary people. They were the tough soldiers, at least in the building foundation stage, equipped with the finest weapons and armor and riding the most ferocious animals. Well-trained, they truly gave the feeling that they were an unstoppable tsunami when they were rushing forward with their fighting will reverberating. Even the high-level cultivators in the core formation stage and even the nascent soul stage would not want to stand in the way of those two iron troops. The two torrents almost discovered their opponent simultaneously. Like two attracted magnets, they crashed toward each other without dodging. Their unstoppable aura reminded Liao of two high-speed crystal trains that were running toward each other. Shua! 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 The soldiers of both troops were adept at reining their mounts. While they were rushing, they cast spells, drew their bows, or summoned their swords on the back of the bumpy animals. Thousands of weapon auras, fireballs, and sharp arrows around which lightning was dancing drew devastating arcs in the air, brushed past each other, and landed upon the enemy. Occasionally, some of the auras and arrows crashed in midair, resulting to the colorful balls of light exploding. The broken pieces that were rotating rapidly sprained down like flowers. Chi! 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 Hazy spiritual shields were rising around the battle formations of the two parties. But they could not block all the auras and arrows. More and more people were shot by the arrows. Half of their body was electrified and burnt, and some even lost their entire arm during the explosions. Yet they did not say anything when they crouched on their dragon wolves and horses. Even if they were about to die, they were destined to make their mounts drag their bones into the enemy's chest. Boom! The two torrents finally crashed brutally. There were few fancy tricks on the battlefield. The two parties barely stopped. After a brief stalemate like the dragonflies dipping on the water, they pierced through the enemy's formation and swapped sides with the enemy. After the single encounter, hundreds of broken bodies were already left on the ground. The battle formations of both parties were significantly sparser than before. However, under the command of their leading generals, they soon regrouped and adjusted their direction, ready to launch the second wave of attacks. The party that regrouped into a new attack formation and adjusted to the best direction for the next assault while maintaining the high morale would likely be the final victor in the battle. Liao saw that Emperor Phoenix was leading the charge at the front of the fiery Phoenix Legion on a horse that had wings on its back and colorful long tails behind the hindquarters. Perhaps because he despised his feminine face, he was wearing a mask that had been shaped like a phoenix bathing in fire. The long beak and the bulging eyes, all made of crimson crystals, were emitting indescribable brutality. Together with the long spear in his hand, he was like a totally different person from when Liao had met him a couple of days ago. At the front of the Dragon Wolf Knights, on the back of a tall and majestic dragon wolf whose hair was pure black, there was a Ghost Qin warrior with a typical look of his people. His cheekbones were high, his eyes looked like almonds, and the gold rings on his ears were dangling to his shoulders, producing clanging sounds. He was wearing a hat made of bear hide, but even the head of the bear had somehow been fashioned into the hat after being refined through special liquids. At first glance, he was like a great bear that had stood on its feet. It was Han Bailing, the leader of the Ghost Qin and the greatest headache for the great Qian dynasty. There were barely any grudges between Liao and Xianxia, but for Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing, they were the best example for sworn enemies. The flames of spiritual energy on them, one side red and the other black, were spreading out infinitely like fire that had been added with oil. The snow field below their feet was cracking non-stop, and gaps that looked like spider webs were appearing. Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, Xianxia grimaced. Han Bailing is dueling with your lousy emperor right now. Although I don't like Han Bailing, I like the louse emperor even less. If you choose to help your emperor, I'll have to go and help Han Bailing. The result will not be any different from right now, except that the two of us may have to blow each other's brains out. Why bother? I suggest we stay here and see which of them wins the battle. What do you say? Liao replied with a nod. He did not intend to interfere with the fight between Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing in the first place. Although Han Bailing was one of the ambitious four rapscallions, there might be even greater schemes behind Emperor Phoenix. Before everything was clear, Liao's priority was definitely to preserve his strength. He shifted his attention to search for the other super-nascent soul stage cultivators. The super-nascent soul stage cultivators were like fireflies on a dark night when they activated their astonishing spiritual energy for self-protection in the middle of the ice devils. He found them without any trouble. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada were confronting Wan Mingzhu, who was leading more than 10 gold, glittering zombie kings, while Qi Zhongdao and Yen Liren were faced with Wang Shi and more than 10 experts who looked like phantoms and seemed to be the elite assassins of the ghost character. What surprised Liao for a moment was that Wang Shi had resumed his generally known appearance. He looked like a true middle-aged scholar. The two parties were all holding their weapons calmly and did not get into a fight right away. After all, other than the few of them, there were dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators on the battlefield. Those from the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, and other major sects might not necessarily listen to their commands. The Divine Palace and the Cloud Qin gold statues had not yet been seen. Except for Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing, who were each other's sworn enemies, nobody was willing to throw out all their trump cards. The cracking sounds that pierced through the mist in the beginning and caused the dispersion of the mist were still echoing on the battlefield, attracting the attention of all the nascent soul stage cultivators, including Li Yao and Qi Changsheng. The sounds came from the depths of the snowfield. It seemed like a bottomless gap had been created in the ground. The immense attraction force in the hole was absorbing all the mist nearby, producing a remarkable view that looked like a white tornado. When the mist was almost exhausted by the gap, everybody was finally able to get a general picture of the snowfield. It was much more than a simple gap. It was more like a splendid canyon with shining, translucent cliffs, leading to a dark, boundless underground world. Crack, crack. The canyon in the ice that was thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide was still growing, as if a pair of invisible hands was still mauling the earth and tearing it half. The broken ice on the two sides of the canyon was collapsing and rolling into the canyon. But the feeble sound of collisions did not come over until more than 10 seconds later. Not good. Floating at an altitude of hundreds of meters, Liao noticed before anyone else that, when the mist was dispersing, the snow field below him was perfectly round. The hundreds of square kilometers in the center was the flattest plateau, which was surrounded by a circle of towering mountains. It was a very typical crater, caused by an enormous meteorite or something else when it hit the ground heavily. The snow field at the center was as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest rumple. Also, its color was entirely different from the rocks around, suggesting that it was just a thick shell of pure ice that did not have the least solid rock. It appeared that a long time ago, a meteor or some other artificial object had hit the crust here, leaving an enormous crater. At that time, the land of eternal night had probably not been so cold. The rainwater gradually gathered and formed a special lake in the crater. Later, as the days went by, the temperature gradually dropped, freezing the crater lake into an enormous ice block. But for some reason, only the topmost part of the ice block was frozen, and the remaining parts were all hollow. The thunderous noise that they had heard at the beginning was the sound of the ice shell breaking apart. It was a pity that the two parties were still attacking each other brutally and releasing their spiritual energy and magical equipment without any reserve. They were savaging the earth as hard as they were savaging their enemy. Hard as the ice shell might have been, it could not withstand the collective bombardment of thousands of cultivators. Therefore, it broke apart from the middle. When the raging cracks spread out non-stop and surpassed the tipping point, the avalanche began. The ice shell, almost 100 kilometers in diameter, fell apart in the blink of an eye. It rose high above first before it collapsed into the abyss helplessly like a ship that had an accident on the ocean. Most of the cultivators were still fighting on the ice shell. Few of them realized what was going on. Even if they did, they were hardly able to spurt spiritual energy and fly into the sky in time while in such a harsh environment. Many of them fell into the abyss amid the broken ice. Some were rushing here and there in the middle of the ice that was sliding like a waterfall, trying to escape, only to be smashed by a few giant rocks of ice. Some fell into the depths of the canyon while waving their hands and feet, and there was no telling what happened to them after the hazy white smoke they raised. The heated battlefield was disrupted by the unexpected change. The fortunate cultivators at the periphery of the ice lake all looked at each other in bewilderment, stunned by the enormous crater that had shown up in front of them out of nowhere. Even Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing's troops were divided into two sides by the canyon almost 100 meters wide. Restraining their respective troops, they looked at the canyon in suspicion. The ice canyon was like a lake whose water had been pumped away. It was in the most precise circle. Under the cover of the ice shell above, the rocks thousands of meters below the ground must have been blocked from the world for hundreds of thousands of years. They were releasing the glamorous bluish colors. Natural blue crystals were also growing in the middle of the crevices, making the place look like a gorgeous, splendid palace. A silver, magnificent building was standing in the deepest part of the ice canyon. It was made purely of metal, yet there was no sign of rust whatsoever after such a long time. Instead, a layer of vague silver light was reflected on the surface, which was fluctuating unpredictably like the ocean. One could not help but feel the urge to worship it. Divine Palace! This must be the Divine Palace! There was no telling who shouted first, but after a moment, everybody stopped fighting and roared frantically. This is the Divine Palace? Blinking in surprise, Liao tried to get a full view of the Divine Palace from the fog raised by the broken ice. When he observed from the high stance, he discovered that the Divine Palace was streamlined like an enormous spindle, but most of its parts had been deeply embedded into the ground, with only a tiny block exposed to the air. There were also dark holes that led to the inside of the Divine Palace. Liao pondered for a long time. He then compared the observations of the Divine Palace with its internal structure in his head. Then, a shocking idea suddenly occurred to him. Isn't this a starship from the primeval era? Liao had excavated the warship debris of the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa clan on Kunlun. The circular holes at the bottom of the Divine Palace were clearly where flames would spurt out to make minor adjustments in space and to jet within the atmosphere. He had seen the same distribution of exhaust flame spurts on the warship debris in the Kunlun relics. Also, the materials on the warship debris, despite the serious rust, were very similar to the glittering materials in front of his eyes after a series of restoration reactions. If the Divine Palace was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, everything would make sense. In the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago, before the God-Sealing War, the Pangu civilization had dominated the entire universe that human beings were familiar with today. At that time, the ancient sages sector must have been a war base of the Pangu civilization. Then, it was only reasonable that the Nuwa clan sent some super warships to assault the ancient sages sector during the God-Sealing War, and one of the super warships accidentally crashed in the land of eternal night. The super warship of the Nuwa clan had the mass and momentum equal to a rushing meteor. It was not strange at all that the warship crashed deep into the ground and blew out a crater hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Since it was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, it was understandable that some colossi were accommodated on the warship and that it even boasted maintenance and manufacture bases for the colossi. As for the so-called path to the deity's realm, it would be even easier to explain. There were certainly facilities such as escape capsules and mobile teleportation arrays that could allow the user to appreciate the wonders in the sea of stars. It was also possible that the grand illusionary lands that contained tremendous files about the outside world had been installed on the warship. Those who walked into them would be able to observe the scenery in the 3,000 sectors. The technology of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were marvelous enough even by the standard of the Star Glory Federation. It was perfectly normal that the locals of the ancient sages sector, secluded and underdeveloped, would call them deities. Moreover, Liao suddenly realized that, since it was a super warship of the Nuwa clan, it was possible that certain communication magical equipment that could transmit information across the universe instantly by means of gravitational waves or other amazing technologies had been installed. Was the mysterious signal sent to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector 100 years ago related to the Nuwa warship? Very likely. The part of the Nuwa warship exposed above the ground was emitting a layer of bright, silver light. The ignorant locals of the ancient sages sector might worship the glamorous, divine aura, but Liao knew that it was a protective membrane to block the air and prevent the warship from becoming rusted and damaged. The fact that the protective membrane was still glittering suggested that the main power source of the Nuwa warship was not entirely ruined. It had been in the hibernation state for the past hundreds of thousands of years. In such a case, even if the Nuwa warship could not cruise through the Sea of Stars anymore, at the very least, many units on board and even the communication room or the teleportation room could still be functional. A very well-preserved Nuwa warship. Liao was breathing heavily. Despite the extremely low temperature of below -80 degrees, he still could not help but feel as if the blood all over his body was boiling and about to spurt out from his eyes and nostrils. Although the Star Glory Federation possessed Kunlun, most of the remains inside had been corroded by the moss and the waves from the pulsar. Even though a few colossi could be jumbled together, most of the warship remains only had a feeble and vulnerable shell left. The researchers could only study their appearance and internal structure but had no access to the specific technologies of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. A Nuwa warship that possibly accommodated a factory of colossi with a preservation rate of more than 50% was certainly a priceless treasure for the Federation. Liao's eyes were spurting fire because of excitement, but he was even more prudent than before. If a certain mysterious force sent a mysterious signal to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector through the communication room on the Nuwa warship 100 years ago, it was very likely that the mysterious force had already controlled the Nuwa warship. Nobody could tell if it was a well-disguised trap. If he exposed the coordinates of the Star Glory Federation, it would be pretty embarrassing if the enemy traced that back to Liao and then the Nuwa warship that had 100 colossi on it. Besides, there was still the Imperium of true human beings. Liao's not-so-reliable intuition reminded him again that the spies of the Imperium of true human beings could be around. He could almost smell the dominance and superciliousness on the immortal cultivators. After the great show in front is finished, we will know exactly what the forces here are up to. Liao glanced at the few super-nascent soul-stage cultivators and calculated in his heart silently. The divine palace has been revealed. The gate has been opened to us. This is our opportunity. Many cultivators were already awed by the super warship from the primeval civilization. They pointed at the dark exhaust flame spurts at the bottom of the Nuwa warship and roared. The cultivators that belonged to different sides had no time to bother each other. The hastier ones had already jumped into the canyon before the rocks around the crater stabilized. Leaping toward the Nuwa warship as quickly as possible, the remaining cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that all the cultivators there belonged to two sides and more than 10 different forces. Ghost Chin, Heaven Battering Army, White Lotus Cult, Ghost Character, Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Thunderstorm Valley, the Court, and unaffiliated cultivators. Everybody had only gathered there in pursuit of gains. If they fought each other, the cultivators of other forces would gladly take all the advantage. After they took control of the Cloud Chin gold statues, they would not bother to shed a tear for those who were killed. There was no telling who roared first, but everybody was running toward the crater, forgetting the grudges among themselves that was still fresh. The high-level cultivators whose flying swords were still intact or who boasted the techniques to ride the wind soared into the sky and jumped toward the Nuwa warship like moths darting toward the fire. The low-level cultivators whose flying swords were broken and who did not have such expertise were hopping on the uneven rocks and sprinting toward the bottom of the crater at the risk of falling into the boundless crevasses among the rocks. They were so impatient that they looked like a colony of ants. Even Emperor Phoenix and Han Bailing turned around and led their troops to leave the battlefield after a moment of hesitation. They charged at the Nuwa warship from different directions, hoping to beat the enemy to the Divine Palace. What are you waiting for, Master Spiritual Vulture? If you don't hurry up, even their shit will be cold. Xianxia burst into laughter. The flames of spiritual energy around his body expanded crazily as he dived down vertically like a shooting star. The few middle-level and low-level cultivators who were flying clumsily in the air were blown away by him regardless of which side they were on. They fell into the ice canyon, and there was no telling whether they survived the impact or not. The harmonious scene where everybody was running without bothering about anything else was soon broken up. A lot of cultivators had already arrived at the exhaust flame spurts, which were rising high at the rear of the Nuwa warship. They thought that the spurts were the gates leading to the Divine Palace. Compared to the body size of human beings, the Nuwa clan was huge. Therefore, their warships were dozens of kilometers long and looked like cities in space made of pure metal. Even the engine spurts used to make minor adjustments and to support the in-atmosphere flight were more than 5 meters in diameter. At first glance, they indeed appeared to be gates that were wide open. Near the gates, to decide who was qualified to enter the Divine Palace first, small-scale bloody conflicts were already breaking out. However, it was often the case that, before the two parties involved in the conflicts were done fighting, they had already been crushed by the main force that was following up. Only the super-nascent soul-stage cultivators such as Qi Zhongdao or Qi Changsheng crawled into the engine tubes without meeting any resistance because they were obviously too strong for anybody to mess with. Liao frowned greatly. Things had completely fallen out of anyone's control. The previous plan had been to tread lightly and think before leaping. Even after the Divine Palace was discovered, they would search, measure, and analyze it in an orderly fashion. Everybody had their duty, and every exploration team had independent tasks. But the reality was that the 100 nascent soul-stage cultivators from almost 20 forces on 2 different sides had been utterly mixed up. Everyone was fighting for themselves. There was absolutely no discipline or organization anymore. Even the procedure to test the internal environment of the Divine Palace and check if it was safe to enter the place had been omitted, not to mention the effective commanding. It could be seen that Qi Zhongdao, Master Bitter Cicada, and some other people had maintained their basic rationality instead of being overwhelmed by greed. They were still shouting desperately, trying to get the situation under control. However, with everything reaching such a point, how could the cultivators from the 6 major sects listen to them? Besides, Wang Shi, Wan Mingzhu, Qi Changsheng, and the cultivators on the other side had already barged into the engine tubes of the Nuwa warship without caring about anything. Having no other choice, Qi Zhongdao and his companions could only follow them closely. Liao sighed and felt that his head was aching, but there was nothing that he could do except sneak into the Nuwa warship first. Of course, he would not be as idiotic as the locals of the ancient sages sector and walk through the engine tubes, which were bound to be a dead end. At the end of the engine tubes were doubtlessly the engines, and the engines were connected to the fuel cabins. All the parts were definitely made of the most solid and heat-proof materials. It would take quite a long time even if they wanted to break in with brute force. Liao, as a specialist in warship infiltration, would certainly not choose such an illogical entry path. Liao hovered around the part of the Nuwa warship exposed to the air. At this moment, the enormous ice canyon was an utter mess. In the collapse of the ice shells, countless cultivators had fallen to the bottom of the valley and been smashed into meat and blood by the thousands of tons of ice. The few lucky dogs were struggling and screaming miserably among the crevices. Most of the cultivators had been focused on the engine tubes. Everybody was jostling for them. Everyone's attention had been grabbed by the Divine Palace. Few of them noticed Liao's whereabouts. Liao's brutality was famous all over the ancient sages sector. The cultivators both on his side and on his enemy's side were familiar with his appearance. Therefore, they were even less willing to piss off Master Spiritual Vulture before the Cloud Qin gold statues were found. Liao soon found what he was looking for. They were the dozens of cracks that looked like the gill of a shark on the 2 sides of the Nuwa warship. Every crack was extremely long and narrow. They could be more than 10 meters long. yet their width was only slightly greater than one's palm. They were also covered in a glittering metal membrane. At first glance, it was integral with the shell of the warship and did not seem to be a channel of passage at all. Liao, however, knew that it was the air inlets to exchange fresh air with the outside world when the Nuwa warship was flying within the atmosphere. As the fortresses cruising in the Sea of Stars, the Nuwa warships certainly boasted a very advanced air recycling system. However, absorbing fresh air from the outside world when it was flying on the habitable planets that had an atmosphere would not only relieve the burden of the air recycling magical equipment and save the energy to transform the air but also improve the dull environment inside the warship and the morale of the crew members. There were similar designs on the warship debris of the Nuwa clan discovered on Kunlun. Liao had studied the structure carefully before. When the warship was flying in the vacuum, the inlets would be blocked from the inside and would not be opened until the warship landed on the surface of a planet. The internal architecture of the inlets was relatively feeble. At the very least, they were much feebler than the thick, heat-proof materials at the end of the engine tubes. Also, even if they broke the wall at the end of the engine tubes, they would only appear in the engine compartment of the Nuwa warship, which was at the rear of the warship and still far away from the core area. As a super-large warship, the Nuwa warship had an extremely complicated internal structure that looked like a labyrinth. The few shabby maps were far from enough for them to investigate every corner of the warship. If he snuck through the inlets, it was possible that he would reach the area that needed fresh air most. Such areas were often the places frequented by the crew members most, too. It was not hard to guess that those areas could not be too far away from the bridge, the command room, the arsenal, and other key facilities. Liao glanced around. Some other cultivators noticed him. However, they would not have the courage to tail Liao even if their guts were combined in one person. Liao put on a cold smile. A sharp dagger as thin as paper appeared among his fingers. As his spiritual energy surged out, it was heated to almost 1,000 degrees, allowing him to cut a hole more than 2 meters long on the metal membrane easily. He then removed the entire metal membrane. Liao took a deep breath. Cracking noises were suddenly echoing inside Liao's body. His chest collapsed deeply, and he became extremely thin. Leaning his body, Liao tried the inlets of the Nuwa warship, only to discover that it was still barely possible to squeeze in. Thankfully, for the activities in the cold area, every one of them had carried a lot of oil and patches with them, which were supposed to prevent them from frostbite or sunburnt. They turned out to be the perfect lubricants now. Liao retrieved an oil bag that was made of the whale skin and smeared the oil refined out of the oil of whales, bears, and tigers all over his body. Then he tried hard to squeeze into the gap. Finally, he made it. Hu! Liao slowly breathed out the last air inside his body. His chest had already kissed his back. It was impossible for him to breathe for a while, and he would be in the anaerobic state. The stomach was easier to deal with. The pain on the head was more insufferable. The joints and bones on the body could be twisted and deformed, but it was difficult to change the shape of the skull. Liao felt that his facial organs had been pressed together. Except for a Starship infiltration specialist such as himself, he did not believe that a second person would be willing to choose such a torturous option. Even so, he still could not be more careful. He stuck more than 70 grenades on the internal wall of the inlets with the thick ointment before he attached a few tiny metal threads to the triggers, constructing a simple trap. If another cultivator was walking on the same path as he did, they would have to taste the feeling of being blown up by more than 10 grenades while they were stuck there. After finishing all the preparations, Liao finally controlled every muscle on his body precisely and wriggled toward the depths of the tubes, like a viper that was moving with the scales on its abdomen. He moved about 30 meters when he ran into another metal membrane. Behind the metal membrane was a thick plank. He had already reached the end of the inlet tube. There was no need to be careful at this place. Liao extended his left hand straightforwardly. The translucent crystal appeared inside his palm, and he fired the cell obliteration cannon, gouging a great hole on the metal membrane as well as the air-cleaning magical equipment behind it. A roaring sound immediately echoed as the fresh air filled the room. Before the orange edge of the hole entirely cooled down, Liao had already crawled out in a hurry, Shua! Every hair on Liao's body was pricking. On one of his knees, he narrowed his eyes and continued locking his every pore. He did not even recover his breath. But he was prepared to summon the mystic skeleton battlesuit from his cosmos ring at any time. He opened his hands and took out an air examination device from the Star Glory Federation. The shimmering detector rotated for a moment, and the device gave a report of the elements in the air inside the Nuwa warship very soon. The inside of the Nuwa warship had been almost devoid of oxygen in the beginning, but as the cultivators broke the shell from various directions into the warship, the oxygen percentage was rising quickly. Before long, it would reach the level of the outside world. There was no oxygen, but there was no lethal poisonous gas either. Although there were some weird impurities in the air, it was more than enough for Liao's apocalyptic body that was even tougher than the demons' bodies. Liao was finally relieved and began observing the environment. The place seemed to be some sort of maintenance room for the air-cleansing magical equipment. There was a black pathway that led to who knew where. Because the Nuwa clan's body size was many times larger than human beings, the room and the pathway were both astonishingly large, making the place look like a splendid palace. Liao put the air examination instrument back into his cosmos ring. He then retrieved a few super tiny crystal bombs that he had crafted through modern approaches in the Star Glory Federation in case of special needs. Finally, he prudently walked to the pathway. The dark pathway seemed to be endless, trapping him in a world of darkness alone. Even Liao felt creeped out, although he always considered himself bold. His eyes were vaguely emitting redness in the dark, as he scrutinized every detail inside the Nuwa warship. Ah! Liao suddenly noticed that a guy was sitting at the turn-up in the front and staring at him without blinking his eyes. Before Liao realized what was going on, the guy suddenly lunged at him. Liao shrieked and almost threw out all the super tiny crystal bombs in his shock. When he calmed down and observed more carefully, he discovered that it was a tall, huge, hideous-looking member of the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan. The body must have been well preserved in the anaerobic environment. Because Liao brought a lot of fresh air into the place, the air had intense reactions with the body, casting the body that should have decayed hundreds of thousands of years ago into powder instantly. Liao breathed heavily, with sweat popping out of his back. He blinked and looked again. The only things left on the ground were a few bright golden bones and some lackluster armor. He had encountered similar body explosions on Kunlun many times. Except for the initial shock when he was caught by surprise, he did not find it too strange. However, it remained to be seen what the reactions of the locals of the Ancient Sages sector would be like when they ran into the exploding bodies as they broke into the Nuwa warship in other ways. Liao could not help but wonder whether or not Qi Zhongdao, who had been grave and solemn the whole time, would be shocked and kneel to the ground when he witnessed a legendary deity obliterating into nothingness in front of him. Thinking about that, Liao could not help but chuckle. His previous anxiety was greatly eased. As he pressed forward, he discovered a lot of dead bodies that exploded instantly because of the intense reaction with the air. Judging from their bones, the remains of their armor, and the runes on their magical equipment, some of the bodies belonged to the Nuwa clan, and some belonged to the Pangu clan. Of course, there were also a lot of human soldiers on both sides. It appeared that a troop of the Pangu clan had once invaded the Nuwa warship and launched a brutal boarding battle, which resulted in the serious damage to the internal structure of the warship. Burnt holes and ripped gaps were everywhere. Broken limbs and frozen body liquids filled up the entire space. Perhaps that was the reason that the Nuwa warship had crashed in the land of eternal night. However, for Liao, the holes that had been ripped apart by brute force made his exploration more convenient. Let me make a bold assumption. In most boarding battles, the most important target for the attackers is doubtlessly the bridge of the defenders. As long as the bridge is controlled, half of the warship will be seized. At the very least, even if the warship is not seized, the important people on the enemy's side, such as the captain, the navigator, and the chief technician, will be injured or killed. Therefore, as long as I study the battlefield carefully and follow the direction of the Pangu clan's attack, together with Wang Shi's map, and based on the structural designs of the Nuwa warships I've discovered in the past, it is very possible for me to find the bridge and the captain's office. After realizing that the so-called Divine Palace was actually a warship of the Nuwa clan, Liao did not intend to look for the Cloud Qin gold statues like the hustling and bustling locals of the ancient sages sector. As a specialist of the colossi, Liao knew that an intact, thorough industrial system was mandatory for the use of the colossi, which was a type of highly precise, strategic magical equipment. A team was needed to maintain them, fill them with energy, and equip attack magical equipment. Experienced pilots who had received professional training were required, too. Not everybody had a weird black wing as the medium between the pilot and the colossus like him. Truth be told, not that Liao was looking down upon the locals of the ancient sages sector, but even if a few colossi that had been fully charged with spiritual energy and all set to go were given to them, they would not even know how to make use of the weapons. The colossi would be pure garbage. In comparison, the bridge of the Nuwa warship was much more valuable than the colossi. The mainframe crystal processor of the Nuwa warship must have been accommodated on the bridge. Chances were that things such as cruise logs might be found. There might even be communication or teleportation magical equipment that was more advanced than the gizmos in the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings. Even if he looked for the colossi later, Liao believed that there would be short-distance teleportation arrays on the bridge that led to the magical equipment warehouses and the maintenance workshops. Otherwise, it would seem awfully low efficient if everybody commuted on foot on a super warship that was over 10 kilometers long. Therefore, if he found the bridge, it would be equivalent to seizing half of the warship, and he could go anywhere that he wanted. Most of the dead bodies of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had exploded into dust before he arrived and lost all value for research. However, the dents and traces caused by the blades and the cannonballs left on the wall and floor were enough to point out the route of attack of the Pangu clan. Passing through the high and dark pathways and cabins, and surrounded by enormous skeletons and armor more than 10 meters tall, Liao was caught by a sense of depression, as if he was wandering inside a valley of giants. From the darkness far, far away, Liao vaguely heard shrieks and fighting noises that were as feeble as the sound of mosquitoes. The cultivators who had boarded the Nuwa warship through other paths must have met the exploding bodies, too, and begun killing each other in their nervousness. Liao glanced around and found the cause of the battles. The armor and blades of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were much more solid than their bodies of flesh and blood after all. Although the bodies were gone, some of the remains of their gear, however rusted, were left behind. For the locals of the ancient sages sector who worshipped primeval treasures, that gear was the magical equipment and marvelous weapons that the prehistoric deities left behind after they vaporized. Such temptations were indeed enough to drive them crazy. Even though the Cloud Qin gold statues had not yet been found, the primeval treasures were already enough for them to fight a blood battle. Liao sighed. He loathed most of the locals of the ancient sages sector, but at that moment, when thinking that they were biting each other like ravenous hyenas just for a few pieces of primeval magical equipment and that they might die in vain after training hard for decades, he felt somewhat sorry for those people. Getting to the bottom of it, what other paths of cultivation did they have when they were born and raised in such an environment? Any path was a dead end when they were wreathed tightly by the dark nebula. Liao had a stronger urge to dig a hole in the dark nebula, so that the ancient sages sector could see the brightness of the future and walk on a brand new path. Taking a deep breath, Liao dashed toward the center of the Nuwa warship along the route of the Pangu clan's attack. Outside his expectation, weak beeps were suddenly echoing next to his ears. A bright silver metal ball around 1 metal in diameter rolled out of the dark pathway. When it reached him, dozens of green threads popped up on its surface. After a few cracking noises, the ball was dissected along the green threads, turning into a 4-legged metal spider, with 2 3-barreled turrets above where blue electric arcs were dancing, suggesting that the weapons were good to go. Shwa! 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 Dozens of green rays of light darted out of the corners of the pathways around, too. They interweaved into an impenetrate cage around Liao and locked onto him. Liao bellowed. He was about to shoot out the super tiny crystal bombs, so that he would have enough time to put on his crystal suit, when all kinds of illusions appeared in front of his eyes. He had been dragged into a grand illusionary land. He seemed to envision more than 10 human girls lying on a dark altar inside a gloomy, horrible temple, naked. The altar was surrounded by more than 10 bizarre-looking members of the Pangu clan, who were slowly turning the chains and lowering a black rock weighing hundreds of tons above the altar. It appeared that they were going to press all the girls to death and fetch their flesh and blood as part of some sacrificial ritual. Below the altar, hundreds of bald human beings, whose faces were emotionless and eyes were numb, looked at the altar without moving. However hard the girls on the altar screamed and cried for help, they showed absolutely no response. Even their breath was not changed at all. Liao seemed to be one of the hundreds of human beings kneeling on the ground. But he was about to throw up in nausea and fury. Although he knew that it was just an illusion, the girls, as innocent as lambs who were going to be crushed by the hideous individuals of the Pangu clan, and their desperate cries for help still triggered intense physiobiological reactions in him. His breath, heartbeat, and secretion of epinephrine were all exploding. He could not help but stand up from the hundreds of human beings who were kneeling and clench his fists toward the priests of the Pangu clan. The moment that he stood up, the illusions broke, swirled, and dispersed like thousands of glass butterflies. He was back in the depths of the dark pathway, but the rays that had locked onto him previously were gone. Even the four-legged metal spider had been compressed into a ball again and rolled back into the darkness. What happened? Liao blinked. Then, he suddenly realized that the grand illusionary land just now was probably some sort of program to distinguish friends from foes. The four-legged metal spider and the rays of light darting from the pathway were probably one of the few pieces of automatic defense magical equipment on the Nuwa warship that had persisted to that day. Since the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan both had a lot of human beings fighting for them, a program was necessary to decide if the passers-by were allies. The Pangu clan regarded human beings as pure tools. They controlled human beings with the so-called 3 fundamental laws and forbade them from having any feelings or self-consciousness. When the picture of the Pangu clan taking human beings as sacrificial offerings appeared in the grand illusionary land, the human beings or demi-humans who were bound by the 3 fundamental laws would not feel anything at all. In such a case, the automatic defense magical equipment of the Nuwa warship would certainly launch the fiercest attacks. However, when Liao witnessed such a gory scene, his physiobiological parameters were changing drastically, indicating that he was in the middle of emotional turmoil. It was evident that he was a real human being who had feelings and self-consciousness, someone who could protect himself and his own kind. Therefore, the automatic defense magical equipment on the Nuwa warship identified him as an ally and did not attack. Wait! Thinking quickly, Liao chased after the round ball that had been the four-legged metal spider earlier. However, his target disappeared after 2 corners. Perhaps it was absorbed into a warehouse through an inconspicuous teleportation array. But Liao did not gain nothing. Judging from the distribution of the pathways just now and the runes on the wall, it was very likely that he had already entered the core area of the Nuwa warship. The bridge or the captain's office should be ahead. The conclusion could also be proved by the dead bodies of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan scattered everywhere around. It appeared that this was the end of the boarding battle hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although the Pangu clan rallied tremendous soldiers to barrage the gate to the bridge, it was still not broken through. It was great trouble for Liao. 3 magnificent gates were standing in front of him. Each gate was more than 10 meters tall, with a layer of vague silver brightness flowing on the surface. They were flawless and showed no sign of joints. At a height of 10 meters, 5 meters, and 1.5 meters, 3 complicated rune arrays had been carved respectively, which appeared to be for identification purposes. Liao touched gently on the gate and felt that it was rather soft. There was no telling what the doors were made of. But when he did pour his spiritual energy into them, he received absolutely no feedback, which indicated that it must be a very advanced energy absorption material. It was useless. Even the warriors of the Pangu clan failed to blow up the gates to the bridge. It was even less possible for him to crack them by brute force. Liao turned back and studied the rune arrays and magical equipment that were designed for identification. Those at the lowest height must have been prepared for the human warriors on the Nuwa warship. When Liao tried putting his finger on a piece of blue identification magical equipment, It suddenly split from the middle and shot out a ray of light, which soon dispersed into a 3D identification interface. It was a super complicated identification interface. Not only were his fingerprints, iris, and voice to be tested, he would also have to input 3 ever-changing dynamic passwords in only 5 seconds. You've got to be kidding me. Liao was dumbfounded. He wondered if there had always been a traffic jam on the gates to the bridge with such complicated procedures to enter and exit the bridge. On second thought, he immediately realized that they should be the security measures of the highest level when the warship was under the attack of the Pangu clan, in which case few personnel were allowed to enter the bridge. The normal identification procedures could not have been so complicated. I'm in trouble now. The 3 silver gates were all integral. Even the identification magical equipment did not have any gaps around them, as if they had been forged together with the gates. There was no chance for him to dismantle the devices to study them. After searching the nearby carefully, he failed to find any of the legendary ventilation tubes through which he could crawl into the bridge. Even if there were, they would have been shut off in the state of the highest alarm. The most fatal traps in them would have been activated. Right when Liao was scratching his face, wondering what to do next, his ears suddenly shuddered. He heard soft footsteps from a pathway far behind him. How did anybody get here so fast? Liao was alarmed. He had thought that he was already quick enough. He had snuck in from the middle part of the Nuwa warship and reached this place after such a short period of time with his familiarity with the internal structure of the Nuwa warship. Most other people crawled in from the tail of the warship. They were also fighting hard on their way. Liao had thought that it would take them a few hours to disperse on the warship and find this place by accident. Who was the guy that was coming close? Was it a coincidence? Or was it on purpose? Liao eyed around and retrieved a stealth membrane suit from his cosmos ring as quickly as possible. The biochemical combat suit that the Fire Ant King had provided him played a vital role in the battle to sneak into the Eye of Blood Demon. As long as he remained absolutely still, he would be almost completely invisible. After putting on the stealth suit, hiding himself behind a pile of scrap armor of the Nuwa in a corner, and lowering his breath, heartbeat, and spiritual waves to the minimum with the great dream tortoise hibernation arts that Gue Suesho had taught him, Liao stared at the darkness coldly, both like a rock and like a ghost. Soon, a shadow staggered out of the end of the pathway. It was exactly the initiator of the operation to explore the mysterious divine palace, the mysterious lead eunuch Wang Shi. How is it possible? Liao's pupils constricted violently. He was truly baffled. He saw with his own eyes that Wang Shi had crawled into the Nuwa warship from the engine tubes that were at the rear part of the warship. Unless he was absolutely familiar with the internal structure of this particular warship, how could Wang Shi have passed from the engine area through the complicated, labyrinth-like cabins on the warship to the command area after only half an hour? At this moment, Wang Shi still had the appearance of a fair-skinned, beardless, middle-aged scholar, except that there was green brightness on his pale face, suggesting that he might have been poisoned. There were blood stains everywhere on his body. A shocking wound could be found on his thigh, where the flesh was rolling up like the lips of a baby. The wound was absolutely vertical without the slightest slant. There was not even the error of a hair. What a shocking sword aura! Liao secretly clicked his tongue. He could not have been more familiar with the wounds of such a shape. Over the past months, he had witnessed identical wounds on many ferocious beasts that were used as targets for sword training. In the entire ancient sages sector, only Yen Liren's unstoppable sword auras could have left such a marvelous wound. Wang Shi had a head-on clash with Yen Liren and appeared to have suffered an obvious setback? That did make sense. Perhaps Yen Liren was the only weirdo here who did not give a damn about the Cloud Sheen gold statues. The sole reason that he had participated in the exploration of the Divine Palace was to practice his sword arts with the real experts. Despite the wound on his thigh, Wang Shi had retreated in one piece when Yen Liren was attacking with all his might. It was evident enough of his remarkable cultivation. Wang Shi wobbled to the 3 silver gates. He craned his neck and observed for a long time. There was confusion on his face, and mysterious brilliance was flashing inside his eyes. The magical equipment that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan had once used was strewn across the ground, but Wang Shi did not even bother to look at the weapons. His eyes suddenly lost focus, as if he was caught in memories a long time ago. Exactly like Liao just did. He touched the 3 silver gates for a moment before turning around and studying the barriers to open the gates. Take your time to study them. Liao sneered. Let's see how exactly you are going to open the gates that even I can't. Wang Shi pondered for a moment. Then, like Liao had done, he also activated the unlocking interface of the gates. The first thing to pop up was the facial recognition procedure. A cluster of gentle bluish brightness, which looked like a beautiful jellyfish, slowly surfaced. There was no telling what Wang Shi was thinking, but after a slight delay, he stuck his own face into it. Liao almost laughed out aloud. What was the guy thinking of? Did he think that any random guy could just swipe their face and enter such an advanced Nuwa warship? As expected, the cluster of blue light wriggled on his face for a while before it turned red. The gates remained closed, showing absolutely no sign of opening. The identification failed. Wang Shi was confused. He rubbed his face softly and paced back and forth for a while. Suddenly, he dashed back to the pathway and examined for a moment. He then established quite a few alarm rune arrays on the pathway tirelessly. One of them was almost deployed to the bottom of the armor that Liao was hiding behind. Liao was so anxious that he almost failed to stop his cold sweat from running out. What was the guy trying to do after taking so many precautions? After setting up 7 alarm rune arrays to ensure that nobody would break in, Wang Shi returned to the identification magical equipment on the silver gates. He suddenly bulged his eyes and took such a long breath that his chest was rising high. A series of cracking noises echoed inside his body, which sounded both like his bones being weirdly twisted and like his muscles and veins breaking, growing, and condensing again. As he slowly exhaled all the air from his body, a weird scene happened. Ivory mist flowed out of every pore on his body and enshrouded him like a great cocoon. Creepy chewing noises came from inside the cocoon, accompanied by low moans. When the mists were gradually gone, his face, physique, and demeanor had gone through drastic changes. He had changed from the handsome middle-aged scholar to the plain-looking but plump female assassin Long Yangjun. What technique is this? This is too sophisticated. How can the guy transform freely from a male to a female so quickly? Is he a man or a woman? Is he half a man and half a woman? Liao was so shocked that his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. The nascent soul stage cultivators could control the secretion of hormones inside their bodies at will. If Liao stimulated the secretion of the estrogen in his body and suppressed the secretion of the androgens such as testosterone, perhaps he would be able to change his body figure as well and gain the secondary sex characteristics that were similar to a female. However, the process would take months if not years before the preliminary changes took effect. Also, there would not be any fundamental difference except that he would look more feminine than before after the changes. The mutation of Wang Shi or Long Yangjun had far exceeded what a nascent soul stage cultivator could achieve. Wang Shi had no idea that somebody was peeping at his metamorphosis nearby. He looked quite relieved, as if he had gotten rid of a burden and a camouflage, and took a deep breath in relief. Although the physique had changed, the female assassin Long Yangjun was tall and strong. Therefore, the previous clothes still fit pretty well. She smiled and touched her brand new face before she leaned toward the blue light ball again. Wang Shi's face was buried in the blue ball, leaving her graceful body outside. She had no idea at all that a highly dangerous enemy was lurking right next to her. However, Liao did not plan to attack her immediately because he could not have been more curious about Wang Shi's uncanny behavior. Beep! A crisp beep echoed deep inside the blue ball a moment later. The ball then turned green, hinting that she may proceed to the next procedure. She had passed the test of the facial features recognition. Liao was utterly dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. How was it possible? The Nuwa warship had crashed there 100,000 years ago. Also, the bridge was under the protection of the highest level. It was certainly the case that only the few key crew members could pass the facial features recognition. How was Wang Shi, a local of the ancient sages sector who lived 100,000 years later and theoretically could not have had anything to do with the Nuwa warship, accepted? Liao was baffled. When he looked Wang Shi's face, even she did not seem to expect that she could pass the test. Both surprised and delighted, and with a hint of intense confusion, she even let out an exclamation. Taking a deep breath, she put her hands into the light ball, as per the instructions on the identification interface. Liao felt that his heart was heavy again. It was obvious that the operation menu of magical equipment on the Nuwa warship was written in the language of the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Although it was somewhat similar to the common tongue of human beings nowadays, there were still major differences. Their language was constructed in a unique way by transforming 3-dimension into 2-dimension. The information contained in one character could be more than 10 times than in the common tongue of modern human beings. The Star Glory Federation had collected a lot of primeval characters on Kunlun. After 5 years of arduous studies by historians and linguists, they had finally managed to get a general idea of the primeval language system and understand the basic meaning denoted in every character. Even so, Liao had to resort to his guesses a lot when he recognized the characters, and he could only understand the general meaning. Wang Shi, on the other hand, seemed to have no trouble at all reading the instructions on the operation menu. It reminded Liao of the map of the Divine Palace. How exactly did Wang Shi learn how to parse the map of the Divine Palace and how to operate on the layers of complicated menus? Beep. When Liao was thinking, Wang Shi passed the palm print, voice print, and iris tests successfully. The only thing left was a dynamic password. In front of the hundreds of glittering runes, she was dazzled and at a loss again. However, her helplessness was soon replaced by weird epiphany a moment later. The brightness inside her eyes grew clearer and clearer, and she was more and more at ease, as if something frozen inside her body for the longest time was thawing and about to break out of the shell. Wang Shi's hands turned into 2 clusters of gray fog as she tapped the virtual runes as quickly as lightning, as if it were her conditioned reflex. She inputted all the 3 dynamic passwords after only 1 second. Hiss! The largest silver gate in the middle, after uttering a high-pitched noise, split apart from the middle and retreated toward the center helically. The gate to the bridge had been opened. The gate began to shimmer, which should be certain inert gas that filled the room in order to keep the stable performance of the magical equipment during the long-time hibernation. At first glance, a splendid new world seemed to be hidden inside the bridge. Wang Shi hesitated for a moment in front of the new world before she bit her lip and strode in. Hardly had she set foot in the room when the gate was closing. Liao's heartbeat was immediately beating at the highest speed from stillness. Even his ribs were aching, as if his heart was breaking them apart. This was the only opportunity. It concerned the control of a Nuwa warship, which could possibly take off later. Wang Shi had been hit by Yen Liren's attack. Her combat ability must be at the lowest point. It was definitely worth a try, even at the risk of exposing his identity. Boom! Liao lunged out of the corner as if he had stepped on 10,000 crystal bombs. Before the gate was fully close, he sprinted into the room and collided with Wang Shi's waist directly. Having just opened the gate to the bridge of the Nuwa warship, Wang Shi was still overwhelmed. Out of her expectations, something ferocious was coming at her from behind, and the 7 alarm rune arrays gave no warning at all. Wang Shi's face dropped. She immediately realized that her metamorphosis must have been witnessed by the stranger. In her shock, she reacted much more slowly than she should have. Hardly had she turned around when Liao knocked her away. The 2 of them rolled into the bridge of the Nuwa warship, one in front and the other behind, with the gate finally fully closed behind them. This was an enormous space that was as splendid and magnificent as a palace. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, but 100 giant pillars were standing. Every giant pillar was riddled with countless holes and connected together by thousands of crystal cables. It was a certain crystal processor system of an unprecedented scale. Despite the hibernation of hundreds of thousands of years, the crystal processor system was not entirely ruined. Instead, under the protection of the blue inert gas, they were releasing vague, glamorous colors, illuminating the bridge as if it were a natural paradise. However, the paradise had turned into a hell of fighting. Since Wang Shi's greatest secret was exposed, she could not have looked more hideous. Before she came to a stop after Liao's blow, She stepped on one of the giant pillars and swung back like a soft feather. Her crystal sword that had been hidden somewhere rushed out and evolved into a whip dozens of meters long, covering every part on Liao's body. The bones on Liao's right arm cracked quickly, and the sharp claw, the bone spurts, and the energy-concentrating crystal all protruded out. After all, Wangxi had already seen his apocalyptic body last time, and it would not hurt if she saw it again. In the meantime, he picked up a metal claw with his right hand and dealt with Wangxi's whip with dozens of molecular mica threads. The two of them boosted their spiritual energy to the maximum. It was a pity that the blue inert gas inside the bridge seemed to boast a weird function to absorb the spiritual energy and restrain the magnetic field, which suppressed the flames of spiritual energy burning on the two of them into faint balls of light. Most of the auras that they launched were instantly swallowed by the blue gas before they hit their target. Realizing that, the two of them chose close-distance combat, which was crueler and more dangerous, almost simultaneous. They turned into dozens of streaks of brightness and entangled each other like vipers. Chi! Liao's shoulder was pierced through by the rushing crystal cluster. The flesh around the hole the size of fingernail was in a weird, translucent crystallization state, as if it had been contaminated by an unseen virus. Shua! Long Yangjuan's abdomen was also ripped with 3 bloody wounds by Liao's sharp claws. An inconspicuous attack of the cell obliteration cannon almost boiled all her internal organs. Bam! Despite the heavy wounds, the two of them did not even bother to blink their eyes. They summoned all the spiritual energy inside their bodies and had a head-on clash without any fancy tricks. Their total weight was merely several hundred kilograms, yet 2 monolithic mountains seemed to have crashed with the most devastating landslides. Even the stagnating blue gas was rippling out due to their collision. Liao and Wangxi both grunted and were blown backward. They both felt that their veins and nerves were broken. Their internal organs were burning, and their souls were shaking hard like a lone boat on a surging ocean. This is not going to work out. Liao gritted his teeth. His cultivation was on par with Wangxi's. Although Wangxi's leg had been cut by Yan Liren's sword earlier, now that she had gone on a rampage in her fury, it was not easy for Liao to execute her directly. Moreover, Liao did not want to execute Wangxi at all. He merely wanted to capture her alive and ask her about the backstory of everything. He was even hoping to learn the methods to control the Nuwa warship through Wangxi. I have no choice except to resort to my ultimate skill now. With dangerous brightness beaming out his crimson left eye, Liao squinted. As the saying went, you might as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb. Wangxi had been suspicious about his identity for a long time, and it was impossible for him to flawlessly explain everything. Besides, it was already extremely uncanny that he had appeared there. There was no way that he could fool a schemer of Wangxi's level with any excuse. It was not Liao's personality to be passively beaten, and he was not particularly fond of being suspected and interrogated while doing nothing. For the Nuwa warship and the factory of the Colossi, exposing the existence of his crystal suit was an acceptable cost. Anyways, he should capture Wangxi alive and take the initiative of the situation first. Liao's eyeballs were rolling crazily as he inputted the distribution data of the 100 pillars into his brain and analyzed dozens of different tactics. When the crystal sword pierced toward his thigh again, he pretended that he had no time to dodge, and he nearly tripped himself over because of the long wound on the external side of his thigh. He leaned to the right side, but he threw dozens of super-tiny crystal bombs through the thousand fingers softbones technique toward the route of Wangxi's attack that he predicted. The super-tiny crystal bombs were the essence of the most advanced explosive magical equipment in the Star Glory Federation. Although they were only the size of fingernails, they were multiple times more powerful than the grenades of the ancient sage's sector. The bombs spurted out and exploded between Liao and Wangxi, establishing a colorful wall of spiritual energy. Even if they could not wound Wangxi, they would still be able to stop her for a second. It was exactly the critical second that Liao was trying to buy himself. Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit. Implement. With everything progressing so far, there was no need for disguises. Liao tapped the center of his eyebrow with his fingers. His spiritual energy surged out together with his sound waves. Dozens of black and red streaks of brightness darted out of his cosmos ring and condensed into an awe-inspiring crystal suit around his body. My combat ability is on par with Wang Shi's. The Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which has been significantly upgraded through the technologies on Kunlun, will at least double my combat ability. When I catch her unprepared, I can definitely capture her alive. With the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit on his body, the familiar feeling and the intense confidence filled Li Yao's chest again. After his roar, the 18-power rune arrays on the two sides of the spine of the crystal suit spurted out dazzling flames, pushing the crystal suit forward to tear apart the aftershock of the previous explosion and crash at Wang Shi brutally. If everything went as Li Yao had planned, the blast this time would definitely sabotage Wang Shi's spiritual energy circulation and briefly cast it into disorder. Then, he would be able to launch a series of dazzling follow-up attacks. Li Yao had calculated Wang Shi's 99 possible reactions. But whatever her reaction was, she was not getting away from Li Yao. The problem was, what the heck? After the aftershock of the explosion was ripped apart, Wang Shi, who was sprinting at him at full speed, had changed her appearance yet another time. Her shoulders, arms, legs and chest were covered in a crystal suit that was an integral whole with her skin that was exposed to the air, as if it were part of her flesh and blood and triggered from her bones. Detecting the unbelievably high spiritual waves, the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit immediately sent out ear-splitting alarms. But it was too late. The two parties were too close to each other for Li Yao to change his route of attack. He could only grit his teeth and crash at the enemy anyway. The only comfort for him was that, at the moment of impact, he seemed to see an equally stunned expression on Wang Shi's face on the opposite side. Boom! Li Yao felt that he had crashed into an iron plank that was fully embedded with nails. He even lost his consciousness for a brief second, during which time he could see nothing but a bunch of mottled butterflies flying in front of his eyes. When his soul was condensed again, he immediately heard the cries of the mainframe crystal processor of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, which was reporting the plummeting performance parameters of the key units. Cough, 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 cough. Li Yao swallowed the blood and shook his head. He grabbed the handle of his saber with one hand and pressed the ground with the other, ready to launch a few hundred six-barreled Vulcan machine guns and crystal bombs to bombard the enemy. 100 meters away from him, Wang Shi was also shaking in dizziness as if she were drunk. She tried 3 times to stand on her feet but failed. She could only breathe quickly on one of her knees while staring at Li Yao with half astonishment and half confusion. The unimaginably gorgeous crystal suit was still growing on her body. For octagonal, shiny crystals were rotating around her like satellites. Although they were much more lackluster than before, they should be more than enough for her self-protection. The situation was indescribably awkward. Li Yao had thought that, as soon as he summoned his crystal suit to double his combat ability, he would capture Wang Shi without any trouble. Then, it would totally be up to him how he would deal with the captive. But outside his expectations, Wang Shi had exactly the same idea, and she had been hiding such a critical trump card. The scales were balanced once more, with neither of them able to defeat the other, and the only outcome of continuing the fight would be that they were both suffer great losses. What should he do? There was a brand new Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit inside Li Yao Cosmos Ring and an Ares extension that could bring the damage to the maximum instantly. It was his last trump card. But how could he be sure that Wang Shi did not have other trump cards? When he was hesitating, Wang Shi laughed coldly and said, "It is indeed you, Master Spiritual Vulture, or should I call you? Anyway, your scheme has been seen through. This trap was specially prepared for you. Just wait for my subordinates of the ghost character to come." Li Yao was suddenly alarmed, wondering if his identity had been fully exposed. However, half a second later, he realized that Wang Shi was bluffing. Ghost character? Would you dare let anyone in the ghost character see your creepy appearance right now? Li Yao burst into laughter. Surrender now. Your struggle will be in vain. We've had our eyes on you since long ago. You gave yourself away after hiding for almost 100 years. You have your ghost character, but I have my reinforcements, too. Let's just see whose backup comes here first. Wang Shi was dazed and sneered. Are you trying to fool me with such a petty trick? Liao laughed in contempt, too. As if you weren't bullshitting. Do you really know who I am? The two of them glared at each other with 100 meters in between and rested in silence for 3 minutes. Naturally, neither Ghost character nor Liao's reinforcements arrived. The atmosphere became increasingly weird. Neither knew how they should break the impasse. It appears that you have come here alone without any conspirators, Xianxia suddenly said. Are you any different? You apparently didn't want anyone to discover your secrets and plans. Liao snapped back. The fully enclosed armor on your body is quite advanced. Xianxia continued. A lot of super tiny gadgets seem to have been embedded into it. It looks like neither the traditional armor of the cultivators nor the primeval treasures. It is even less likely to be a product of the legendary Great Zhou dynasty. It seems that my guess is correct. You are indeed not Master Spiritual Vulture. It's true that I'm not Master Spiritual Vulture, but if you are just a common eunuch, how can you secrete such a weird crystal suit from your body and enter the bridge after passing the identification of the highest level? Liao's eyes narrowed until they were like two thin sabers. You are as much not lead eunuch Xianxia as I am not Master Spiritual Vulture. Xianxia, however, was slightly dazed. Two clusters of brilliance burst out of her eyes as she mumbled, Is this place called a bridge? You do seem to know a lot of stuff. Liao was confused. What? You didn't know what a bridge is? Am I supposed to know? Xianxia frowned. Well, Liao was even more confused. Xianxia rolled her almost transparent eyes, but her killing intent, which had been blossoming like thorns just a moment ago, gradually faded back below her skin. Taking a long breath, she casually said, Therefore, we are both alone without any support, and we both have secrets that we would rather nobody knew. Yet, as it happens, we have learned each other's secrets. Seems so, Liao said. I am not Master Spiritual Vulture, and you are not lead eunuch Xianxia. We have both appeared at this place uncannily when there is absolutely no reason for us to have. Also, you can't kill me and I can't kill you. How do you propose we should handle such an awkward situation? Xianxia scanned the mystic skeleton battlesuit with her gloomy eyes, as if she were evaluating her odds of success if she suddenly charged forward. A moment later, she smiled bitterly. You're right. Neither of us can kill the other when we are both on high alert. Gazing at his opponent and without letting go of the tiniest movement all over Xiaxia's body, Liao added, While we are talking here, a large batch of uncontrollable cultivators are wandering on this Nuwa warship. They are more saboteurs than helpers. I'm sure that neither of us want to see them mess around and damage the key parts of the warship. Right? Nuwa warship? Xianxia blinked and said, So, the real name of the Divine Palace is the Nuwa warship? Ha! Liao was utterly dumbfounded. You can enter the bridge by swiping your face, and you don't know that this is a warship of the Nuwa clan? There was another moment of awkward silence. Breaking the silence, Xianxia said one word after another. If this is some sort of trap, and you have been acting the whole time, then I've got to say that your acting skills are so unbelievably incredible that I feel that I'm going to be fooled. I was going to say the same. Liao gnashed his teeth. If you've been acting the whole time while preparing a flawless trap to bait me into confessing my secrets, then your acting skills are certainly the best that I've seen in my entire life. I'll admit my failure even if I'm fooled by you. Let me make a bold assumption. Xianxia gradually recovered from her bewilderment. Her voice was calmer and calmer than before. You must have a clandestine plan after sneaking into this place under the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture. Naturally, in your eyes, I have a mysterious plan, too. We have both learned part of each other's secrets, and at first glance, it is obligatory that we fight each other until one of us lives. However, allow me to reiterate what I said in our last encounter. Our plans that are equally scared of the sunlight might not necessarily be in conflict, especially when it is obvious that we both know a lot of things that the other guy doesn't but are quite interested in. There may still be chances of cooperation. After all, we are now in a secret chamber. While we are watching over each other, it is impossible for either of us to run away. The people outside are unlikely to break in. If we have to kill each other, should we at least exchange our intelligence first and get everything straight before we start fighting? That way, we will at least know what we die for. Liao tilted his head for a long while. How do I know that you will not be lying to me? Of course, we may be lying to each other, Xianxia said unhurriedly. However, a lot of critical information can also be analyzed and retrieved from lies. It is certainly better than dying with each other for no good reason. Isn't it? Sounds reasonable. After considering for a moment, Liao nodded quickly. For the sake of fairness, I propose we ask each other questions in turn. If a question is too sensitive, we are allowed to refuse to answer it and demand another question. What do you think? Very good. Xiangshi's eyes were glittering. As a gesture of our sincerity, should we remove our armor? She was not a particularly beautiful woman in the beginning, but when the plain face was adorned by the glittering eyes that were as shiny as diamonds, her entire body was enshrouded in an elegant, ethereal vibe. When she spoke that sentence, there was inviolable intimidation in her voice. We should. Liao nodded. Removing his mystic skeleton battlesuit meant that he was almost exposed to the mysterious Xianxia naked. Naturally, he was under a lot of pressure. However, nothing was going to work out if the impasse went on. Also, he was very curious to watch how exactly Xianxia would remove her weird crystal suit. Liao tapped the center of his eyebrow with 2 fingers. The mystic skeleton battlesuit dissected into streaks of brightness and flew back to the cosmos rings. The crystals all over Xianxi's body, however, spread out rings of ivory halos as they gradually softened. Then, like some sort of thick fluids, they were absorbed into her body through the skin. It made Liao more certain about his judgment. The crystal suit was not a piece of magical equipment but part of Xianxi's body, just like the scales, bone spurs, and energy-concentrating crystal that Liao had after activating the primeval cells, except that it was much more weird and advanced than Liao's additional features. Liao had been in touch with all kinds of bizarre demons when he was in the blood demon sector, including some weird mutants among the chaotic blood demons. However, he had never seen or heard of any existences that could secrete a highly advanced armor from inside the body or transform their sex freely. Thinking quickly, Liao said, Since I was the one who ambushed just now, you may ask first, Lord Wang. Xianxia was right. Lies had to be founded on the pieces of truth. The facts that his opponents were trying their best to hide were very likely to be concealed in the questions that they raised. Therefore, the askers might not be at an advantage, and the answerers might not necessarily suffer losses. All right. Xianxia seemed even more earnest than Liao. She asked in a hurry, You said just now that this place is a Nuwa warship. What is it exactly? Liao found it queer. Lord Wang, you know the passwords of this place, you passed all the procedures of identification, and you were the one who found the map of the Divine Palace and initialized the quest for the Divine Palace. Why do you not even know what kind of place this is? Xianxia sniffed. I'm the one asking questions now. Liao was deep in thought. He had nothing to hide about that question. If Xianxia was a spy of the Imperium of True Human Beings or some other mysterious forces, there was no reason at all why he did not even know the Nuwa warship. The primeval war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan was not a secret in either the Imperium of True Human Beings or the Alliance of the Holy Covenant. The files regarding the war in their possession would only be much more than what the Star Glory Federation knew. Therefore, if Xianxia did not raise the question intentionally to ease Liao's wariness, it would suggest that she knew absolutely nothing. The Nuwa warship is a starship of the Nuwa clan, a prehistoric civilization. Judging from the facilities and structure of this warship, it probably falls into the category of medium-sized assault warship, which is mainly used in the battles in the orbit of planets but can also carry out the assault missions within the atmosphere. This warship must have crashed somewhere between 100,000 years ago to 500,000 years ago, probably because of the serious damage that the Pangu clan caused to the engine compartment. But the rest of the cabins, especially the bridge and the mainframe crystal processor, are still well preserved. A lot of valuable stuff should be able to be uncovered. The Nuwa clan? The Pangu clan? There was confusion all over Xianxi's face. as if too many things that she could not understand had been poured into her. She frowned and said, I know that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan are both primeval creatures. A number of their bones and magical equipment were excavated in the ancient sages' sector tens of thousands of years ago. But the remains are much fewer nowadays, although they are not entirely extinct. So to speak, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were hostile with each other, and the so-called Divine Palace was a warship of the Nuwa clan. Her eyes were suddenly 10 times more brilliant than before. She could not help but raise her voice as she said, So, I was right. There is indeed a boundless universe and infinite worlds beyond the ancient sages' sector, where I can cruise on such an amazing boat. Liao scratched his hair, shocked by Lord Wang's ignorance. Such general information was not a secret to the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, or any other force in the universe. It did not concern the safety of the Star Glory Federation, either. Pondering for a moment, Liao selected some obscure, basic concepts and explained them to Wang Shi. Of course, all the information was retained to the war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan Peresi. As to exactly why the war broke out, the role human beings played in the God-sealing war, and the 3 fundamental laws, that was all omitted. He was not going to give away the history about the conversion from the ancient cultivation civilization to the modern cultivation civilization easily, either. Wang Shi listened quietly. Tears as clear as pearls suddenly flowed out of her glittering eyes as she declared in excitement, I was right. My dreams were true. The ancient sages' sector is indeed just a narrow, deep well, and only if we crawl out of the well can we view the boundless world. Liao thought of something and took the opportunity to ask, If you didn't know anything about all this, how did the idea to explore the Divine Palace even occur to you? Also, Lord Wang, you seem to be very familiar with the internal structure of the Nuwa warship, and it is quite baffling that you can pass the identification tests of the most crucial cabin. Wang Shi glanced at Liao. The brilliance inside her eyes dimmed. This time, she did not reject it coldly but said in a gentle voice, If I say that I don't know the reason, either will you believe me? You don't know. Liao was dazed. What do you mean? I don't know what this is all about. That was why I spent my entire life searching for the Divine Palace at all costs. Wang Shi furrowed her brow. There have been some voices and modeled pictures in my head, telling me that I will be able to crack everything and find out who I am after I find the Divine Palace. Liao was greatly shocked. He held his breath in case he disrupted Wang Shi's memory. Leaning against one of the giant pillars, Wang Shi slowly slid and sat down. She took a long breath and, staring at something non-existent in midair, spoke hesitantly. Since you dared to participate in the exploration of the Divine Palace, you must have read my files before and know that I was born in a remote valley at the border between Great Xian and Ghost Qin. Our poor village was the only settlement of human beings in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby. Liao nodded. It was exactly as the files said. Lead eunuch Wang Shi was not a person who jumped out of nowhere. It was impossible for the royal family to allow a eunuch of ambiguous backgrounds to approach the emperor. However, something is not recorded on any of the files. After a long hesitation, Wang Shi finally spoke it out. I was not exactly born in that village. My foster parents told me before their death that I landed from the sky and shrouded in a fiercely burning fireball to an unvisited place deep inside the valley. When all the flames died down, it was a black, iron shell in the crater. My foster parents were both poor, illiterate villagers. Their only son had been killed in a raid of the wolves that year. While they were grieving, they noticed the anomaly in the sky and traced it to the crash site, where they found the mysterious iron shell. The iron shell split apart from the center. A lot of thick, blue liquid spurted out, with a wrinkled baby soaked inside. Naturally, it was impossible for them to figure out what exactly the iron shell was. They thought that the heavens had mercy and delivered a baby to them to ease their grief of losing the son. So, they took me back to their home and raised me. Big iron ball from the sky. Thick, blue liquids? Wrinkled baby? Liao thought quickly and had some fuzzy speculation in his head. At first, they naturally didn't tell me my real birth. I grew up together with the other naughty kids in the village. Xianxia said. Although I wasn't their blood child, my foster parents treated me very well because they thought that I was a blessing, and they had me when they were quite old. They paid a visit to the nearest town hundreds of kilometers away and found a scholar to pick a name for me. My foster father was surnamed Long. Long Yangjun is my real name. Liao blinked and took the opportunity to ask, "So, this is your real appearance. Are you a woman?" Long Yangjun coughed in embarrassment. Instead of answering Liao's question, she simply went on. However, as I grew older, I gradually discovered some uncanny features on my body that couldn't be explained in any way. I was too different from other kids. Since you are the bloodline of the barbarians, and you can display the distinctive features of the ferocious beasts with the berserker arts, you should know that most of the people in the borderland between the Great Qian Dynasty and the Dark Cloud Prairies are hybrids who have some bizarre features more or less. Tusks, feathers in their private parts, and even tiny horns on their heads are nothing unusual. However, even compared to the bizarre-looking kids, I could also be called the strangest one. For example, the crystal external skeleton that I can trigger at will from my body is one of the inexplicable features. However, my weird body is not worth mentioning at all compared to the pictures and sounds that often appear in my head unbearably. I don't know if you have had similar experiences, but ever since I can remember, every time I went to sleep late at night, the most dazzling and inexplicable pictures would always show up in front of my eyes. I would also hear a lot of noises and people talking. You dream what you think during the day. Generally speaking, however creepy one's dream is, it can't be far away from the real world that they are living during the day, despite the twists and distortions. My dreams, on the other hand, were absolutely nothing that a 4-year-old kid could bear. They crawled into my head like vipers at night, causing me excruciating pain and driving me crazy. Liao's heart was pounding, and he almost moaned out. He struggled to ask, What were your dreams about exactly? Long Yangjun shook her head and said gloomily, "They were like the swirls made of countless bodies of mottled butterflies. It was very rare that I could understand part of the information. In general, some of the bizarre-shaped humans were fighting each other, or they were moving in the boundless universe surrounded by burning stars. The real stars." Liao's breath grew more and more hasty. "Are you referring to the God-Sealing War in the primeval era?" "I don't know," Long Yangjun said straightforwardly. "I didn't know the concepts about the Nuwa clan, the Pangu clan, and the God-Sealing War until today. How could I have understood the meaning of the uncanny dreams 100 years ago?" Liao was silent. Two different thoughts were fighting hard inside his brain. Although Long Yangjun's answer was not completely flawless, it was indeed logical and contained tremendous information. It did not seem to be entirely made up. The mental devil, however, shouted desperately inside his brain. "False! False! It is certainly false. Wang Shi or Long Yangjun, she is one of the most terrible existences in the ancient sages sector, who manipulated the entire world of cultivators by herself. How can such a great schemer trust an alien of unknown backgrounds in just an hour and tell her birth to you honestly? That's too childish. She must have dug a great pit waiting for you to jump in. Watch out. I know that you haven't had a competition of beliefs with Ding Lingdang for 100 years, and you must be thirsty, but even if you are to fall for a woman, you must not be fooled by the quirky lady boy." "Fair enough." Liao calmed himself down, but he was not so sure. "However, she is indeed by herself and did not foresee that I would break into the room. The wound that she suffered from Yen Liren is authentic, too. All this suggests that even if there is a trap, she did not prepare it in advance but is improvising. Therefore, this is unlikely to be a trap targeting me or the Star Glory Federation. I must have been involved by accident. Assuming that she is lying, what is her real purpose exactly? Who knows?" The mental devil sneered. "Chances are that she is trying to earn your sympathy with her pitiful past so that you will help her gain control of the Nuwa warship. Do you think that she will be as friendly as right now after she gets the Nuwa warship up and running?" "Exactly." Liao was suddenly alarmed. For such an enormous Nuwa warship, even someone who was deeply associated with it in the past would not be able to maneuver it on their own. Liao was a master of refining, and he appeared to be quite familiar with the Nuwa warship. It was possible that Long Yongjun was tricking him into being her assistant. After they finished maintaining the Nuwa warship and soared into space, Long Yongjun would reveal her real face. When then? Liao secretly wiped off his sweat in his head. Long Yongjun glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't you feel that your question is too long? Shouldn't you trade your own background for such priceless intelligence regarding the secrets of my birth? Who are you exactly? What is this mysterious force behind you that has the capability to craft such a delicate armor?" Liao shook his head. "This question is too sensitive for me to answer. You'll have to ask a different one. I can guess the answer even if you refuse to reply." Long Yongjun sneered. "The delicacy and the style of your armor far exceed the expertise of the cultivators in any dynasty in the ancient sages sector. Also, you are familiar with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, you know a thing or two about the Nuwa warship, and you don't appear thrilled when discussing the voyages in the Sea of Stars. So, you should be from a world beyond the dark nebula, where cruising the universe is just a common technique, right?" Liao sniffed in confirmation. The mystic skeleton battlesuit, as a crystal suit built in the industrial system of the modern cultivation civilization, was greatly different from the armor of the ancient cultivators crafted purely by hand. Anyone who was not blind would be able to tell that. "I'm not surprised that you are an extraterrestrial cultivator. What surprises me is why you have shown up in the ancient sages sector," Long Yongjun said. "You are obviously on your own without any support. If you didn't end up here in an accident, you must be some sort of scout collecting intelligence for the main troop behind you, right?" Liao's heart nearly skipped a beat. He did not know that Long Yongjun's senses were so keen that she had figured out his real identity through the insignificant traces. Long Yongjun's eyes suddenly grew sharp, and her voice turned cold. "If you have countless warships similar to the Nuwa warship that we are standing on right now, coveting us outside of the dark nebula, I don't see any possibility of cooperation between us. Make no mistake." Sensing her rising killing intent, Liao hurried to reply, "We mean no harm to the ancient sages sector." "Then it is quite odd." Long Yongjun raised the critical question immediately. "Since the ancient sages sector is hidden inside a dark nebula and can hardly be noticed by the rest of the universe, why are you here if you mean no harm? In fact, it was the ancient sages sector that sent a signal to my world first." After pondering for a moment, Liao attempted to narrate the whole story in a fuzzy way. "I cannot tell you the specific details right now, nor can they be explained in a few words. Let me just put it this way. One peaceful, summer night, when you are resting in your own house, you suddenly hear someone chuckling right next to you. You rise and investigate in shock, only to discover that the laughter was probably from a mountain thousands of meters away from your house. What would you do in such a situation?" Long Yongjun was slightly dazed and deep in thought. "The laughter from thousands of kilometers away found its way into my house late at night? I'm afraid that I would not sleep well until I found the source of the laughter." "Precisely," Liao said. "You may consider me as an investigator who has come to the ancient sages sector to locate the source of the laughter." Long Yongjun rolled her eyes. "Then, have you located it?" "Not yet," Liao admitted frankly. "The distance between the ancient sages sector and my world is much longer than you can ever imagine. Even if a nascent soul stage cultivator with infinite spiritual energy rushes at full speed for 10,000 years, they may not be able to cover the whole journey. To deliver the laughter to such a long distance away requires some very advanced magical equipment or rune array. However, although I've been active in the ancient sages sector as a magical equipment specialist gathering the intelligence of the magical equipment in this world, even including the groundless tales, I found nothing useful. But considering that the Nuwa warship we are on is so well preserved, even if it cannot cruise in space anymore, it is possible for the warship to send out a few chuckles to the outside world." "Are you saying that someone sent a message to beyond the dark nebula through the Nuwa warship about 100 years ago?" Long Yongjun's eyes suddenly turned extremely dangerous. "When specifically?" Liao calculated for a moment and said, "Exchange to the time of the ancient sages sector, It was probably 97 years and 8 months ago. It was quite odd that the time cost for the Ancient Sages sector, the Heaven's Origin sector, and the Blood Demon sector to revolve around their respective stars was almost identical. Therefore, the calendar that they used was more or less the same. Perhaps the worlds that allowed carbon-based life forms such as the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and human beings to survive and thrive into brilliant civilizations shared something in common. 97 years ago, Long Yangjuan's face suddenly turned extremely weird. I am 97 and a half years old right now, but I have always counted my birthday from the day when I was picked up by my foster parents, which means that I could have been born 97 years and 8 months ago. The hair on the back of Liao's head was all standing up. He felt as if creepy, cold air was rising all the way up from his spine to his skull. It could not have been a coincidence. According to the calendar of the Ancient Sages sector, something must have happened on the Nuwa warship 97 years and 8 months ago that resulted in the launch of the mysterious signal and the birth of Long Yangjun. We seem to be approaching the answer to the puzzle. I have a theory about your identity, too. Liao threw out a bait. However, in order to find out the truth completely, I would like to hear your answer to the last question. How exactly did you find the Divine Palace? You know who I am? Long Yangjun rose up suddenly and glared at Liao for a long time before sliding down against the pillar of the crystal processor system again. I grew up in the remote valley until I was 8, bearing the torture of the uncanny dreams every day, and reluctant to hang around with other kids because of the irregularities of my body. I preferred to wander in the wilderness by myself. Gradually, I became a freak in my village. All the while, my strength was awakening. The folks living in the borderland were very tough. Infamous bandits often choose to hide in such places. There were a few fighters in my village who claimed to have killed a lot of people. I used to learn fighting skills from one of them, but after only a few days, I began to feel that his martial arts were too shabby and not nearly as effective as the weird arts that I received from the uncanny dreams. But at that time, I was too young to control my strength, and I was loathed by the villagers when I almost beat several children who were 5 or 6 years older than me when we were playing. So, I was even less willing to go back to the village. I found a cave in the valley and lived in seclusion. My foster parents regarded me as a blessing from the heavens because of my mysterious backgrounds. They did not dare to discipline me but simply let me go. At that time, I trained myself and hunted in the wilderness during the day. At night, to get away from the torture of the uncanny dreams, I sat outside of my cave and looked at the sky. All kinds of weird questions occurred to me. What was beyond the sky? What were the so-called deities all about? The enormous bones that were occasionally found in the wilderness were claimed to be the ectasis of the primeval deities and worshipped by everyone. Temples and altars were even established to enshrine them. But when I touched the bones, I did not feel any reverence at all but only familiarity and sorrow. Why was that? Of course, what I thought about most were still my dreams. Was everything that happened in my dreams just my fantasy? Or was it real? Was the picture where the stars in the universe exploded instantly and 10,000 starships were burning something that I saw in my previous life? Just like that, the modeled pictures and the squeaky noises, after being repeated in the dream countless times, gradually condensed into an inexplicable belief. I was somehow told that the answer lay at the end of the land of eternal night. As long as I came to this place, I would find out who I was exactly. After saying that, Long Yangjun paused for a moment and took a long breath. With vague sorrow on her face, she quickly said, "Later, the village that my foster parents were living in was pillaged by a bunch of defeated soldiers from the prairies. At that time, the divinity transformation stage cultivator Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun had both vanished in the land of eternal night, and the new dominator Han Bailing was yet to distinguish himself. The situation on the dark cloud prairies was extremely chaotic. The tribes and the few sects were fighting each other all the time. The soldiers who were defeated always plundered all the way while they were running as bandits. My hometown was unfortunately caught by them. All the villagers were massacred. When I trained myself in the wilderness, I chose the most inconspicuous spots, sometimes even the underground crevices, in case other people ran into my secrets. I didn't know it when it happened. It was not until my training section was done, and I saw the rising fire on the horizon that I realized something terrible had happened. After I returned to my village, the only things awaiting me were the burnt, dilapidated buildings. My foster mother was hiding in an underground burrow. She was already dying because of the high temperature and the intense smoke and passed away after she managed to tell me about my birth. I tracked the bandits, trying to kill all of them, but outside my expectation, there were quite a few tough fighters among them. Also, my strength was newly awakened. Eventually, although I executed each and every one of them, I was also heavily wounded and nearly dead, and I wasn't myself again until 3 days and 3 nights of slipping in and out of consciousness later. However, it was exactly because of the life and death struggle that my intuition grew much keener. The pictures and sounds in my head were clearer than before. 2. My hometown had been destroyed, but an origin that was much more remote seemed to be concealed inside my body. I suddenly felt a strong urge to find my real hometown and figure out who I really was. What was odd was that I should have been extremely ignorant since I grew up in the wilderness uneducated and barely visited the town hundreds of kilometers away before. But my head was extremely clear at that time. I reached the conclusion instantly that it was absolutely impossible for me to reach the land of eternal night on my own. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to find my destination, which was hidden in a certain place on the vast snow field. I had to conduct real training to improve my capabilities. I also needed to establish my own force and gather more intelligence about the land of eternal night. Therefore, Li Yao said, "You chose to enter the royal palace as Wangxi?" Long Yangjun smiled. I needed tremendous resources to improve my capabilities and special channels to recruit subordinates. I also needed to collect all the information from the past thousands of years about the entire world to search for traces of the depths of the land of eternal night. Where could I have achieved my purposes simultaneously except for the royal palace? But your body? It is none of your business. Long Yangjun suddenly grew alarmed, and her voice grew cold again. All in all, you only need to know that I smoothly entered the royal palace and became a common eunuch. My uncanny dreams endowed me with extraordinary analysis and planning abilities. Even the most experienced old eunuchs were manipulated by me without them realizing. I worked as a librarian in the royal library for decades in order to search for everything related to the land of eternal night from the books that were as vast as oceans. It was during that period that some scraps about the divine palace aroused my interest. I was gradually certain that the dreams that had been haunting me must be associated with the divine palace. However, even the latest books about the divine palace were written thousands of years ago. Nobody today knew specifically where the so-called divine palace was. Most people simply regarded it as an illusory place cited in folklore. But I knew that the divine palace was in the real world. In the decades that followed, I tried to determine the specific coordinates of the divine palace until I found the map core and the Thousand Stars tray in the end. It was a pity that I didn't know where the map core was hidden exactly, and that the Thousand Stars tray had already been dissected into more than 10 parts that were held by multiple sects as their secret treasures. In order to collect the components of the Thousand Stars tray and reassemble it, I would have to break into the sects. That explains a lot. Deep in thought, Li Yao remarked, "That's why you established Ghost Character and instigated trouble among the cultivators to help the Emperor keep the main sects in check. You even led Ghost Character to annihilate a lot of sects in person." "Exactly," Long Yangjun said. "At that time, I had already joined an underground sect that had been passed on among the eunuchs for 1,000 years in the royal palace. I had trained the apparitional night arts to the highest level and was acknowledged as the leader of the clandestine force. The Emperor wanted to curb the cultivators, which was exactly what I wanted too. Therefore, I established Ghost Character based on the enormous resources of the underground force. While I was leading the charge and running errands for the Emperor, I collected the pieces of the Thousand Stars tray. Finally, I also found out that the map core was actually hidden in East Peace County. Long Yangjun paused for a moment when she reached this part, as if she was still angry about what happened next. If I were still the dominating Wangxi in the court, After a year and a half's planning, I would have been able to retrieve the map core openly and establish an exploration team that was absolutely loyal to me. Then, I could have made my way to the land of eternal night and searched for the divine palace without alarming anyone. The old emperor was completely under my control. The cultivators were too busy minding their own business to compete with me. 2. However, it never occurred to me that an existence as weird as Zhu Zongyo would suddenly jump out of nowhere and completely disrupt my whole plan. He almost killed me without leaving me a place for burial. Zhu Zongyo was Emperor Phoenix, the new emperor who had ascended to the throne last year. Calling him by his name, Long Yongjun apparently hated his guts. Liao raised his eyebrow and asked, "So, are you not on the same boat?" Hehe. The old emperor was entirely manipulated by me and no better than a puppet. Why would I trouble myself by making a new emperor? Long Yongjun said coldly. Even if a new puppet was needed, I had already picked quite a few suitable targets who would absolutely not hinder my plan. In retrospect, the death of the old emperor was definitely a scheme, and the leader of the scheme was Emperor Phoenix, the then 13th Prince Zhu Zongyo, who was hidden in the Thunder Martial Temple and had been forgotten by most people. It's a pity that I focused my full attention on searching for the map core and the Thousand Stars tray at that time, so I was too sluggish to realize the severity of the issue in time. When I finally realized it, my own forces had already been uprooted by Zhu Zongyo as fast as lightning. Wait a moment. Liao found it strange. Logically, Emperor Phoenix should have had absolutely no support in the divine capital. How could he have uprooted the forces that you had raised for decades, including the enormous ghost character? It's exactly because of the impossibility that I underestimated him. Long Yongjun replied hatefully. Zhu Zongyo is definitely not as simple as he appears, but the force lurking behind him is even more terrible. The elite assassins of Ghost character were absolutely no match for his newly founded Fiery Phoenix Legion during the collisions in the darkness. Several of my subordinates who had been loyal to me for decades betrayed me overnight. Their motivation puzzles me even to this day. Liao sighed and said, "So, you could only turn to the last resort and cooperate with Han Bailing, Wan Mingzhu, and Qi Chongqing?" Exactly. Long Yongjun gnashed her teeth. A rat on the street that everybody stomped on. A public enemy for everyone in the world. I didn't care about any of that. The idiotic cultivators wanted to capture me? Not going to happen in 100 years. But the secret force behind Zhu Zongyo had been strangling me in the darkness all the time. He was apparently going to crush me and glean all my secrets from me. My force grew weaker every day. After only half a year and a half, 90% of the members of Ghost character had already been lost. The rest of them were living in panic every day like shocked birds. I was fully clear that if I didn't have one last struggle and embark on the quest for the Divine Palace, I might not have the opportunity later. Having no other options, I could only tell the secret to Han Bailing, Qi Chongqing, and Wan Mingzhu. The 4 rapscallions teamed up to look for the Divine Palace. Liao rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, "Let me make a guess. You intentionally revealed a loophole during the battle at East Peace County so that I would follow. Then, you told me part of the truth to attract more forces to join the quest for the Divine Palace. Right? You are quite smart." Long Yongjun was rather surprised. She looked Liao up and down carefully again. Exactly. I wanted as many forces to participate in the competition in the Divine Palace as possible. The reason is very simple. Under the attack of Emperor Phoenix, Ghost character had been significantly undermined. It was not nearly as strong as it appeared to be. Chances were that it was the weakest of the 4 forces under the command of the 4 rapscallions. Also, I was the one who called for the operation. From the perspective of Han Bailing, Qi Chongqing, and Wan Mingzhu, it was easy for them to reach the conclusion that I must be keeping some critical information for myself. Then, it would be possible for the 3 of them to stand on the same side and deal with me together in order to exploit all of my secrets. As long as they grew slightly hostile, they would see through my weakness right now. I would be caught in the awkward situation where I couldn't fight back at all, which was definitely unacceptable for me. Didn't you mention on the desolate land in the East Ocean that since you were all by yourself, you could only introduce as many forces into the exploration mission as possible so that you would be able to fish for what you wanted in the dirty water. The same logic applies for me. If more forces participated in the operation, it would be more likely that they would harass and even kill each other, and I, with the crucial information, would be given a precious opportunity. After all, our goals are different. The goal of the others is the Cloud Chin gold statues, but my goal is to look into the background of the whole issue and find out who I am. Therefore, I will not fight bloody battles in front of the Cloud Chin gold statues like them, at least not in the beginning. Liao nodded slowly. After hearing that, he finally felt that some of the puzzles that he had in the beginning were solved. One more thing. After a moment of hesitation, Long Yongjun said, "It is just my vague intuition not backed by any proof. But I somehow feel that Zhu Zongyo knows something about the Divine Palace. Even if I hadn't revealed the secret, it's very possible that he would have established an exploration team in secret to search for this place. Judging from his thunderous approaches when he dealt with Ghost character, the exploration team would be much more than what Han Bailing and the other forces combined could handle. Since I couldn't stop him, I might as well make it big and introduce more forces into the game. The more, the merrier." What? Liao was dazed for a moment. On second thought, it was indeed very possible. The news about the Divine Palace was publicly revealed only after the battle in East Peace County. In just one short month, Emperor Phoenix had already launched aggressive attacks all over the country and established a well-equipped exploration team with sufficient resources. Logically, the whole preparation should have taken much longer than it actually did. The only explanation was that long before the Battle of East Peace County, and before the map core fell into the hands of Wang Shi, he had begun planning everything. The puzzle was too complicated to be solved for the time being. Liao calmed himself down and sorted his messy thoughts. "So, you passed the maze-like internal pathways on the warship, and you knew the passwords to open the gate to the bridge because the uncanny dreams in your head told you the information." "No, it was just spontaneous." Long Yongjun eyed the crystal pillars around and mumbled, "I didn't know any of that in the beginning. However, the moment that I entered this Nua warship, I had a feeling that I'd come home. I seemed to be familiar with the distribution and direction of every pathway, and I would not make a mistake even if I walked through them with my eyes closed. I reached this place with just my natural instincts. The same goes for the 3 identification procedures. I didn't know the way to crack them before. However, as long as I cleared my mind and relaxed my body, my fingers were already bouncing on their own as naturally as breathing.